What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Hello, 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 hello. Anyone there? So, as some of you guys that are my subs and have been my subs for a while, you guys will notice that my times where I stream has been real different times. Now, I would like to do it at the same time, but I have a lot of different things going on, and just the nature of the work that I do makes it such that it's difficult for me to stream at the same time every day, or when I stream every other day, that type of stuff. Now, let me explain what I do now for work versus what I used to do in the past. So, nowadays, what I do for work is e-commerce. So after this stream is over, I'm going to be listing some inventory. Now, the thing about it is, it depends on what kind of inventory I have. Right now, I have a big chunk of stuff, real expensive stuff that I need to list. And it's important for me to do it before people wake up and they start surfing the internet, they eat their breakfast, they might be searching for one of these items that I have, whether it's a $200 item or $500 item, you never really know. And sometimes, depending on what I'm shipping, it could take me a long period of time to package it, and I am under time constraints because you got to see it from a customer's perspective. If it is an expensive item, a lot of people, they have higher expectations. They want the item a lot sooner, right? They want it properly packaged. They don't want it damaged. And you got to, at the end of the day, give people good customer service. So here's the thing when it comes to the different programs I'm going to do on my channel. Sometimes it's going to be real academic in nature, which mirrors more or less what Obsidian does. Shout out to him, one of the three founders of the Black Manosphere. You guys go support him. You guys go subscribe to him. Sometimes it's going to be more so of a, there's no other way to put it, but more so a type of rant, which is more so around the style that Edward Anderson does. You guys go subscribe to him as well. He's over there in the Black Manosphere. That is more so his style. So doing a little bit of everything, I don't see an issue with it, as long as I stay true to my ideals and what I really think about these topics. Okay? So, having said that with the intro, so today we're going to talk about the main reason women act the way they do in the United States. The primary reason. But that one is going to be the main event. It's going to be at the end of the stream where we're going to talk about it. So, you notice under the Cash App, I have the different talking points that we're going to cover. Okay? So, we got 5 different talking points. Like I said, the main event is the 5th one, which is the primary reason women act the way they do. Number 4 is a real interesting one. Now, I was going to make this number 4, the talking point, a separate, different stream, but I changed my mind. The reason I changed my mind, because it so closely aligns with the different stuff on this stream. The talking point was made infamous by Ramil of the Black Manosphere. If you were to try to look him up, you would find a bunch of times he was on panels, that type of stuff. But he always disappears and reappears in the Manosphere for different reasons. Okay? So the other person that would co-opt the talking point for a period of time was another content creator, which is one of his friends in Thai City. Okay? So they would go hand in hand, and they would challenge some of the talking points from Kevin Samuels, and sit there and have the Manosphere, especially the Black Manosphere, questioning the logic and if it was fruitful endeavor to be trying to change the behavior of modern woman. And you got to remember the other talking point. If you guys haven't checked out the stream, you guys go back to that stream. Talks about the other talking point that they're known for, which is shame, blame, and explain. Hashtag SBE, right? So basically the logic, just to summarize it real quick, is Kevin and all these different broadcasts, their form of content, not just him, not just Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit as well, the Whatever podcast, Just Pearly Things, where they're trying to shame women for their behavior, and they're explaining to them how if they don't change such and such behavior, that it's going to have consequences in the future. Now, if you guys review my content, you will notice there's very little of that type of content. It doesn't mean I'm not going to have it in the future, but right now it's not in my content. Now, there's a difference, like I said in that other stream, and I'm not going to get into it too deep. If you guys want to watch that stream, you got to go check it out. There's a difference between trying to change a woman's behavior versus critiquing it, pointing it out, and really calling them out on their BS. It's not the same thing. So talking to women versus talking about women, that's not the same thing. Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, Whatever, a lot of these different broadcasts. Now, it's kind of deceiving because a lot of these broadcasts are in person, but these broadcasts don't necessarily have to be in person in terms of the shame, blame, and explain. The whole point is trying to change women's behavior. So, like I was saying, talking to women versus talking about women. Okay? Now, remember, that's not my talking point. That is their talking point. I'm simply paraphrasing to the best of my ability as to what they think and what they believe and the different acronyms of the talking point that they would discuss these different topics. So now we're going to keep going in reverse order. Number 3, we're going to talk about a major personal story from a workplace where I used to work. And we're going to talk about how it relates to this topic that we're discussing today. Okay? Number 2. This one's real infamous. Number 2 is a comment, a phrase, a talking point, a point of contention, a point of discussion in the manosphere that had a bunch of women in an uproar. Now, I'm not quite sure if the talking point was originally from Kevin Samuels. I don't think it was, but no one really talked about where it originated from, so it might have came from him. Basically, the logic behind exercise options for you guys that are outside the manosphere is what Kevin was telling women that if a guy has status and he's providing the money to the household, and it's the type of man that women, the vast majority of women, virtually want, okay, they universally want, that it's okay, or that they could possibly, doesn't mean he wasn't. All right, what, there's one thing before we get to it here in a little bit, because I'm going to talk about number one and then I'm going to circle back around in this direction. So you guys keep that in mind in terms of the talking point. Okay, that one's a real interesting talking point. It'll be a central component of this broadcast. Now we're down to number one. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, and I know it's a little vague, but we're about to get into it. So KS never talked about this. There's one thing that he rarely talked about during his broadcast, and there's a reason why he would do it. I'm not necessarily saying that it was out of full-blown self-interest. It was more so about understanding what women want as they get older. Okay? So before we get to that talking point, number one, let me talk about my background a little bit, because it all ties in together to this broadcast. So I went to Texas A&M in College Station, and I graduated with a bachelor's degree in architecture. So obviously after college, there's a bunch of different things that you could do with it. You could build homes. You could help design and build commercial buildings, right? Skyscrapers, banks, that type of stuff. Now, what's interesting is I ended up in a sector which is not very common to people that graduate from college with that degree. I ended up in the energy business. So I was basically hired by a company, Quanta Services, which is a parent company of one of the sister companies, right? But that's the overall Fortune 500 company. You guys can look it up. Now, they hired me to manage natural gas pipeline projects. So the first project that I was sent to Jackson, Mississippi to go manage $100 million natural gas pipeline, 36 inches. Okay. And actually they're called spreads. So in terms of spreads, basically the concept is each spread is a segment of the pipeline that gets bid out separately amongst companies. My company won the bid for that spread, and we started building it. But here's the catch. Now, this doesn't, and it didn't apply to myself because I was part of the management team. I didn't get the luxury of being in the union. The union is more so for the tradesmen, like the welders, the guys that are going to be on the ground floor doing the nitty-gritty work, like using the excavators to dig up the soil, the guys that are going to be using all the different dozers, all the different things to clear the land. There's a multi-step process to building a pipeline. Okay. Once you get to the management level, you're seen as almost the enemy of the unions, and they're going to really sit there and make your life difficult. Now, here's the problem. Because of the nature of that type of work, very few people were actually employees, full-time employees of my company, the company where I worked. So it was the superintendent, not just him. So his title was the general superintendent. He had his brother and then another guy. There were the superintendents below them, right? So it's a little hierarchy. My title was assistant construction manager. I was in the field the whole time. Above me was a project manager. he stayed over there around Fort Worth. He wasn't really on the project like I was. And the reason he wasn't over there is because he had to stay over there in Fort Worth. Remember, I was in Jackson, Mississippi building the pipeline. But he was over there in Fort Worth because he had to manage the estimations and the bidding of other projects, the managing of smaller projects, whether he was doing it himself or the people below him, right? The other people that help deal with projects. And usually what that company did, which is really interesting, the way the company was set up is the superintendents had a bunch of power. Now, that's generally true at construction companies. But here's the problem. At this company where I worked, they had a lot more power than if they had worked at other companies. So if they were at another company, all right, the general superintendent, let's say, and we got into it, we got in some big arguments later on, but let's say he and I were at another company. At the very least, we would be fairly equal, right? In a lot of companies, the project manager or the assistant construction manager would clearly have more authority and have more power. There's a difference between authority, responsibility. Just because I have a nice, pretty title, it doesn't mean I get to do whatever I want. It just doesn't work that way. The culture of different companies is going to be different. Now, because the general superintendent and the superintendent came up through the field, right? So they came up through the field. They used to be welders, so they used to drive a bunch of different equipment, operate a bunch of different pieces of equipment. They're going to more naturally side with the union. Now, once it gets to the more so white collar like myself, I'm seen as an enemy of the union. Now, when it comes to this project, the tight lines are real short because the corporations, you got to think about it from the client's perspective. We're doing the pipeline for Kinder Morgan and Energy Transfer. So if you're taking a long period of time to install the pipeline, you're costing them a bunch of money because the pipeline can't be in service. Like I said, we're in spread 9 and there was 10 spreads. Spread 8 actually went under the Mississippi River, which was really stressful. I'm happy we didn't get that spread because that type of spread is just some type of stuff you see in a movie. It would be real stressful and there was going to be a bunch of problems. One mistake and you're going to have a bunch of issues. Okay. So, but this is what happened. They sent me out there in January of 2009, more or less. The deadline for the project was July 15th, which happens to be my birthday. Okay. So we had half of January, February, March, April, May, June, and half of July to get the project done. Remember, $100 million project, 36-inch pipeline, and the number of miles was about 73 miles. Now, here's what's interesting. When I was sitting there and we're getting ready to manage the project and really get going, it's just like a stream, right? A major stream like this where it builds up slowly and then it starts falling off, right? You get to the end of the stream. So we're building up the different people that were going to do the first parts of the pipeline. And we had the little the work trailers and the piece of land that we had rented, the central location, right? Just like the Pentagon, where everyone would meet. We would have discussions and meetings and all that type of stuff with the client. And then the workers, they would go out there to the field and do what they need to do. Now, here's the problem. We were working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So basically 6 in the morning to 6 p.m. Now, these guys, because they're union, they would get paid hourly. So they're over there printing money because of the overtime. Some of those guys, depending on their level of experience, they were making more money than myself. The superintendents were over there printing money. Those dudes were making probably about $14,000, $16,000 So you got to do the math, right? $16,000 times 5 in 5 months, they're making a lot of money. Now, in theory, you would think that they're happy. Well, I just made a bunch of money in 4 or 5 months. Now I get to sit around and wait for the guys that are white collar like myself to win another project, for us to go out there and go do another project. But this is what the clowns wanted. When the projects were over, because remember, the top tier management guys, they were actually part of the company where they weren't let go. They weren't let go at the end of the project. They stayed with the company, and really when the next project began, they would be ready to go. Now, here's the problem. These guys, the superintendent, the two superintendents under them, so the general superintendent and then the two superintendents under him, and then basically the foreman, the leading foreman of all the different crews, which is complicated because it depends on how big the project is. The bigger projects are going to have more foremen. But let's keep it simple. Let's use a round number, okay? So let's say there was 15 total foremen and superintendents, okay? Rounding it out. So 3 superintendents and then 12 foremen. Now, here's the problem. When the projects were done, these guys wanted to keep getting paid. Maybe not at the level of a project because they weren't actually working, but they wanted a stipend. They're like, well, you got to hold us over until there's the next project. Now, think about it from this perspective. Money isn't coming in for those particular guys because they're not actually on a project. So no revenue is coming in, but they want to get paid out all these different salaries. So you guys think about how that could be problematic, because you never know how long it's going to take. Because remember, there's certain projects where you don't really need. All right, so when it's a real small project, when it comes to pipelines, sometimes really and truly there's not even really foremen. It's a superintendent that manages a couple guys, 10, 15, 20 people, and they get it done. But the big projects requires a bunch more labor. But here's the problem. The problem is you don't know how long it's going to take to get another project of that size, to estimate it, to win it, all that type of stuff. So you could be paying 12, 15, 20 dudes to sit around, them staying at home, doing nothing. That money starts adding up. It's overhead. Okay? Now, if the company is not doing so well or something is going on, there's a bad economy, all it takes is one mistake and your company can go bankrupt. Now, for you guys that are older and up to a certain age, you guys know that during that time period, there was a recession, okay? So it was what they call the Great Recession, one of the worst economic downturns in the history of this country. And actually, when the president of my sister company sat me down, okay, they interviewed me and they hired me and he sat me down. He was talking about how, and we're talking about the superintendents and those foremen. He sits there and starts telling me straight up, you know, these guys, they don't give a fuck if we go under, if we go bankrupt. And now things have got more serious because of the recession. And I'm going to talk about here later on what the issue was here in about 30 minutes. Because remember what the president said. So the president said that these guys don't give a crap if the company goes under, if it goes bankrupt. This was in 2009 in January, right before I went to Mississippi. Okay. So I go over there to that project and I'm one of the managers. I'm one of the main managers. Now, what's the problem? The problem is I'm real young. That's one of the problems. I'm 22, 23. But I did very well in college, and there was a reason they hired me. Okay. And they felt, okay, this guy's very intelligent. He's well spoken. We like his resume. We like the internship that he did 2 years ago. Okay, let's hire this guy and let's see what happens. Because remember, the company had already been having some issues with these guys, superintendents and foremen. Now, in theory, a lot of guys would be like, well, you just hire a bunch of superintendents and a bunch of new foremen. Okay, but here's the problem. Those superintendents and those foremen, they already had a working relationship. So if they let go of the superintendents, they would almost have to let go of all the foremen. Now you're taking the risk that you hire another group of 10 people, 12 people, 15 people that don't get along. And if they don't get along, they can make your company go under. Because remember, if there's 12, 15 people, they're over there managing a big project, $50 million project, $30 million project. In my case, in the project I was on, $100 million project. So because they had came up in the field and because I was more white collar, these guys, we had a bunch of big issues because they're like, okay, this guy's 22, 23. He graduated from Texas A&M. He got to skip all these formal steps. He didn't have to be in the field. He didn't have to weld. He didn't have to use an excavator, which actually is a lot of fun. I've been in a helicopter before, and I'm going to talk about that here in a little bit. But from their perspective, okay, this guy never had to get his hands dirty, and he gets to skip in front of the line to be an assistant construction manager. There's different titles that you get to be when you graduate from my major over there in college, from Texas A&M, College Station. Okay, you could be an assistant construction manager. You could be an estimator. You could work at a actual architecture firm, right? Where most of the guys, they're never really going to go in the field. There's a bunch of really and truly paper pushing. Okay. My thing is, during the first couple of weeks, there was basically a flood. Okay. So for like a week, maybe even 10 days, we couldn't do any work. Now, the problem is because of all these union contracts, you got to keep paying all these guys a little stipend. You're not paying them a full salary for those days, but you got to sit there and pay them a portion, 10%, 20%, doesn't matter, whatever it was. That's a lot of money. Now, in fairness to the argument, it wasn't in the middle of the project or 2/3 of the way down, because if that was the case, we would be having a bunch of people, way more people, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We peaked at about 900 labor force. If it had been anywhere in the middle or 3/4, it could have been 600 people. So imagine paying 600 people and you're not bringing in any revenue because you're not producing any work, because you can't produce any work because it rained. It flooded for like 7 days, 10 days or whatever. Now, okay, it's understandable. Now, here's a problem. Under construction principles, if something like that happens, an act of God, you can do a change order for additional time to be able to finish the project on the back end and not get penalized by the corporation who hired you to do their project. In theory, that's what would happen. In practice, because they have $500 million of dollars on the line, or $1 billion on the line because of the natural gas that's going to go through that pipeline, you might ruin the relationship if you're late on the deadline. And remember, the deadline was July 15th. So the problem is these guys, and this is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life. So maybe 7 days, 10 days after that incident of it raining so much, there was the president above the sister company, which was another company, right? It's like a hierarchy, right? So there's the parent company of Quanta Services, and then there's this company under it, and then there's another company under this company. So the company over my company, that president came down because the general superintendent and the superintendents, they were threatening to walk off the project. So they were threatening to walk off the project because they were trying to get concessions. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, all that pretty stuff. The talking points we're going to cover is scrolling on the bottom on the little ticker. So what happened is, we're doing a little intro right now. So what happened is, these guys were threatening to walk off the project. So remember, the project is worth $100 million. There's an economic recession in 2009. It continued for years. And these clowns, even though we had lost a lot of money in 10 days, the general superintendent and the superintendents, they're threatening to walk off the project because they're trying to get concessions for after the end of the project. Well, when the project is over, we want to get paid a stipend. We still want to get paid a salary for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 10 months until you guys get another big project. White collar guys, until y'all bid for another project, y'all estimate it, and yeah. And then when we start the project, we'll go back. We'll go back to the full salary. Now, this is what happened. They were having a little meeting. The president of the company that was higher than my company, and his there was a president, right? And then there was his dad. So his dad passed on the company to him. So it was basically the president, the executive vice president, and then the general superintendent. They were having a meeting. I was in the field. I don't remember what I was doing. I had a problem that I had to deal with in the field. And see, the thing is, when they're doing the pipelines, it's interesting because the pipelines are usually ran through. All right, so it's fully planned out before the project begins, okay? 95% of it. Sometimes there's some issues with some landowners, but the pipeline is strategically put underground in different parts of the city where it will cause less issues. And then a lot of the landowners, they're paid out. So, okay, your land is worth such and such. We're going to build a pipeline under it. Okay, here you go. We're going to pay you, I don't know, $50,000, whatever. Doesn't matter. So I was out there in the field. I was doing what I needed to do. There was an issue. And I come back to my office. So I enter the trailer, right? The working trailer of the project. I walk in, and the president, the executive vice president, and the general superintendent, they were having a meeting because the guy was threatening to walk off the project. As soon as I walk in the door, the guy, the president, he's like, "You running the show?" So let me explain why he said out of nowhere. The first words, he said 6 words, whatever. "You running the show?" He was threatening in an indirect way to fire the general superintendent and make me the full-time manager alone by myself of the project, where I completely ran the show, and I didn't have to sit there. And really negotiate or argue back and forth or bicker back and forth as to what we're going to do on the project, how we're going to handle these issues. So basically, he was threatening to fire him in an indirect way. Now, I was going to have a lot of issues with this guy that's a general superintendent. And it was, all right, for them, it was a power struggle. For myself, I'm not one of those dudes that's power hungry. And I wasn't going to sit there and just cause drama or all these different things and trying to pull rank and, oh, well, I'm more important than you. Oh, well, okay. Well, my title has manager in it. I'm an assistant construction manager, and you're just a general superintendent. Just because my title has manager, that makes me more important. No, I wasn't doing that trash. I just wanted to get the project done safely, on time, and I wanted it to look good and not mess up and not do anything stupid. Get my paycheck and keep it moving, go on to the next project and do well. But that's not the way a lot of these guys saw it. What they saw is, okay, this guy's 22, 23. He has a better title than me. And I've been working in this stuff for 15 years, 20 years. He doesn't deserve that title. Okay. So this is what started happening. It started being a power struggle back and forth because remember, the general superintendent and the superintendent manage, they really focus on the field type stuff and I focused on pushing paper. Now, I did have some authority to do some things, but really and truly, the way I would describe it is I had more of the responsibility for the execution of the project, and the general superintendent, he had more of the authority to really sit there and fire a lot of the foremans and that type of stuff. So he fired one of the foremans because they were just kind of lollygagging around and they weren't sitting there doing what they needed to do. And when you have a crew of 10, 12, 15 people, welders, especially welders, you're going to start losing a lot of money right away. So it was a constant back and forth, and we'd have all these meetings every morning, Monday through Sunday. Okay, the progress of the project and this and this and this. Now, let me explain. We're about to get the crux of this part of the story. Let me explain what the problem these guys had, because remember, the president of my company, when he walked in to the building and where we were having a little discussion, and he was talking about how these guys didn't care if we went under. What these guys didn't understand, because there's different contract types to construction. There's the fixed price, there's unit price, a bunch of different contract types. Now, the contract that we had for this project was unit price and fixed price. So there's these things called launchers and receivers where we would get paid a fixed price. Okay, you're going to get paid $200,000 for that once you're done, right? It's like a little equation. When it comes to the unit price, okay, once you dig this number of feet or whatever, or this foot of soil, this is how much you're going to get paid. And basically the logic is what we're going to, obviously, the amount of money we're going to get paid by the corporation, our client, is going to be higher than what it costs us to do it, what it costs us to do the project in that particular different part of the project, whether it's digging up the dirt before you put the pipe in, whether you welding it, whether you're filling it up with water to test it, make sure it's not leaking, whatever, doesn't matter. Now, here's the problem with these guys. These superintendents and these different guys, they assumed this project was a guaranteed profit. Okay? Now, let me explain why they were thinking that. Because there are certain contract types where you can pretty much get a guaranteed profit as long as you're not messing up a bunch, as long as you're not taking too long, as long as you're actually doing what you need to do. One of those is time and materials. So if a piece of equipment, an excavator, if it costs me, and I'm just using random numbers because the size of the excavator could be different. If it costs me $2,000 to rent it out, to lease it per month, the company is going to pay me more than those $2,000. So you see how I'm turning a profit on it at a reasonable dollar amount. Remember, you got to sit there and submit this stuff towards the beginning before everything's finalized to go actually do the project, to get on the land and to get over there to do it. So these dumbasses, they assumed that the contract type for this $100 million project was time and materials. That's not what it was. It was fixed price, unit price, which is not guaranteed profits. There's a lot more problems that could go with it. So these guys, they're like, okay, as long as we get the project done around July 15th, which was a deadline, as long as we don't sit there and make too many mistakes and get kicked off the project, because that does happen. If a company is doing real bad, the client, what they'll do is they'll just knock that company off the project and they'll bring someone in. Behind the scenes, they'll get another company ready to go, and they'll say, okay, we're going to put you on this project on April 1st. We don't like how this other company's performing. Have your crew ready, have everything to go, your money ready, all the things you got to do, and go over there. Now, that's not what happened. We stayed on the project. Now, the problem is the union hands, all those type of guys. Here's the major problem. Those guys weren't permanent employees for the company. They were guys that were hired specifically for that project. And once the project was over, they go home, they do whatever they're going to do, and they're not going to be on the payroll for a company. Remember, it's just the management team that was going to be on the payroll for a company, especially myself. Those union workers, they traveled from different parts of the United States to Mississippi to deal with that project, and then they were going to take off. Now, because I was working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, I didn't have that much time to be going out and to be doing this, to be clapping cheeks. But I did clap some cheeks of some females over there. One of the girls, I met her at a gas station, right? So I hit on her. I cold approached her at the gas station. We went out, clapped her cheeks. Another girl, I don't remember where I met her. I think it was like Walmart. I think I met her at Walmart and we went out. There was a couple of women that I went out with. I slept with like 2 or 3 of them over there in Jackson, Mississippi. But I didn't have time and to be going out and to be staying up till 2, 3 in the morning and going to work with 3 hours of sleep. So remember, those union guys, like I was saying, they weren't full-time employees to the corporation. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe. It means a lot. A bunch of different ways. And comment after the stream. All bell. Hit the bell for all notifications. So this is what happened. Those guys were going to take off, and they weren't really worried about, oh, okay, well, if the company goes bankrupt, if it goes under, who cares? I don't really work there full time, and it's not really my company. So they didn't have any company loyalty. Now, you notice what's going on. There's the back and forth when those guys and myself, we had a bunch of issues. Now, the thing about it is what they were doing, waiting to the very last minute, being real calculating to finish the project basically on the last day. And I'm not even joking. It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever faced in my life. So we're over here working on $100 million project and the deadline's July 15th. And I'm not even joking. We finished the project on July 15th. So these guys, they were trying to milk all the money from the project because they knew it wasn't guaranteed for them to be on another project anytime soon. Now, here's the problem with that logic. That only works if you don't piss off the client. That only works if the superintendents don't get fired, all these different things. That only works if you turn a decent profit, because at the end of the day, the corporation is not going to put up with that stuff. So you notice, and what we're saying right now is really important to the end of the stream. So you guys pay attention and you guys listen carefully to what I'm saying. There's a couple different things when it comes to this. Their behavior only works if all the different things I just said. Okay. Now, what ended up happening at the end of the project, like I was saying, I had a bunch of responsibility, but I didn't necessarily have a lot of authority. We basically broke even. We didn't really make money on it. We didn't lose money. We basically added, okay, so the general profit margin for that type of project at the top end would be like $10 million, 10%, but minus overhead and all the different things. The portion of overhead that's dedicated to that project, you could possibly go down to $9 million, and that wouldn't be a bad profit margin, especially when the economic recession in 2009. That's not what happened. We made about $500,000, but that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough during that time period because there was a lot of drama. There was a bunch of, a lot of the corporations, they're like, okay, we're not going to risk it. We're not going to risk it. And we got to sit there and really figure something out. So they basically got rid of that little smaller company in that town of Fort Worth, right? It's called Cleburne. They got rid of that building, and they got rid of that smaller sister company. They fired the president of that sister company. They fired a lot of the people in that office. They didn't fire me. They moved me to Houston because they knew I knew what I was talking about. They knew I was one of the only persons that was responsible for getting that project done. I'm not over here jacking myself off. That's just the truth. I'm over here telling the truth of what exactly happened. So I was one of the main people that was responsible for getting that project done. Now, let me explain something real quick, and then we're going to move on to the first talking point, the real first one. One of the main reasons we got the project done on time, because I got to ride in the helicopter. Now, if you guys ever ride in a helicopter one day, it's pretty scary. It's almost like you're on a carnival ride, but a lot more on the line. You could sit there. It almost feels like you're on a toy, right? So you guys like ever notice like on cartoons and all that? It's like you see the guy flying the helicopter with a joystick, and it's like you're in a little video game, but it's not a video game. Something happens, you're gonna go tumbling down. So what happened is the general superintendent and myself, we'd get to ride in the helicopter, and what we're doing, we're seeing an overview of the pipeline project, all the different trades, all the different tie-in welds, what's called tie-in welds to get the project done. Now, the way I outsmarted these guys, which is why I say I was one of the main guys that responsible for the project getting done on time, even if we didn't make that much money, but at least we didn't ruin the relationship with the client. So the logic is you do whatever it takes to get this project done. You don't ruin the relationship, and then in the future, you make more money off them, okay? So the reason what I did is I outsmarted these guys. What I did is I counted all the different tie-in welds to the entire spread, which is 73 miles. And then I made these dudes compete with each other, because what would happen is all these different crews, it's like an S curve. So you start off slow with the project, you start peaking at the middle, and then you start going downwards on the hill. So I force these guys to compete with each other in order for them to stay longer on the project. Now, remember, like I was saying earlier, the superintendents of these type of projects, if you guys want to go print a lot of money, go do a union work for pipeline projects. The superintendent's over here making 12, 14, $16,000 in 1 month. You heard that right. 12, $14,000 in 1 month. Okay. So those dudes were going to do whatever it takes to milk the project. So what happened is I made these clowns, the different crews that were doing the final welds of the project, the tie-in welds. I made them compete each other for the ones that were going to get to stay on the project to the very end. Okay, you want to stay on the project to the very end? Okay, you're going to perform better in terms of the number of welds that your crew is doing. And I made them compete, and we got the project done. Okay, so I got moved to Houston. All those people got fired. I got moved to Houston. I got moved to projects having to deal with electrical distribution, transmission. Okay, so distribution is kind of what you see in the town when you're going throughout the city, right? The wooden posts, the small, and obviously that leads the electricity to the homes and the businesses. You guys pay attention to this part. We're moving on to number one, but you guys pay attention to what I just said. I got moved to Houston, and then I got moved to the division where we're talking about the electricity and all that different stuff. The other part of the job that I used to work before that was the pipelines, natural gas pipelines. At the end of the day, they're both forms of energy, and that's what was going on. So let's move on to talking points. So you guys that just hopped in here, you guys read the talking points on the bottom of the ticker under the Cash App, and read those carefully before we get going. If you guys missed the first portion of the show, I briefly talked about them in reverse order at the beginning. So let me say this before I continue. If you guys ever want to watch these streams and they're too long, I didn't know this for a long period of time. You can change the speed of the stream. 2.0x, 1.50x, 1.75x, and so on and so forth. You can sit there and go through the stream and it'll go by quicker, right? Obviously. So you guys check that out later on. All right, so talking point number one. KS never really talked about this. So for you guys that are not in the manosphere, KS stands for Kevin Samuels. Obviously, he had a core set of talking points, a core philosophy of what he really pushed out there. And just like a lot of content creators, if a lot of people agree with your talking points, your core philosophy, it's real simple. You're going to grow. You're going to get bigger. You're going to get more influence. Now, other guys, a lot of other guys, they will, to me, it's a character thing. They'll say whatever it takes to make a buck, even if they don't believe in it, even if they know it's not true. So when a lot of dating coaches say that looks don't matter, we pretty much all know they do matter. And they're doing it out of self-interest to make more money and to sit there and hoodwink all the different people like, oh, well, maybe looks don't really matter. Maybe they don't matter. Okay, I'm going to believe this guy. Looks don't matter. Okay, I'm going to follow every principle. You see how that works? So I'm not going to say that KS didn't believe anything that he said. I'm not saying that. But there were certain things that were dangerous to the health and the future of men. So you guys notice what he would do in his shows, and you guys that haven't ever watched him, you could go watch him. His core philosophy had to do with high value man. Okay. So what he would tell women is, if you do this and this and this and this, you can possibly get a high value man. Now, where he was a genius about it is he would very rarely question what they want. Now, think about the logic of why he would do that. So by all these women calling in and these women saying, okay, I want a rich guy. I want a guy that's a doctor, a guy that makes 200,000 a year, whatever. By not challenging what their wants were, he could sit there and flip the script in their direction and force them to qualify themselves to men. Okay, you want this guy? What are you going to do about it? You going to work out? You going to settle down at a younger age? You going to maintain your looks? Are you going to cook? What are you going to do to get this man? Right? Now, what you will find, you guys that have watched some of his videos or will watch them, because remember, the talking point is KS never talked about this. Now, it doesn't mean he never, ever, ever, ever talked about it, but it's really rare. You got to spend a lot of time to find it. Okay? So what he wouldn't talk about, what he never pointed out, is how these women didn't put on their list of what they wanted is a real attractive man in terms of looks. Okay? The body, the face. Some people would or would not argue that height is a part of looks. That one's a little bit more debatable. That's a conversation for another day. I'm not going to fall into the weeds of that conversation because the first part of this broadcast has a bunch to do with the back end of this broadcast. So we're not over there wasting time. When I do these broadcasts, I'm giving y'all the most concise version of it. I don't try to sit there and go off the deep end and fall into the ocean. I'm giving y'all the most concise version that you can get because I know you guys have a busy life and I do as well. So you got to think about the women that would call in, late 20s, mostly 30s, women in their 30s, some women in their 40s. The famous dual mating strategy. So you guys that are not familiar with it, the dual mating strategy is that you seek certain guys for one thing, the so-called good genes, right? A guy that's more likely to produce a kid that's going to be taller, right? A male that's going to produce another son that's going to be taller, or a female that's going to be more attractive because the woman mated with a guy that she found attractive, that's conventionally attractive. Okay. And then the second part of the dual mating strategy is the idea that, okay, you're going to find a guy that has a bunch of resources, a nice house, a guy that's a doctor, guy that has a lot of money, comes from family money, that type of thing. Now, because a lot of the women that called into a show, they had already satisfied the first part of the dual mating strategy. Okay, they had got the so-called best genes they could get, and they had kids by those men. Now, ideally, women would be able to get the same thing, both things, in the same guy. The reality is very few women can thread that needle. And it doesn't matter what percentage it is, 10%, 15%, 20%. Doesn't really matter. 10% is still very few, in my opinion. Maybe even 20%. That starts becoming more debatable. But women in general have a hard time threading that needle. Just like men. Men, the male equivalent is getting a female that is very, very attractive. That's a 9 or 10. That isn't a gold digger. That has a more pleasant personality. That's going to cook, clean, and not be difficult and make your life miserable. That's very difficult thread to needle, or a needle to thread, right? To put the thread through the needle. It's doable, but it's not easy. So a lot of women, like I was saying, they wouldn't talk about, okay, well, I want a guy that's really, really, really attractive and tall and nice body and looks. Now, did some of them talk about it? Whatever percentage it was, 10%, 15%, 20%? I wouldn't say more than 20%. And I'm being really, really, really generous. And there's no real way to measure that unless you watch every single broadcast, every single female caller that called in. It's not something that you can really measure in a real way. But remember, the talking point is KS never talked about this. So he wouldn't sit there and, okay, well, don't you want an attractive man? He wouldn't really say that. Now, what he would do is he would challenge women that actually wanted that. So he would challenge and say, well, you want a rich guy and you want a guy that's established. You should worry more about the money aspect and the career versus worrying about a guy's looks. Now you got to think about why he would say that. He would say that out of self-interest. By him not talking about, okay, look for this in a guy, high value man. He even part of a high value man from my perspective is a guy that's healthy. Okay? So a guy that's healthy, Steve Jobs is a good example. He didn't want to go to the doctor, and you guys got to read his biography. Amazing book. One of the best books you could ever read in your life. You guys got to find the biography of Steve Jobs by Walter Isaacson, order it from Amazon and read the book. But if you're not healthy and you're not fit, you're not taking care of yourself, eating a decent diet, how can you make money for a corporation or manage a corporation if you're dead? You can't. So I would argue, and obviously if you're healthy and you're eating well and you're working out, you're going to look better. Let's just call it for what it is. You're going to look better, right? So by Kevin being ruthless and focusing on women's pathological obsession with wanting resources as they get older and really focusing on what women want, and he knew that's what women want, he was able to really express in real time a lot of the different principles we talk about in the manosphere when it comes to the red pill. Okay, that's what he was able to do. So you guys keep that in mind because this talking point ties into the other ones. Number 2, exercise options analyzed. So you guys that just came in, like, share, subscribe. If you like what you're hearing, toss in a couple dollars at the Cash App, $ Ace of Spades 100. Okay, so talking point number 2. One of the most infamous phrases in the past couple years in the manosphere. So the phrase was exercise options. Anyone in the chat want to guess what that meant? Some of you guys are going to know what it is, but anyone want to write in the chat what that refers to before I start going in on that topic? I got IG, but I don't really focus on it too much. It isn't something that I really worry about building. It's better that you find me on Twitter. So after the stream, I'm going to put my Twitter in the comment section and I'll pin it to the top. In terms of the IG, I don't really use it. It's not going to be a big portion of my marketing of my channel. It just isn't. So exercise options. What the concept referred to, it kind of died down. But what Kevin would say is to these women, okay, if you get the guy that all women want, 90% of women want, 80% of women want, if you get the guy that's rich, really successful, has a nice house, that's a doctor, you got to logically conclude that other women want him as well. So what Kevin would tell him, if he's paying your bills, if he has you in a nice house, you're driving a BMW, you should basically look the other way if he wants to cheat on you with other women. If he's going to step outside the marriage and go have his fun. Okay? Now, women had a big issue with that. They're like, well, that's the whole point. I got the guy. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of me being with the guy. We're going to be committed to each other. So why would I be okay with him cheating? And what a lot of these women did, they didn't understand is Kevin wasn't encouraging men to cheat. He wasn't saying that they will cheat. What he was saying is there was a possibility that these guys would cheat because they had a lot of options. Okay? And in other words, he was telling these women, okay, you should be grateful that the guy settled down with you and he gave you a great life. Gave you the house, gave you the cars, gave you, I don't know, caviar, lobster, all that other amazing stuff, trips to Italy. Now, one thing, I don't want to say he had a hard time understanding it, but maybe out of self-interest, he wouldn't say it in public. But he never really pinpointed the issues women have with that. Now, there's different issues. If a woman is younger she assumes, and remember, this point is important. All this stuff ties together to the very end of the stream. So you guys that just walked in, everything gets tied together at the end of the stream to the main title of the broadcast. So you guys stick around, and if you guys got to go do something, okay, we'll watch it tomorrow on 2.0x speed. So when it comes to the exercise options, if a woman is younger, she assumes she's going to be able to get it all. Okay. She's going to get looks. Well, in her eyes, she's going to be able to get looks. She's going to be able to get money, career. Remember what she's looking for in a guy. She's going to be able to look for love, and she's going to be able to combine it all into one man. Okay. Now, there's some women, especially nowadays, they still think they can accomplish that. They can get all those different things in one man, and they have hope for it. So some of those women, they had an issue with that phrase because they were projecting it forward. Okay, well, the guy that I love, the guy that's attractive, the guy that has all this money, I don't want him to be cheating on me because that's going to break my heart. Yes, there's some women that saw it from that perspective. But here's the next one that's a little bit more red pill, and it really starts leading into Manosphere 101, Female Nature 101. Some of those women, the reason they had issues with it is because they're like, well, that's the whole point of getting with a high value man. That's the whole point of getting with a rich guy. So I have access to all that stuff. So in the back of their mind, what they're really thinking is, okay, Kevin is over here telling these men that they can go cheat on me and all this different stuff. In their minds, they're thinking, okay, this guy, not only will he cheat on me and so-called betray me, he might fall in love with the mistress or one of these women, the side pieces, and bam, there goes my high value lifestyle. There goes the cars, there goes all the different things. Well, she still gets half. Okay, well, you think about it from your perspective. Would you rather have half of something or the full of something? Okay, on most things, what would you rather do? What would you rather do? Would you rather have $200,000 or $100,000? So from their perspective, they're like, okay, Kevin is over here telling guys it's okay to cheat, these rich guys, and then basically when I get one of these guys, when he's over there dealing with women on the side, he's going to divorce me, and there goes a lot of my stuff, so-called my stuff, and it's going to go to another woman. You see how that works? So that was talking point number 2, analyze. Number 3, this one's where things get really interesting. Now we're going to circle back around to the company that I used to work for. Now, remember, I had got moved to Houston, and I was going to focus on electrical projects. One of the first projects that we were dealing with over there was the installation of smart meters. Now, you guys tomorrow, I mean, I don't know why you would do it now, but, well, I mean, I don't know. There's an idea you could possibly do it. I'm going to talk about that. But the whole logic behind the smart meters, it's more electronic. It sends a signal to the company, the electric company. It tracks how much your usage is, and it charges you for it, right? All right. So the project was we were installing smart meters at every new business, all the old businesses, all the houses throughout the entire city, all the suburbs. Imagine how many meters that was. Just a ridiculous number of meters, okay? Now, what people used to do, and this is the thing where I might teach you guys how to do something, and if you guys go do it, I didn't teach you, okay? I didn't teach you guys how to do this. I'm just saying what people would do. So with some of these guys, to jack electricity, because remember, there's guys out there in the field, they're installing the smart meters, and obviously they got to take the old meter off, and they got to sit there and install the new one. Now, what some of these guys would do at these houses, they would like drill a little hole under the glass, and they would get like a paper clip, or they would get a thin piece of metal to slow down the meter, right? So they could get cheaper electricity. So when they would go over there, all the different guys, man, these guys drilled a hole under this meter. Oh, when they jumped this fence, a dog chased after them. Okay, one time like a guy got a Glock pulled on him, right? Because all these different homeowners, they would get a piece of paper. They would get a piece of paper in the mail telling them, okay, we're going to go change out your smart meter here in a week, 2 weeks. Be ready for it. Don't pull a Glock on our employees, understand it for what it is. Because they're doing it in the daytime, right? The normal work day, 7 a.m., 6 a.m. to about 5 p.m. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. So there was a guy, every guy had what's called a master key. So basically, that master key could open any meter in the entire city. So if you lost that key, you pretty much got fired. Now, if some random person picked up the key, they wouldn't know what it really does, more than likely. At the end of the day, you're going to get fired. Now, the guy, because I was one of the managers, but I wasn't the main one, the guy above me, he had most of the authority. Now, he had them working. He had them being up there like at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. And the logic behind that was for them to drive around all the different parts of the city before they got caught up in rush hour traffic and waste a lot of time and not be installing meters. So they would wake up early, 5, 6 in the morning, and they would be done by 4 p.m. Okay. Now, here's the thing about it. This company didn't give that much vacation time. These guys, so let's say it's like 9 p.m. the night before, 10 p.m. and they're popping bottles in the club. You guys that haven't heard the song "We Be Up in the Club," Ramil used to rap it. That's a good song. So "Clubbin" by Marcus Houston and Joe Budden, real good song. So let's say you're popping bottles in the club and you're not getting any sleep. Your wife is sitting there throwing food at you because you've been acting a fool. Whatever. Let's say you're having a bad day and you show up at work, no hours of sleep. You got to be there at 4 in the morning. And you got to go install a bunch of meters. You're not going to have a good time. You're more likely to have an accident. If you have an accident, they could sue the company, the corporation, because you had an accident in the company truck. The company has all the money, so the lawyers are going to go after the companies that have the money. So that's pretty much, you get fired. You crash a truck, you get fired. If you sit there and lose that master key, you get fired. If you're sitting there and not installing enough meters to turn the company enough profit, you get fired. Now, let me explain what the guy would do, because he sat me down a couple months later and we talked about it. So let's say these guys were messing up. They were showing up late and they weren't installing enough meters. As soon as they showed up at 4 p.m., whatever time it was, man, there was probably about 40 guys. 50 guys installing these meters. As soon as they parked their truck and they got on the dock, which is where they would put all the meters into the truck, he would get in their personal space and tell them, you got 1 foot out this door. I'm going to give you something to think about. I'm going to give you something to think about, and you're going to take a day or two off and you're not getting paid. So he would get up all in their personal space. And I'm not even joking, like 12 inches, 16 inches away from their face. So the part of the culture of that company was intimidation. They're going to intimidate you. They're going to sit there and talk shit to you. They're going to run their mouth to you to try to get you to do more work. Now, what do you guys think? What's the problem with that? Before I continue this talking point, think about that carefully. The intimidation tactics, getting in their personal space, calling them names, and I'm not even sitting there fronting. One of the president, one of these clowns, well, he's a vice president. He was he passed on the company to his son, which was a president. I'm not even joking. You can't make these stories up. I mean, I'm dead serious. The stuff I'm about to tell you, I'm not joking. I don't come over here to front. I'm telling you, everything I say in my videos is the best to my recollection. I recollect the stories and I tell them as best as possible. I don't sit there and make up stuff. Everything I say in my videos is true. Now, when I walk in the door over there, this dude gets my sweater, a Puma sweater. Puma, I don't know, it cost me like $80-$90, and it was it was a nice color. It was like blue. So I walk in the building one day and he's like, hey, let me see your sweater. And I'm like, what do you mean you want to see my sweater? Like, what do you mean you want to see my, like he wanted me to hand him the sweater. I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, because I just showed up in Houston. I didn't know anything about that culture of that particular subsector of the company. So I hand him my sweater and he rips it in half. He rips it in half. He smashes it in half and he gets some scissors and he rips it in half. And this guy he's like, you look like a fag in that sweater. You're not going to be wearing that sweater anymore. I'm going to throw it away. And then I was like, that cost me like $100. So this clown, he gets $100 out of his wallet. No, not a wallet. You know how some of those guys, they got like a roll up of $100 bills, like in a rubber band, just to try to sit there and look cool. That's pretty much what he does. So he pulled out the row of hundreds or whatever, and he chopped the 100. He got the 100 out and he ripped it in half and he handed me the 100. Now, for you guys that don't know, If you tape it, if you tape back a dollar bill, whatever, a 50 or 20, I think as long as you have 3/4 of the money of the if it's a 50 or 20, the bank has to honor it. So you give them the 20 that's showing the face or whatever, and it's 2/3, 3/4 of the money, and they have to honor it and give you a replacement for it. Okay, let's go back to the whole culture of intimidation. So now the guy sat me down, the project manager that was above me for the smart meters, all that type of stuff. He's like, "Do you think I'm too hard on these guys?" I said, "If you keep getting in their personal space, you're real close to one of those guys swinging on you." Because, like I said, 12 inches away, 16 inches away, I said, "You're real close to one of those guys swinging on you." But what's the what I recommended to him, I told him, okay, well, you got 40, 50 people. Another thing you could possibly do every month, every 2 months, every 5 weeks, you can fire one of them that's performing real badly. And you're basically intimidating the rest of the guys in a indirect way to work harder. Remember, they're working from 5 in the morning to 4 p.m., that type of stuff. And I was telling him, you can only squeeze so much work out of a person before they're just burnt out. And then the other thing is very few vacation times, days. Remember, this was in 2009, 2010, the recession, the Great Recession. So the thing about it is, you got to think about this from a logical perspective. The type of behavior that he would do, that only works if these guys keep working at the company. The intimidation stuff, all these different tactics. I told him, when the economy starts rebounding, you do realize you're going to lose a lot of money. You get that, right? Because they were making a bunch of money in that division. We were making a bunch of money. But I told him, you do realize you're about to lose a lot of that money. You get that, right? You understand that. So yeah, you made a bunch of profit in these months or 6 months or whatever. You're about to lose that money in the other direction. And the reason you're going to lose that money is because there's going to be a lot of those trucks that are going to be parked there. There's no guys to install the meters. It takes time to hire people, to find people, the criminal background, make sure that you don't have big felonies, to find people that have experience dealing with electricity, right? All the paperwork, all these different things. So what I started telling them, you could have 10, 15 people that there's 10, 15 trucks that doesn't have people in there making money for the company. That's a lot of money. So I told him, you know what? The only way what you do works, it only works if people keep working here and they don't start leaving in mass numbers. And that's likely what happened in the future. I moved to another division, so I don't really know what was going on. But I moved to another division, and who knows what happened. So you guys keep that in mind in terms of this talking point. Remember, all these talking points, it's like the main point of the paragraph. They always circle back around to the title of the stream, the broadcast, and then they circle around to the main point, which is number 5. That was personal story from the workplace. That was number 3. Now we're to number 4, and then we're going to get to the magic event of number 5. So number 4, hoes are winning. Does anyone in this chat know where that comes from? Anyone at all? I'm going to let someone try to take a guess in the chat before I start with it. Okay, so hoes are winning became a major talking point in the Black manosphere. The people that made it popular was these 2 guys by the name of Ramil and Ty City. So the logic behind it is that it was pointless to try to shame, blame, and explain, which is what they claimed Kevin Samuels and now whatever the broadcast, whatever the streams, the channel name, Fresh and Fit, trying to change women's behavior. Let me summarize that real quick for the people that came in here. So shame, blame, and explain is what Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels, these guys do. So basically the logic behind it is, okay, we're going to try to change the behavior by shaming them for their bad behavior. and we're explaining to them that if they settle down at a young age, or I'm sorry, at a later age, if they wait too long to settle down, they're not going to be able to get the type of guy they want. And even if they settle down at a younger age, because a lot of women, most women are chasing after the same type of dude, it doesn't guarantee anything. Okay? That's the logic behind SBE. In terms of hoes are winning, what they were basically saying is, for the people that just came in the room, please like, share, subscribe, all that pretty stuff. If you like what you're hearing, toss in a couple dollars in the Cash App, $ Ace of Spades, 100, 100. So, Ramil and Ty City, they were basically saying, when it comes to modern women, they're having a field day. They're getting to do whatever they want in society. And there's some truth to that. If you look at the average sentencing of males and females for the same crime under the same circumstances, men on average go to prison for a much longer time period, right? When it comes to the deletion of fetuses, all the rest of us have to help pay for that stuff. Now, it doesn't really matter if I agree with the practice or not. I'm just explaining, okay? But they were focusing with the concept of hoes are winning. They were focusing more on the concept that women, they were able to have fun in their younger years, go all over the world, use all these different guys on Instagram, being able to fly all over the world, being able to have all this fun, being able, remember, this is what they were saying. This isn't what I think. This is what they were saying. That women get to slut around during their 20s, and then when they get to their 30s, they are still going to win the game and find the husband and all that type of stuff. Now, here's the problem. Here's a problem with that talking point. You have to assume a lot of things are true, actually factual, accurate, in order for the talking point to make sense. So, one of the assumptions behind the talking point is that women, most women, because we got to apply this to what's generally true to most women, to a large amount of women. In order for something to be an accurate, a semi-accurate talking point, it has to be true most of the time. If it isn't true most of the time, if it doesn't make sense most of the time, it's not much of a talking point. Okay. So what they were basically saying is, during that time period, is women, they're going all around and slutting around and sleeping with endless dudes. And then with this other guy, they're using them as a temporary, as basically as a beta provider, but not even in a real sense, because they're not even settling down at that young age, right? 24, 23. So basically the logic of what they're saying is, okay, they're getting sex, endless sex from all these different dudes. And then these type of dudes, they're using them for money, all these gifts. And then these other guys, they're leading them on with the possibility of sex. ARC, rest in peace. Go read his book. That's the title of the book. No Free Attention, Possibility of Sex. He came out with 2 versions of it. Updated version, right? Go check the books out. So the concept is, okay, I'm going to lead all these guys on. I'm going to lead them all on. Okay, I might not be able to get gifts or money out of him. Maybe I have some character in me, and I'm not going to use all these different guys for money. But I'm going to have these guys as emotional tampons. Now, all the different pillars of what I just explained, the whole possibility of sex, a very large percentage of women do that. They have a bunch of guys around where they're kind of floating the carrot of it, knowing full well they're never going to give that guy sex. Well, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that, Bishop? I don't see the problem with that. Oh, well, what's the problem? Or you know, like the Jessica X voice, you guys that are not in the Black Manosphere. Well, guys, yeah, ladies, don't lead guys with don't lead them on with the possibility of sex. That's immoral. That's wrong. Let's say most women do it. Doesn't matter whatever percentage it is. 50%, 60%. A lot of women do it. There's some women, they have some character and they're like, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to lead a bunch of guys on and make them think that I'm going to give them sex." Now, the first thing a lot of women say, "Well, guys lead women on too. What's the difference?" Hey, over here on this channel, we mostly talk about the information that helps men. I'm sorry, I'm not really here to really advise and give a bunch of advice to women. I like all my subs equally. If women come over here and they like to listen to the perspective of a man and the men that are in my chat and all that different type of stuff. But now I'm not disingenuous. Let me make that clear. I'm not disingenuous. There's a lot of sexism towards women. And that's a conversation for another day. But I'm not disingenuous. What I say is the most accurate stuff that's out there from my perspective. Okay? That's a conversation for another day. But the point is, all right, the hoes are winning. One of the pillars of it is, one of the assumptions is that women, in general, most women, remember, anything after 50% is most. One of the assumptions behind that talking point is that most women like to float around all over and bounce on a bunch of different dudes' pogo sticks. That a lot of these women, most women, that they like to munch on a lot of carrot sticks, right? That a lot of these women, most women, like to slob on a bunch of pickles, right? That most of these women, that they like having a bunch of sausages, okay? Like I've said before, that's not true. Most women, by the age of 30, remember what I define as a woman that's slept around a bunch, as promiscuous. I define it as a woman that more or less has more than 25 bodies by the age of 30. A lot of women don't like men talking about this topic. I'm sorry. I quite honestly don't care about women's body count, because I know I can sit there and figure out if the woman I'm dealing with has a high body count or not. But it isn't that, it's not one of those things where I'm over here policing the behavior of all women. But just because I don't really care, it doesn't mean my subscribers don't care, because most men care a bunch about a woman's body count. I'm sorry. I'm not going to, my job over here isn't to try to convince men to not care about something that they really care about. It would be like, the thing about it is, the equivalent is women trying to convince other women, like, okay, you're being too money hungry. You need to tamp down your money hungriness. That doesn't happen. So why do women have all this expectation that guys have to sit there and try to police the thoughts and the behavior of men? Women don't. And we're going to get to that here in a little bit, because that's a really important topic. We're going to talk about it more some other day, but I'm going to get into it here in a little bit. But the thing about the hoes are winning, the assumption is that most women love sleeping around with a bunch of different dudes. No, because I would say about, like I've said, and I will say it in a bunch of my broadcasts, I would estimate between 20 and 30% of women, more or less, have more than 25 bodies by age 30, which is way different than what most guys in the manosphere think. I mean, I'm not even, you women that ever hear this broadcast, look, here's the thing. A lot of these guys, doesn't really matter, 70%, 80%. They really and truly think most women, however you want to define it, 70%, 80%, have all these body counts, these ridiculous body counts, like 40, 50, 39, 70. That's what they really, truly think. Now, if they had a bunch of experience, number one, if they had a bunch of experience with women, they would know that's not true. They would know there's certain women that you could literally, all right, when you slept with a bunch of women, I said this other day, when you slept with a bunch of women, you could literally get off your phone. All right, right now I'm doing a broadcast. I could literally get off my phone, and at 10 in the morning, I could text 3, 4, 5 of the women that I slept with in the past. And hey, you know what? Let's go get some breakfast. Let's go sit there and go get some coffee. And they're like, okay, whatever, let's go. And I'm over there being all romantic. You know what I mean? Like at Waffle House, IHOP. You got to be real romantic with these ladies. Take them to a real prestigious restaurant like IHOP, or, one of those taco trucks. Okay, you got to be real. You got to finesse women a little bit, massage them, make them feel special. So take them to IHOP and not sitting down with these women and be like, you know what? I know we haven't talked in a long period of time, but I want to be in a relationship with you. And once I said that, I would see the woman doing cartwheels all throughout the restaurant. I'm like, oh, damn, did I make her day today? What the fuck's going on? I'm sitting there like drinking my black coffee and I'm drinking, my orange juice and I'm chopping up my pancakes and I see her doing all these cartwheels. A lot of these women, and I'm going to keep saying it in a bunch of my streams, a lot of these women that you sleep with, most, some, doesn't really matter what the percentage is. It's a big percentage, 30, 40, 50. Every woman is different. Every guy and the women they've dealt with is just a real complicated percentage. This one's actually real complicated. But the point is, a good chunk of percentage of the women that a guy sleeps with, if he really wanted to, he could have pursued her in a serious way and not, quote unquote, pumped and dumped her and got in a relationship. So what does that tell you? What I just said right now, let me explain what that tells you. What that tells you is that a lot of women aren't going around sleeping with every cock that they're trying to find. Most women, they don't walk outside their house and they're over there doing cartwheels and jumping on a bunch of pogo sticks. They're not jumping around, jumping on a bunch of different sausages. The guys they sleep with, oftentimes, those are the guys they want to casually date, seriously date, and possibly get in a serious relationship if things go well. They're not just trying to jump on your pogo stick one time. If you're sitting there taking them on real dates and you're actually seriously trying to get to know them, there's a decent chance you have a decent chance to get in a serious relationship or date it for a period of time. Now, obviously, some of these women are married. Some of these women have fiancés and all these different things. Some women, they actually do like casually sleeping around. So you won't necessarily have a chance to actually date her in a serious way. But my argument remains the same. A lot of these women, you would have a chance to casually date at least. So if you keep tying the logic of all these different principles of the manosphere, you start realizing that most women are not sluts. Another principle, okay, whatever, we're right here, we'll talk about it. And men should universally agree on this principle. If you know as a man that women are viciously picky about a man's looks, okay, doesn't mean they're only going to select on looks. Especially as they get older, they're looking for the resources, the security, and all that stuff. But remember, we're talking right now, quite honestly and quite frankly, we're talking about the women that are, and there's no other way to say it, women that are in their beauty prime from age 18 to 27, 28. We're more so talking about them because, well, Ramil and Ty City, because they're young and I'm fairly young as well, they're talking about younger women. That's just what they're doing. So the thing about it is, these women, if women are viciously, think about this carefully, okay? If women are viciously picky about looks, how can they be sluts at the same time? Let me say that again. It can be true, but it oftentimes is not true. So if women are viciously picky about the guys they deal with, and if they think most guys are ugly, remember, we're talking about women in their 20s. How can they be sluts at the same time? You sit there, they contradict each other. Now, most of the time, that isn't true. The times that it is true, okay, so if a woman, let's talk about how and where, under what circumstances a woman is more likely to be a so-called slut. Well, it would be a woman that goes out a bunch with her friends, is surrounded by a bunch of dudes all the time. Work doesn't really count because a lot of guys aren't flirting with women and trying to get in relationships with them because of Me Too and that type of stuff. So if a woman is going out a bunch with her friends every single weekend, multiple times a week, well, just the basic logic would tell you she's more likely to run up her body count, right? What's another type of woman? Well, another type of woman would be like a woman that's wants a high-end lifestyle, and that's wants to be flown to this city and that city, and she'll be like, whatever, this guy flew me to New York City, Florida. I really don't want to put out, but he basically spent $1,000 on me, so whatever, I'm going to put out. Now, if a girl does that with enough dudes, well, she starts racking up her body count. Now, a lot of women, you got to remember, because a woman is in her 20s, more so than in other points of her life, we're talking about in general, she's going to be swinging for the fences. So she's really and truly trying to find a guy that has a bunch of stuff all in the same guy. Okay. So the looks, the money, some status or perceived status because of Instagram, a guy that's her personality type, all these real complicated variables. And once you combine those 10 variables or 14 variables, it reduces the percentage of men that could meet her standards to basically close to nothing. So a lot of these women, they're over here, they bang one dude. Okay, follow me on this. So they bang one dude that fits her ridiculous criteria, let's say at age 21. Okay, now I don't do this. I don't advise guys to do it, but I know a lot of guys do it. So let's say that dude that she slept with, because remember, she's 21. That guy that she slept with is a D1 college athlete or even a D2 college athlete, a low-tier rapper, whatever. Now, what a lot of these women will do, and this is where the personal experience comes into play. Now, what a lot of these women will do is they sleep with the guy and they get led on for a year or 2 years, hoping that the guy's going to lock them down. Okay? There's been women where I've circled back around years later and we slept together. Now, here's the catch, though. I didn't lead them on. They knew from the jump that's what it was going to be. We're going to casually sleep around. Or I was going to casually sleep with her, and it was understood that we're going to be little friends with benefits. Now, sometimes it would fall off, but think about why it would fall off. So if I have a friends with benefits and the woman is comfortable with me, even in the beginning, if I tell her, okay, so all right, let's say 2 years ago, there's a woman, we started sleeping together and I told her it was friends with benefits from the jump. And then let's say it fell off. Why would it fall off? It could fall off for a bunch of different reasons. She doesn't want to feel like she's being used for sex. Another more important reason, for the sake of this conversation, is she found a guy that she wanted to get in a relationship. Now, maybe she didn't like him as much as she liked me, but she's like, I guess this guy will do for now. I mean, it's a relationship, but I'm not way too into him and I'm tired of being single. And I did this 2 weeks ago. One of these women that I've had friends with benefits over a long period of time, she's with a guy, but I can tell she's not really that into him. If I told her in a serious way, you know what, how about you break up with him and you get with me? She would sit there and be doing cartwheels at a real prestigious restaurant like IHOP. Know what I mean? Waffle House. That's what she would do. And I'm not over here jacking myself off. I'm telling you, that's what she would do. Okay? She's one of those women that did what I talked about in the past. I didn't spend $1 on her. She came straight over. I invited her straight over to my house. She's like, well, you want anything to eat? I was like, I don't know. What do you have at your house? Just bring something from your house. She's like, okay, well, I'll bring some Hot Pockets. And, a lot of guys are real simple. I'm like, great. I mean, I don't have to take you out to a prestigious restaurant like Waffle House. I mean, that's great. I could sit there and take a shower. I can put on my Jordan shorts. I can toss on a shirt. And I can sit there and wait for you to bring me some Hot Pockets. I don't have to cook. I don't have to get in my car. I don't have to drive out there to the wilderness. I mean, this sounds beautiful to me. I don't have to go to Waffle House. I don't have to take you to a prestigious restaurant like Waffle House. I'm like, okay, whatever, bring your hot pocket. So I didn't spend $1 on here. We slept together. Let's finish this part of the story. The point is, a lot of women, I don't do it. They get led on by guys for a long period of time, and they're in a semi-quasi relationship with a guy they're not even really that into. So if you're in that type of situation as a woman, how can you be racking up a high body count? Think about that carefully. So if she's in a quasi relationship for 2 years, 3 years, and if I text her like I did 2 weeks ago, and she's like, I don't really like this guy. So before you know it, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years passed, and she didn't rack up a high body count. She's over there looking, she's swinging for the fences in her 20s. I call it hypergamy deluxe. It doesn't really matter if it's a subconscious or a conscious level. At the end of the day, most women in their 20s are swinging for the fences at a ridiculous level. Okay, I want a guy that makes 100K. I want a guy that's really, really handsome. I want a guy that's really, really fit. I want a guy that's really charismatic. I want a guy that has a broadcast on YouTube. Okay, that's what they want. And they're waiting for that guy. They have a little friends with benefits, but they're not really committing to that guy because they're waiting for the guy in their eyes that they're going to get. They assume they're going to get a guy that has all the different stuff. That's what they think. Most women, you got to think about this. And Natalie over there with Alex Playing with Fire, you guys go subscribe to him. She was talking about this, and I've talked about it in my own broadcast and other streams. A lot of women, when they decide to deal with the guy and lay down with the guy, and it doesn't really matter if it's a conscious or subconscious thing, from their perspective, they're putting their safety at risk, and possibly they could have something really, really bad happen to them. They're like, okay, it's a primal thing. Okay, I trust this guy. When I met him, his body language, I trust him enough to get under him, and we're going to have some fun time in the bedroom. The women that sleep around, they have to fight their primal instinct to be watching out for their own safety. It would be like a guy having to really try really hard to not stare at a beautiful woman. I'm talking about a gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous woman. It's not easy. A guy can't easily do that. If he tries hard enough, he can't look, or he won't look. But it's not easy because we're fighting our natural primal instinct. Just like women that sleep around, they have to fight their natural primal instinct to watch out for their safety. Okay? Remember, we're still on talking point number 4. What I am doing right now is I'm over here demolishing the talking point. That's what I'm doing. What men, and this is a kicker, what men perceive women are winning, it doesn't mean women think they are winning. So from the perspective of a lot of guys, well, hoes are winning. They get to travel with this guy, and they like to go to dinner with this guy, and they get to slam this guy, and they get to get the emotional tampon from this guy. But remember, women are in their 20s, hypergamy deluxe. They're trying to get all that stuff in one man. Put a guy from the Seattle Seahawks, put a guy from a D1 school, college basketball school like UT Austin, whatever, and that guy wants to commit to her, and that guy has prospects of going to the NBA. You really and truly think that these women are not going to settle down or be chasing after these guys to want to settle down? See, this is where it comes back to why I started streaming and why I started my channel. The only way you can really start making these connections in a really complicated way is if you have a bunch of experience with women, a bunch of experience. And that's what I had. It took me a long period of time to sit there and get that crap through my friend's head over there in Panama. I was like, get this trash out of this head about, oh, well, she's using me for $40 on this date. she's not really into me, but yeah, she's gonna use me. No, you fucking idiot. You're trying to gain the information to understand women at an elite level so you can protect yourself in the future. You gain the experience on the front end so you're not one of those dudes that's in divorce court that's crying at the end of divorce court or chopping your head off after divorce court because you didn't understand women. You understand women on the front end. Going on dates with different women is part of that process. Quit worrying about these women so-called using you for $40 or $50. Take the woman out, spend time with the woman. Okay, maybe you do sleep with her, maybe you don't sleep with her. The point is you're gaining the experience. Experience to protect yourself in the future. That's the goal. That's the whole point of having taken out a bunch of women on dates. Okay? So you notice when it comes to the whole prospect, the whole idea of hoes are winning. Now, what these guys were saying, what they're really saying, and they're not saying it the way I'm about to say it, but what they're really saying is they're talking about young women are winning. They're not talking about older women. They're talking about young women are winning. Hoes are winning, more like young hoes are winning. That's what they were saying. That's their argument. That's not my argument. That's their argument. But because of women's pathological hypergamous instincts at a real deluxe level in their 20s, they're not winning when they're over here from their eyes. They're not winning when they can't get the well-rounded guy to commit to them. They're not winning when they're getting pumped and dumped by all these different guys because all these different women are chasing after the D1 athlete at UT Austin. They're not winning when they're trying to get with the guy that could be a prospect for the NBA and could make $2 million 2 years from now. They're not winning. Some of them, they're happy to be dealing with such men. Most of them, they would love to settle down with such a guy and they'd be doing cartwheels all throughout the grass and the city and the sand dunes and all over, the Sahara Desert and over there, Abu Dhabi and in the ocean and Miami, New York City. They would be doing cartwheels throughout the whole country, right? So I hope you guys really think carefully on this talking point of hoes are winning, because this is an important principle of what I just broke down. A lot of the stuff I just said is why women, from their perspective, yes, there's some women that are having a lot of fun. Yes, there's a lot of women that are sleeping with different dudes. Yes, there's some women pushing back. Okay, well, I can settle down at 33, 34. Because feminism, that's what's taught women. You can have it all, right? Social media gives them the illusion that they have unlimited options. Yes, that's true. A lot of women think they can wait forever. So before I continue to the final point, which summarizes the stream, you guys, please like, share. If you're new to the stream and you like what you're hearing, subscribe. You guys start going through my catalog. I have a bunch of stuff in pre-records. I have a bunch of long streams. I have a bunch of different parts of the discussions that we're talking about, and it's in different styles, different formats. This channel is going to be doing different formats as it develops. Sometimes it's going to be more like a rant. Sometimes it's going to be more academic style. We're breaking down statistics. Sometimes it's going to be a bunch of shorts. Sometimes I'm going to analyze other content creators. Sometimes I'm going to sit there and project stuff that might or might not happen in the future. So that's what we're going to be doing on this channel. So if you like what you're hearing, you enjoy this channel, it's going to be growing in a bunch of different ways. Shout out to DJ Kuda. I have an elite Shure mic. I'm not using it right now. I use it in my pre-records. So you guys hear the beautiful sound in the pre-records. That's because of him. All that stuff costs money. If you like what you're hearing, toss in a couple dollars at the Cash App, $ Ace of Spades 100 and all that money will get put to use in different equipment upgrades and the different stuff, right? Okay, so number 5. So you guys see the title of the stream. So, what's the primary reason women act the way they do in this society? Does anyone want to take a guess in the comment section before I answer my own question? What do y'all think? What's the primary reason women act the way they do? Now, there's a couple different things. A lot of people would say, well, because of social media. They would be like, okay, well, they feel they have potential access to be flying to Miami for free or be taken out shopping at the Gucci store like these other women that they see on Instagram. They think that they're going to possibly be able to get such a guy. What's another reason? Okay. Social media. A lot of people think that would be the reason. But let's think about this. Now, a lot of people in the manosphere, a lot of sociologists, a bunch of people even at Congress, that's a conversation for another day, but that is true. Myself, if you look it up, marriage rates are at all-time historic lows. Now, what some people would be like, well, it upticked 0.00007% on this month of this year. They would start playing all these semantics and all this garbage. No, in general, marriage rates are all-time historic lows. And it doesn't really matter if, okay, well, it's higher for this socioeconomic group. Okay, well, if guys make $100,000, well, it goes up to this level. No, over here, we're going to talk about what's generally true. I don't play those stupid what if, all those stupid games. We got to have a conversation that's generally true. Now, sometimes I will break it down by statistics, but even when you have the statistics, you got to sit there and draw conclusions from the statistics. And then eventually, when you're breaking down those statistics, you arrive at a general conclusion, right? So in general, marriage rates are at all-time historic lows. A lot of women and a lot of men, they might feel it of what's going on in society, but they can't actually say it in a real way, and they're not sure that it's actually what's going on. So, I mean, women are like, I don't know a bunch of people that are getting married, but they don't really understand the problem. They don't really understand the problems that the manosphere is talking about. It's starting to spread to news media and a bunch of different places. But the problem is a lot of these news media, and we're going to talk about that more some other day, but a lot of them are pinning almost everything on a man, which is just beyond comedy. That's not factual. That's not what's actually happened in society in any kind of real way that you measure it. The people that try to act as if these problems are 90% on men, it's just a beyond comedy. They don't want to have a genuine conversation. They're being disingenuous. Those are the type of people I don't like dealing with. Those are the type of people I don't like talking to. And from a man's perspective, I'm kind of like halfway, but from the perspective of a lot of men, that's one of the reasons they don't like women in the space. Because a lot of women come over here from a disingenuous standpoint. I'm like, do we have to sit there and pile 99 books of statistics on your forehead? I mean, what's it going to take for you to actually admit that women are a big issue and they're a big problem? They're a major problem when it comes to this stuff. It doesn't really matter what percentage. I would say when it comes to this stuff, 60%. In terms of the modern problems we have in the manosphere and in society with the gender relations, all that different type of stuff, I would say it's about 60%. But when I talk about the main issue that the main reason men are to blame for these problems, a lot of guys aren't going to like it. But I'm going to talk about that some other day. But in this channel, don't expect me to be constantly breaking down the things that men, the flaws and the problems and the issues that men have when it comes to this stuff. But like I've said before, you know what? I don't do myself any favors by saying that most women are not sluts. That talking point alone, which is true and it's accurate, that talking point alone has cost me a bunch of subs and a bunch of views. There's guys out there that hear that stuff. Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Really? Okay, well, I'll debate that talking point anywhere on a fairly moderated platform, on a neutral platform. I'll debate that with anyone. Don't care who it is. Anyone in the audience, I'll debate it with any content creator. I don't care who it is, and it's not going to be a good day for them, because I kept it real simple on this conversation, because today isn't that talking point that we're discussing. That's a special stream for the future. For you guys that are in here, I wouldn't miss a couple streams. Let me explain the streams I wouldn't miss if I was y'all. When I do a full on breakdown of the so-called 80-20 rule, I wouldn't miss that stream. When I explain in a full, vicious, methodical way as to why it is true and accurate that most women are not sluts, I wouldn't miss that broadcast. When I talk about, and that one's going to keep getting pushed back, because that might be the most important broadcast I ever do. So you see it on my timeline, you see it on my channel. The video that's going to discuss why Just Pearly Things and Real Femme Sapien and a lot of these female content creators with big subs, why they're some of the most dangerous women in the world, you don't want to miss that stream, because that one's going to be really out there. I wouldn't miss that stream. That's going to be really out there. So those are some of the main ones that I wouldn't miss, and I'm going to schedule them way ahead of time. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run a poll. I'm going to tell people on my channel and the subs, I'm like, what's the best time to do the stream? And obviously whoever votes, if it's 80% this time, okay, well, it's 80% of people want it on 6 p.m. on Saturday. Okay, that's what I'm going to do it. I wanted a bunch of people to watch the stream in real time, live, because it's not the same thing versus, okay, pre-record versus live version. Those are three. There'll be some other ones that I consider super important. Another one, I'm going to make the argument as to why Alan Roger Curry was the real so-called godfather of the red pill, not Rollo Tomasi. That's not going to come anytime soon either. I want to make sure that does justice to ARC's legacy and whoever might come across it. Like I said before in one of these shorts, you never know who's watching these streams. For all I know, President Obama is up there in the clouds. If he's up there in the clouds, shout out to him. Maybe Trump's over there about to tweet, share my video. Okay, shout out to him. So you never really know who's in the clouds. So there's certain videos that are going to be more delicate and they're going to be more carefully constructed. Okay, so let's finish up the stream and let's do the kicker. So the primary reason a lot of women, it doesn't really matter the percentage, 50%, 60%, 70%. First thing a lot of women would do, if I had a bunch of women in here, the first thing they would say, well, not all women are like that. That's been covered by, hey, what's going on, Coach Steele? Sandman, for you guys, see, here's the thing. This really annoys me. All right, here's the thing. In my opinion, he's one of the most elite content creators in the history of the manosphere. Obviously, I apply that to ARC. But there's another guy by the name of Sandman. He's one of the leaders of MGTOW, MGTOW, because I can't assume that the people that are going to listen to the stream are all manosphere. But he's one of the people that I could say that actually did influence my thinking. Now, I highly respect a bunch of content creators, a bunch, and it doesn't really matter what it is, 24, 20, 14, whatever. But in terms of actually being influenced, my thinking being influenced in a major way, one of those people is Sandman. So I highly recommend you guys go sub to him. So SANDMAN, Sandman. A weird name, kind of weird or whatever, but go sub to him. Okay? So he has a bunch of videos that cover the concept of not all women are like that, which is a talking point that a lot of women use. So what a lot of women, I'm not going to talk about the whole concept, but I'm just going to keep it simple. A lot of women just use that talking point to try to deflect from the negative behavior that's being pointed out by women. See, here's the problem with that. If women were to say, well, most guys are dogs, they just want to bang a bunch of women and sleep around. What men aren't going to sit there and say, well, not all men are like that. 90% of men would never say that phrase because we know it's generally true. That's just a natural biological function of men. Men like to sleep around. Men would love to sleep with 99 dime pieces. If a guy wouldn't want to do that, well, here's the thing, Ashley. I mean, if something is generally true of 80% of women or 90% of women or 75% of women, it's fair for us to make those type of comments. Well, okay. So here's the thing. When I talk about the whole concept of, all right, most of the manosphere, it doesn't really matter what percentage of the manosphere says it. If we're trying to have a genuine conversation, if you ladies spent enough time in the manosphere, you really and truly would find out, you would notice, you would come across that 90% of men really and truly think most women sleep around. No, that's not true. In this case, all right, if a guy says, if a lady said, all right, here's the thing. Obviously, y'all know what I think, so I've talked about this a bunch. But if one of these guys, most of these guys, said, well, I think most women are sluts. They like to jump from guy to guy to guy. And one of you ladies said, well, not all women are like that. In this situation, that would actually apply. That's actually true. But the thing is, the problem is, when it comes to these conversations, a lot of women, they're not conceding any of these points in any real way. They're not admitting that what we're saying is true. Like I've said before, in my opinion, about 80% of the stuff we say is true in the manosphere. That 20% that isn't true, that isn't factual, that isn't accurate, that's real problematic. It's real dangerous stuff that gets passed around about women that isn't true. And I've talked about that in a couple streams. The rest of it's going to come in the future. So, but when women always, most of the time, want to use that phrase, not all women are like that, they're not serious about having a genuine conversation. They're being disingenuous. Now, it was interesting when I was having this conversation with Michelle the other day, and I'll read your comments in a little bit, Ashley, but I don't want to lose my train of thought. So when Michelle and I were having that conversation the other day, it was interesting that a guy 2 hours later in the comment section said she was almost being too blunt, being too honest. I was like, well, that's what you want. What are you talking about, man? That's what guys want. They want women to be honest in how they think and why they do what they do, and come from a place that's genuine. And what Michelle said, which was really interesting, that a lot of men in these different subsectors of the manosphere, that they have every reason to not like, quote unquote, women like her. And I don't agree with that point. You know, guys should be grateful that women like her come around and just straight up say what the truth is from her perspective. And, you know, that's one of those things, that's actually a phrase that's come around in the manosphere and really in society in general. Women say, and not men, but women are like, that's my truth, her truth. No, there's the truth. Has nothing to do with what you want to say to be your truth and all this stuff. There's just stuff that's true across the board. And it goes back to like, it's almost like something that's narcissistic. No, what's true? Okay, if I sit there and I drink gasoline, someone else drinks gasoline, it is very likely to be factually true that can kill me or put me in the hospital. Now, if a woman came around
Well, that doesn't really apply to me. I used to be a D1 athlete at Duke. I used to run track and field. So I'm more healthy than 98% of the women in the world. So yeah, my body will be able to drink a bunch of gasoline and take it, and I'll be okay. You see how that stuff starts being really ridiculous. We got to talk about what is generally true, or we won't get anywhere. So when all these women would call into Kevin Samuel's show, and they try to sit there and play that game, and not all women are like that. It's not, you can't get anywhere in a conversation when people do it. And at this point, I'll even extend it out to men as well. If men want to say that type of stuff, you can't get anywhere with the conversation. You can't be having this conversation for 10 hours every day. You got to have the conversation about what's being talked about, and then you keep it moving, right? So, like I was saying, and then I'll read Ashley's comments. Like I was saying on talking point number 5, a major reason, I would argue it's the primary reason as to why women act the way they do, is because at the end of the day, they think they're going to get marriage. They're going to get the ultimate safety net of what takes place in the United States. Now, women can get welfare and women can get all these different things. But at the end of the day, one of the ultimate things, if not the ultimate thing, is the financial, the societal safety net of marriage. Now, it goes back to the whole concept. Well, it's not always true that women win in divorce court. It is generally true that women win in divorce court. It is generally true that marriage is not something, and it isn't even about being in men's favor, because it really, that's not even the right way to go about it. It isn't, the way the courts are set up and the way marriage has developed in our society, it's not even like a fair deal. It isn't, because it really and truly, it shouldn't be tilted heavily in either gender. It shouldn't be tilted heavily to women or men. It should just be something that's more middle of the road, that's fair. That's really what it comes down to. So from the perspective of men, and this is where a lot of the talking points that women don't like and women really start getting their feelings hurt. I'm sorry, some of the stuff I'm about to say, it doesn't mean I necessarily agree with it. It doesn't really necessarily mean that I'm pushing this message. All I'm saying, sometimes I'm just saying what they generally think, because by putting that information out there and women hearing it, they can sit there and make adjustments in another direction. But the thing about it is, women and men are like, okay, well, what do I get out of it? I mean, you want the resources. At the end of the day, most women want security. Okay, cool. And it goes back to the whole concept of Kevin Samuels, where he was a genius. He was like, okay, you want the resources, you want the security, all these different women that would call in. Okay, what does the guy get out of it? Does he get a woman that's fit? Does he get a woman that's pleasant, that's cooks? I mean, what does he get out of it? This isn't a complicated, really and truly, this isn't a complicated thing. It's like mathematics and equations. Okay, 2 plus 2 on the left side of the equation, you add them up, that's 4. And when you add them up, on the right side of the equal sign is 4. That's the only thing that men are looking at this. And this is kind of one of the issues we've had in the manosphere when women come in and they don't want to have these conversations. Like this stuff really and truly isn't that complicated. You sit there and you set up a system, and you sit there and you come to these conversations in good faith, and men and women get what they want, both parties, and then you keep it moving, right? You build families and society keeps moving and everything goes well. It won't sit there and start going downhill like it is going right now. And I'll just say this is a conversation for another day, and then I'm going to read Ashley's comments. Let me just put it this way, and I'm going to say it in a real simple way. I have this conversation with my friend in Panama all the time. This society, because of what's going on, is going to become increasingly unstable. It's not going to be pretty. I'm in Texas. I could easily go to Mexico, but the way things are going, there's going to be a bunch of quote unquote bad stuff going on in the United States. Now you guys can figure out the rest of it, tie the clues in together, because I'm not going to go into it. But that's all I'm going to say. Men not getting sex, that's not healthy. And a lot of women, well, why do men need some sex all the time? I mean, it's healthy. It keeps a man emotionally, mentally healthy. And I'm not saying women don't need it. That's not what I said. I didn't say women don't need sex. That's not what I said. But
men, from a perspective of a man, he's like, okay, damn, my wife, my girlfriend's over here really giving me a bunch of XXX. Okay, well, I'm gonna go work like a dog, go install smart meters for 10 hours a day and get a guy yell at me a foot away from me every single day. Okay, I'm gonna go work like a dog. I'm gonna bring the money home to the house, and we're gonna have food, and I don't know, we're gonna have these little trips or whatever, and everything's gonna go well. Real simple concept. Like I said, point number five, a lot of women act the way they do because they assume they're going to get bailed out. They're going to have the financial security of marriage on the back end. They assume they're going to be able to get that. And it doesn't really matter. See, it goes back to the whole winning aspect of it. Okay. See, the thing about marriage, if a woman marries the right guy, okay, we're talking about financial perspective. We're not talking about all that other stuff about sex and satisfaction and, emotional compatibility and all that other trash. No, we're talking about the financial aspect of it. If a woman marries the right guy, if she practices traditional hypergamy, which the vast majority of women do, they sit there and they try to guarantee it as much as possible. If they're able to get a guy that's quote unquote better than herself, she makes 30K, the guy makes 70K, and they get married. If the marriage goes well, she wins. She wins because the guy is going to keep making money, and it's just going to continue to up her status and their quality of life towards the future. If the marriage ends, she still wins because the divorce courts are lopsided in women's favor. And it goes back to the whole having genuine versus disingenuous conversations. That's objectively true for the most part. It doesn't really matter the percentage. Okay. And it goes back to the not all women are like that. If what I just said is true 80% of the time, then it's fair for me to make that general conversation, that general comment. Well, this woman, she comes from family money. She's a trust fund baby. So if she gets divorced, she's the one that's getting screwed over. You see what I'm saying? Like, why should I have to sit there and qualify every single statement, every single comment, every single discussion with all these little sidebars? You won't get anywhere in these discussions. You can't have a serious discussion when it comes to this stuff. So, like I said, and then I'm going to read Ashley's comments to summarize this stream. A lot of these different talking points, 1, 2, 3, 4, they circle back around to 5. All this stuff, women's behavior and all these different things that they do in modern society, the attention seeking on social media, the women that do it, like I said, 20 to 30%, more or less, in my estimation, of women that sleep around. They do it because they assume they're going to be able to get that guy at the end of the road to give them 30, 40 years of financial security. Or if it doesn't work out, they're just going to take them to divorce court, take their money, and I don't know, go back to what they're doing, sleeping around or shooting for the fences and trying to get another guy with a lot of money. All that stuff goes back. That goes back to a lot of women's mindset. They think that that's almost guaranteed at the end. And in this case, I mean, the thing about it is, I don't want to say, in fairness to Ashley, when it comes to this actual talking point, I don't want to take it to the extent. See, some guys on the manosphere and the red pill, they would say that that women, they're going to be that viciously calculating at a real high level. And it doesn't really matter, 80%, 90%, 100%. No. In this case, I would say it doesn't really matter, 50%, 70% of women are going to be real viciously calculating when it comes to this stuff. Under the real, if you're a guy that's super red pill, you would say all women have this idea that they're just calculating. Okay, I'll settle down by this age and I'll do this and I'll do this and I'll do it at this time period. And at the end of the day, I'll get a perfect outcome. Now, I'm not going to make that type of comment because I don't agree with it. It's not true. And it doesn't really help. It doesn't really get us anywhere. So, yeah. So that's the end of my monologue. Okay, so what's up, Ashley? What's going on? Should I start at the top? Okay, let me get my charger because I need to be charging my phone while I talk. So, you guys, I don't know, keep our fans all over the world entertained, Ashley. Let me get my charger and plug it in so I can talk for a little bit longer. I'm at 10%. All right, let's see what's up. All right, so let me scroll up. Okay, let me see. All right, so Cold Steel, facts. ARC is the only. Facts. ARC is the only real godfather of the manosphere. He gave the real solutions, not just whining and complaining. That's exactly right. His a lot of his solutions, a lot of his books, a lot of his talking points, a lot of his principles, they actually were actionable in a real way to deal with women, to get better outcomes with women. It wasn't like Rolo and a lot of these other clowns. It's easy to say, well, women are hypergamous. Women like to practice hypergamy. Great, amazing. Okay, now how can guys quote unquote get a better outcome, beat it, defeat it, swerve around the thing, and not get punked by women that have a vicious idea that they're just gonna sit there and keep swing. You know what a lot of guys in the manosphere called monkey branching, just trying to jump from guy to guy to guy, but jumping in a vertical direction and getting a better dude. How do you beat that game? Okay, well, ARC talked about it, and that's a conversation for another day. That's an important video. That's not happening today. Okay, so I disagree with many of your points. I have valid reasons for disagreeing, especially with one of your last slides where you talked about women in absolutes, especially content creators. Okay, well, it goes back to the whole thing about not all women are like that. Female content creators, you're gonna have to wait for the one for Just Pearly Things, Real Femme Sapien, for really to listen to my real breakdown of what I think. Like I said before, in general, I don't have as big of an issue with female content creators as most guys in the space do. I have financially supported some female content creators, the main one being Jessica X. I donated a good chunk of money to her. But let me explain why I did. Because she really, I didn't really talk about it during my 5 points, but let me explain something. And I really didn't want to get into this point because that's a separate broadcast. But one of the main ways this society will start going more in a positive direction is if women check other women's behavior. Because you can't, when a woman does it, you can't sit there and use the same tactics that you do with the man. Well, when a man does it, he's misogynistic. He hates women. He doesn't get laid. He's ugly. He's never gonna get laid. And yeah, that's why he talks bad about women. Now, if a woman does it, checks that behavior, it doesn't work the same. You can't sit there and make those stupid arguments against another woman. Now, the problem with what I just said is a lot of guys doesn't necessarily mean I think this as well, but a lot of guys are like, well, I mean, this woman content creator checking other women, it doesn't really quote unquote count. It doesn't really mean anything if she's not genuine and caring about men's issues, and she doesn't really care about this stuff. In other words, they're like, well, she's just over here to make a buck. So she can sit there and check women all she wants, but at the end of the day, she really could care less about men. And I understand where a lot of guys are coming from, and I do agree with that on a certain extent. No deflecting here, just facts, bro. Okay, I don't know how to respond to that. There's nothing I can respond to. The natural biological facts about us aren't what you say either. It's fair for me to make this comment. It depends. Depends what there's some stuff, there's some wiggle room. Depends on the particular thing that you were responding to. There's no real way to say, because when I'm monologuing, I can't think and read the stuff at the same time. So if I'm monologuing on a point and then I sit there and read a comment, I'll lose my train of thought. So who knows which particular thing you're talking about. It's fair for me to make this comment. Okay, free speech. People can say whatever they want over here for the most part. They can't say racist stuff. They can't sit there. If they take it too far on certain things, I'll time them out. But in general, there's a free speech policy. You can disagree with me and all these different things, and I don't have an issue with it. She has major issues with it. I'm not sure what she's talking about because I was monologuing. I'm gonna tear you apart in my next live stream. I'm not sure what that's about, but the best way I would do it, if you want to respond to my stuff, what I would do is I would do a reaction review to my stream, and you're fully welcome to do it. Reaction review, I don't know, every 20 seconds, 15 seconds, start and stop my stream and respond to it. I don't have an issue with that, and that's okay. That's the better thing to do. I don't know. I mean, you can do what you want, but what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't just sit there and just talk about a bunch of stuff randomly without doing a full reaction review. So I don't know, however you want to do it though. As a lady in the manosphere, respectfully. The problem is you speak in absolutes. Okay, so here's the thing when it comes to the manosphere. A lot of these guys I've challenged their interpretation of the 80-20 rule. When I say that, I don't do myself any favors. When I say most women are not sluts, I don't do myself any favors. You would have a hard time, if not impossible. And actually, I would spend, well, I wouldn't spend, but I would bet $1,000 you couldn't find a major content creator that talks about that in a bunch of his videos and a bunch of his streams, where he makes the argument, where he makes the claim that most women are not sluts. And the definition of slut being under something of a reasonable standard. We're not talking about 5 body count or 3 or 7, because some guys really and truly think that a woman should only have 1 or 2 bodies, which is just beyond comedy. You wouldn't find a content creator with any kind of name that says that. So when it comes to certain things, I don't agree with that. And you speak on women in the manosphere without a woman's point of view to weigh in. All right, so let me talk about that because that's real important. So here's the thing. When I'm monologuing and I'm really talking about the stuff, I want my subs and I want my audience to get concise information, my concise thoughts on what I'm talking about. I want to respect their time. I don't want to waste their time. I'm not a hypocrite, so I'm really annoyed by, and it's no disrespect to anyone that hears this stuff or that's a content creator. I'm just explaining how I run my channel. But in general, I don't like watching streams where there's just a bunch of blabber, and that happens a bunch in the manosphere. And people do it for a bunch of different reasons. They want to get let me explain something to the audience that doesn't do content. When you hear that stuff, sometimes on different streams, they do it to increase their watch hours, and they want to increase their AdSense revenue, right? So, you know, when you get monetized as a channel, you basically get a small percentage of the quote unquote revenue profits when ads are played on your channels, on your channel and your different videos. That's the reason some guys do it. Some women, guys, whatever. I don't like doing that because I want my subscribers to get concise information. I want them to get my thoughts. I don't want them to hear a bunch of rambling and blabber. In the beginning of the stream, the different stories of where I worked and all that, there was a point to those stories. Okay? It ties into the topic of the stream. It wasn't just pointless. And then the other thing about it is there's some entertainment factor to it. I don't want every single stream to just be 99% female nature and all that stuff, manosphere content. You got to keep the stuff interesting. So for my subs, I added in those stories that tie to the topic because it makes the topic and the stream more interesting. So when you guys hear some of that stuff, I think it's entertaining. I mean, I'm just telling you, like, you know, you got a guy telling you how his boss grabbed his Puma sweater and chopped it in half with scissors, and then he chopped a $100 bill in half and gave it to me. I mean, to me, that's pretty funny. And the other thing I didn't say, there's a female that used to work there as a secretary. I mean, I'm not even joking. If you guys think I'm joking, I'm dead serious when I say this. He pushed the secretary, or like when she was in the restroom. So like she was in the restroom, and then she like opened the door. You know, she was done doing what she was doing, and the guy had a fire extinguisher, and he put her like back in the restroom, like he kind of pushed her with one hand, and then he got the fire extinguisher all inside the restroom.
And then like with his nephew, because I mean, here the thing is, they had a bunch of nepotism. So like with his nephew, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I'm dead serious, and I've confirmed it with a bunch of different people. So when his nephew started working there, his nephew went to lunch or whatever, and the vice president, he got some dog doo doo and put it on his desk. So he got some dog doo doo and put it on his desk where the his nephew sits. This company had a bunch of issues. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so the next one, bet. I'm serious. Okay, let's have a debate. I'll circle back around to that when I read all your comments. Okay, I have several points to discuss. Okay, let's keep going. We all have our truths. I mean, I talked about that where the thing is, guys don't say that type of stuff, which is kind of the issue that I have with it. A lot of how should I say this? When women say my truth, it's like it's almost like it's narcissism. It's like you're being narcissistic. It's like, okay, we goes back to the whole thing about gasoline. It's our truth, society's truth, that if we drink gasoline, it's gonna put us in the hospital or kill us. And so why do we have to sit there and make all these exceptions for different special situations? It's just not realistic. Okay, she's gonna rip my truth apart. Okay. And remember, for you guys that just all right, so the guys that are in here and the guys that hear the playback, I was monologuing to finish up my stream, and then I wasn't reading her comments because I'd lose my train of thought. And since I'm done now, I'm reviewing all the comments all at once. Okay, so my truth. A lot of those are well, you know what? Let me say this because this is important. See, the thing about it is, all right, so here's the thing. I got a bunch of statistics, and I could literally put them on the comment section after the stream. I could sit here and rattle them off the top of my head. In general, 97% of alimony goes to women. Now, if I was disingenuous, I would end the sentence right there and not continue. But since I'm not that type of person, what I'll say is part of the reason that's true is because some guys have too much pride. They have too much pride to ask for their money, that type of stuff. But the statistic is what it is. Just like, statistics, they can be manipulated in a bunch of different ways. And sometimes they're fairly accurate no matter what way you look at it. Depending on the person and their personal experience in life, they can misinterpret it. It goes back to my truth. So it's kind of comedy beyond comedy that certain comments that Ashley's made, because, according to my truth, to 99%, 98% of the men in the manosphere, their truth is that, well, women, 80% of women, or most women, they're only sleeping with 20% of men. You see why that's dangerous? That's their so-called truth. But the actual truth, the real truth, is that's not true. There is no my truth. The real truth is it depends on a woman's age and a bunch of different complicated different things. It depends on the society. That makes it extremely complicated as well. In different cultures, different parts of the world, some women, they're just going to, at a younger age, they're going to choose guys for a more well-rounded list of reasons: the career, the money. Because they're not first world, they don't have the luxury of being vicious about judging men's looks. Now, the thing about it is they have to sit there and be like, okay, well, I'm over here in Mexico. I'm over here in Central America. Some of those countries are extremely dangerous. Now, if they were dumb, and they're not dumb, they'd be like, okay, well, I'm just going to chase looks. We're all just going to chase looks. We're going to chase. No. Now, they might, and that's how the 80-20 rule actually works. The 80-20 rule, in a general way, see, this thing is real complicated, which is why I'm going to do a whole stream on it. But it depends on a woman's age as well. Yeah, when women are younger, they're sleeping with a much smaller percentage of men. Okay?
Doesn't really matter what it is, 17%, 19%, 21%. But when a woman gets older, they're choosing men for a more well-rounded list of reasons. In other words, okay, it might be 40%, it might be 50% of men that are sleeping with women. But the problem is, outside of the 10, 15, 20% who are mostly outside of that percentage, the men are either women are sleeping with them because a well-rounded list of reasons, personality, character, love, all that different stuff, ideally, which is what I talk about in my videos, or the ones that are almost exclusively sleeping with guys because of money, because of resources, because of provision. 20%, 30%. Remember, it gets complicated depending on the society. And then it gets more complicated as to how you define sleeping with a woman. Okay, if you sleep with one woman in the entire year one time, does that count? I mean, how do you really define a man getting sex? If you talk to a bunch of different content creators and you talk to a bunch of even experts, guys with psychology degrees, guys with PhDs over there, Psychology Today, they would define the guy, if he got sex 5 times in a year, they would still define the guy as a quote unquote incel, and they would be saying that he's basically not getting sex. You see how this stuff gets extremely complicated, and I'm going to talk about that in a full stream because that deserves a full stream, and I'm going to break it down in 99 different ways. It's going to be one of the most complicated streams I ever do in the history of my channel, and it's going to get a bunch of information attached to it. My personal experiences, so-called my truth, which it's not even really my truth, because if a guy really understands women and he compared notes with other men that have slept with a bunch of women, have a bunch of experience with women, he would find that the stuff is actually true. The stuff is complicated. The point is, when you hear all these clowns talking about how women are sleeping with a small percentage of men, that's a lie. That's not true. Who women find very attractive, which was what's found in the OkCupid study, versus who they actually sleep with, those two things are not necessarily true. Depends on the culture, depends on the age of the woman. It depends if she's meeting men in real life versus the internet. Depends on her socioeconomic status, right? If she has the backdrop of family money, in general, she's likely to be more vicious, extremely vicious, in chasing guys with real good looks. So you see how that gets complicated? We're not talking about that anymore because that became real complicated in 10 minutes. All right, so let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see it. Let's set it up because it's on. You bring up Kevin Samuels all the time. Come on, he talks about a specific genre of music, specific genre of women, just like Pearly Things. Okay, so I agree with this point a bunch. There was a self-selected sample of women that would call into a show looking at that point in time for marriage, a specific race, in this case, the Black community. So if you're drawing conclusions from that data set and what went on his show, far-reaching conclusions, and you're applying it to the general population, yes, a lot of that stuff would be flawed. Yes, that's true. But here's the problem. I bring him up a bunch because a lot of people know who he is, and he's a good example of what's going on in society. And in general, he's a main person that really set off this big domino effect of basically creating an economy. And I'm not even joking when I'm saying this. I mean, if you guys really and truly think about it, what's been created is literally a mini economy. You got to sit there and think about all the money being made on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. You got to count all the AdSense revenue from all the content creators that are generally understood to be in the manosphere. You got to count all the money being made from the people that are on the peripherals of the manosphere. Someone like Destiny, he's a good example, right? That's been dealing with a bunch of debates with the people in the manosphere. You got to count the book sales, right? You got to sit there and count all the consultations. You got to sit there and count all this endless, real complicated stuff. And when you really sit there and think about it, who knows what it adds up to? Hundreds of millions of dollars. It adds up to a lot of money. I would say at least $100 million. And then the other thing is you got to project it forward as to what's going to happen in the future. So I got to bring up Kevin Samuels because a lot of people know who he is. And because here's the thing, when you have sat there, all right, let's say there was a sociologist and he wanted to, or she wanted to write a paper based on the different stuff that happened with Kevin Samuels and the different streams. Okay. He would sit there, or she would focus it on the Black community if he or she was doing this in a proper way. Now, the problem is all these statistics, all these different people that are surveyed, in this case, it's flawed. It doesn't matter what statistic you're looking at. It doesn't, in this case, regardless of what community, regardless of what socioeconomic status, there's just way too many variables that makes the data tweaked. Okay. The problem is we got to use a original point. And you remember, you guys remember, like in math class, there's like a original starting point, and then you move on from there. The problem with this conversation, the problem with what she said is, if I brought up Fresh and Fit, which a lot of people, even outside of the manosphere, know who they are, the first thing she would say, well, that's inaccurate as well, because there's a certain group of women that get on the show. They get the party women, and they get these thoughts, and they get these women that like to use guys for money and like to be on Instagram. So that doesn't really count anyways. You see the problem with what I just said? We'll never get anywhere. Okay, so if we can't look to Kevin Samuels and we can't look to Fresh and Fit that people universally know, who are we supposed to use as an example? Now, the other problem is, if I just use my quote unquote, my truth and my own life experiences, then she would sit there and flip it in the other direction. Well, you're being anecdotal. You're just talking about your brother. You're talking about yourself. So that's not a high enough data set to draw any conclusions from. Okay, like I talked about in my other videos, and I've talked about it in this video as well, this channel is going to have a real complicated mix of academic style streams with heavy statistics and then drawing conclusions from those statistics. There'll be some voiceovers. There'll be some review of different Tinder profiles. There'll be some reviews of celebrity type stuff, what's going on. I did one of my best performing videos is a video I did on Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. So all I'm saying is, I'm going to be hitting this stuff. Sometimes it's just going to be straight monologue off my own experiences. I'm going to hit this stuff from all different angles, and I'm going to do it at a level. My goal is to do it at a level that's not able to be matched by a lot of people in the space. Like I've said before, and a lot of people that are my subs, they understand why I started my channel. Some of them encouraged me to start my channel. But like I've said before, my goal is to crank out some of, if not the most elite content out there. Now, what I won't be giving you guys, because I'm just not going to do it. I could do it, but I'm not going to. There's too much time involved, and it's just, that's not my goal. You're never going to get the most elite production out of me. You're just not going to get it. That's not my goal. My goal is to really crank out elite information. All that graphics and all that stuff, that's not really information. That's just visual, and that just looks all pretty. There's a bunch of people out there that do it, and they've grown big channels doing it, but that's not the way I'm going to do it. I'd rather have a smaller channel and just be cranking out more accurate, more elite information, better streams that has jam-packed stuff within it. Okay, I always go to him in his interviews. I already explained that. There's a reason I do that. How can you even speak to this? You haven't been married. I really don't talk about marriage much. I know you haven't reviewed a bunch of my videos. You really haven't gone through my catalog. But when it comes to marriage, I have maybe 2 videos that has to deal with marriage. And let me talk about this real quick. When it comes to vetting women for marriage, there's a difference. See, the thing about, all right, this is a problem. When it comes to Kevin Samuels and all these women would sit there and they think they had him for the gotcha moment. They thought they had smoked him with his talking point. They're like, well, you've been divorced twice, so you're not qualified to tell us about marriage. There's a difference. Did he do it some? Yes. But there's a difference between me teaching guys how to vet women for marriage versus me giving guys advice on marriages. That's not the same thing. It isn't the same thing. Think about that carefully, what I said. All right, so my age is 36. If you want to count an adult being from age 18 onwards, 18 to 35, that's 17 years. So I haven't been taken to court by different women for, child support. I haven't been getting punked for years from a bunch of different women. And let me count it. Okay, so basically in 17 years as an adult, and I'd have to sit there and really think about it, piece of paper and that type of stuff. But in 17 years, I've probably spent more than $100 on dates with women 3 or 4 times. I know it's not more than 5 or 6. So think about that. There's guys out there that are spending $100 on every single date. They're getting smoked by women. Endless women. $100, $100, $100, $200, $150. Okay, now you took out 7 women on dates and you spent $200 on each woman and you had sex with one. Okay, so $200 times 7, $1,400. You see how that starts breaking down? So in my personal life, I haven't been getting smoked by women for 17 years. I have not been getting smoked by women. That's just the truth. And like I've told people before, and like people that listen to my streams and my videos, sit there and go through my videos. Click around. I don't do videos that go on for 22 hours. Click around and listen to a 7-minute video. Click around and see a 5-minute video. And then what you'll find is like, man, this guy, if you're being honest and you're really comparing to other content creators, the conclusion you're going to arrive at is this guy knows what he's talking about. So let me talk about the marriage thing. Since she brought it up, okay, let's talk about it. Let's say I wanted to get married. I'm not going to talk about other guys, but let's say I myself wanted to get married. So if I wanted to get married, there's a bunch of stuff that I would do. And I'm be like straight up vicious about it. Okay, so if I want to get married, I'm not going to take my BMW to the date. She's not going to see me pull up in my BMW. I'm going to pull up in an Uber. Okay? So I'm going to pull up in an Uber. I'm going to show up to the date, and let's say we're going to sleep together. She's not coming back to my house. We're just going to go to a regular hotel. Well, why are we going to a hotel? Well, I live out of town. I don't live here. I live 45 minutes away. So yeah, we'll stay at a hotel. Now, the other thing is, I'm going to break this down completely since she brought it up. So here's the problem. What you guys need to understand, you guys out there, and quite honestly, I don't find an issue with it, but I don't really find an issue with it because I know how to beat the game. If I really want to be honest, and I have to be honest, I don't really care because I know how to beat the game. I developed those skills over 17 years and really understood this. And I would say around 27, 28, I really understood women at a real elite level, more than 95% of men. So I understood this a long time ago. But if I really have to be honest and I really have to put it out there, all right, when you go, let's say you do everything I'm about to say, every single thing that I'm about to say, except what I'm about to talk about in terms of during the date. There's going to be certain things that women are just going to be looking for markers. All right, so they're going to be like, okay, this guy's well-spoken. Okay, he's well-dressed. They'll start adding 2 and 2 together. Okay, this guy might have an education, or he's a district manager at a big-time corporation. He makes good money. So a woman that's super manipulative, and this goes back to like Red Pill 101, but this is more elite Red Pill 101. All right. It's generally good for a woman to sleep with you on the first date, the first hangout, the same night. The vast majority of women I've ever slept with was on the same night, the first hangout, the first date. Most of these slept with me because they had strong sexual, animalistic attraction towards me. Okay. But now we're going to get a little bit more complicated. Now we're going to go more into elite territory. Some of these women, if a woman is super calculating and she's just really, really, really intelligent to a real elite level, what she would do is she would go out of her way to sleep with you a certain number of times under a certain time period for her to think that she's really into you, right? For you to think that she's really into you. Let's say she was like, okay, well, this guy, I got his phone number. It doesn't really matter. Say you, I don't know, met the girl at Starbucks. And that's another thing. Remember, I'm vetting a woman for marriage for my own. Okay, this is what I would do. I would get her phone number, but here's a catch. I wouldn't text her from my actual phone number because I would text her from a fake phone number. I could do a bunch of different things if I want to be like just a straight up jerk. I could sit there and make up a name because the first couple of weeks is what's important. What's a woman? How's she acting towards you? What are her true motivations in dealing with you? That's your goal. Your goal never changes. You're trying to figure out what a woman's true motivations are in dealing with you. Call it misogynistic. Call it sexist. Don't care. Too bad. Who cares? I care. Doesn't matter. I don't care if women don't like that phrase. I'm gonna still say it. What are the true motivations in a woman wanting to deal with you? That's always been my goal. So, all right. So the fake name, the fake phone number. I would not go in my BMW. I would go in an Uber. I would stay at a hotel so she has no inkling what kind of house I have or whatever. Because, if you're one of those guys that comes from trust fund and your dad owns, I don't know, a ranch that's worth $500,000, some women are going to research you. I'm sorry. That's just the truth. Right. So it goes back to the date. When it comes to the date, you're not going to be able to hide every single thing that might be a marker of you make a bunch of money or not. If she hears you speaking well and she looks at the way you're dressed, she might add up 2 and 2. Okay, this guy comes from money. He makes a lot of money. Okay, now I'm going to spend more time with this guy and see what he's really about. So in the past, remember, I'm thinking in her brain. Okay, in the past, I made other guys way too much for sex. I was trying to weaponize it against them. I was trying to make them give me commitment first before I gave them sex. That didn't really work out because one time I went out with a girl in Mexico. She didn't really know who she was dealing with. So she thought she was punking me, but she had no idea who she was dealing with. So I used her for what I call an experiment. So for my subs out there that are men that really value what I put out there, eventually, I'm not saying in the beginning when you're learning the ropes, but after you've developed a bunch of knowledge about women, after you slept with a nice, reasonable number of women and you've gone on enough dates, you should do what I call experiments with some women. So let's say you come across a woman and you really feel your instincts are telling you that this type of woman is on another level. She's way more intelligent. She's way more manipulative. She's way more calculating than the traditional woman you've dealt with. What I mean by using her as an experiment, you're going to keep her around. You're not going to do it in a way that's bad. What I mean by keep her around, what you're not going to do, remember, she's experiment girl. She's the experiment under the magnifying glass in science class. You're going to keep her around as an experiment and really see how she develops her behavior towards you. Even if she doesn't give you sex, you're going to keep her around. Okay? Sometimes you might just go hang out, get ice cream. Sometimes you might just go play basketball with her. Okay, sometimes you might go on dinner with her. Now, what she's going to think, okay, well, I got this guy wrapped around my finger. I'm about to punk this guy, and he probably thinks, I don't want him to think such and such about me. So, yeah, I'm going to eventually get commitment from this guy, and things are going to go well. Now, I already had this girl's number. Shout out to Obsidian, just like he did a stream 2 days ago. He had this talking point where he talks about how he had Cynthia G's number. You guys go check out that stream. That's a really good stream. So You'll find it. Cynthia G. I don't know. It's like 3.5 hours Obsidian. Just type it in the search bar. You'll find it. But like he talks about in that stream, he's talking about how he has Cynthia G's number. So what he means, what people mean by that phrase, what they mean is, all right, so this woman or in this guy, it doesn't really matter, guy or woman, the gender doesn't really matter in this situation, in this example. But in his case, he's a man and she's a woman. Him having her number basically means, okay, this girl, this woman, she might think that she was going to be able to punk me intellectually, but it so happens that I'm the one that's actually going to punk her. And that's exactly what happened. Cynthia G has been punked by Obsidian a bunch of times. The guy's way too smart for her. The facts, the statistics, the logic is on his side anyways. And she wouldn't, even if she tried to really and sit there and try to punk him, she'd have a really hard time. Now, she tried it in the past, but now she knows better. Anytime he used to hop on panels after the first time he punked her, she wouldn't get on panels with him. So he would pop up on a panel. There used to be these things called rumbles on Sundays. Anytime she saw him hop on the panel, she would run away like a squirrel. Okay? So follow me on that. So we're going to finish the story with, I call her the girl with the pink shirt. So this girl thought she was going to punk me. Now, what she didn't know is I already saw her game a mile away, 99 miles away. And then let me explain what happened. I kept her around as an experiment because I wanted it, because I knew she was super calculating, super manipulative. And what she didn't understand, what I was going to do at the end of the experiment, I was going to sit there and drop an atomic bomb of red pills on her forehead. And that's what ended up happening. So one day I was like, this is a time to do it. This experiment's over. It's a done deal. I'm not going to play this game anymore. My instincts, remember what I talked about, what I've said before, your instincts will be developed over a long period of time. You guys that care, you guys that really care about women's body count, your instincts will be developed over a long period of time, doing a bunch of different stuff, doing the type of experiments that I'm talking about. After you've slept with enough women, after you've cold approached enough women, after you've been on enough dates with a woman, to have a baseline understanding of women, you need to have gone on roundabouts 100 dates, a bunch of different women. So in other words, if you go with one woman 40 dates and another woman 30 dates, it doesn't really count. So 100 different dates with, it doesn't matter, 70 women, 65 women, a bunch of different dates. Cold approached at least 1,000 women. That one gets a lot of people clown that talking point, but people that have a bunch of experience with women, they know that I'm being super generous with 1,000, more like 2,000, 3,000, but I kept it at 1,000. Okay. And then the last one is you need to have had at least about 30 partners. And remember, I'm talking about as a man. So you need to have slept with about 30 women. All those different things that I just mentioned, I've quadrupled all of those. Okay. So I'm not telling you to do something I myself haven't done. I quadrupled all of those different things. So you guys need to start off there. And remember what I said, you just need to have a baseline. All right, if you do those things, you'll have a baseline and an understanding of women that's better than most men. Better than 80% of men, maybe 85% better than most men. But that's just the baseline. But let me finish the story with the pink shirt, and I'm going to go back to the vetting women for marriage. So the woman in the pink shirt, I was like, okay, this is where I'm going to drop the bucket of red pills on her forehead. So I sit down with her one day at Starbucks over there in Mexico. And we start having this conversation, and I was like, well, I mean, I guess you're trying to settle down, do your thing, right? I mean, it seems like you're trying to do that. And she, in the past, she tried to play these stupid games like, no, I'm not trying to settle down. What she was really doing is she wanted to come off like she doesn't really date around, like she doesn't go on a bunch of dates. Now, remember, I could really care less. She's not my wife. She's not my girlfriend. I can sit there and sniff out sluts, so I don't really care if she slept with 50 dudes in a year. But this is what I was able to punk her, because let me explain what she let slip. I mean, it was just beyond comedy. She's like, well, I have these conversations with other guys too. Oh, really? Okay, well, let's see if that's really true. I punked her so bad that I got her to admit she's been on 300 dates in 3 years. Let me say that again. 300 dates in 3 years. 300 in 3 years. Now, where I go is I go to that border town. The name is Piedras Negras, Mexico. I go to different places in Mexico, but I like going there. I don't know. I just like the city. So I met her. I hit on her in front of her sister. I got her phone number. You know, we hung out a couple times, and I was able to get her to admit that she has 2 kids. I think she got cheated on by her husband, if I remember correctly, and basically she left him or whatever. So she has 2 girls, and you know, like a lot of women, when they get older, they're looking for a guy to help them get security. It is what it is. I don't really have an issue with that. Like I've said in a bunch of my streams, the go never changes. You do whatever it takes to find the women that find you sexually attractive, and then if you're looking for something serious, you provide for such a woman. The go never changes. Sexual attraction first, and then potentially provision. The go never changes. So now back to the story in terms of the marriage, and then I'm going to keep going down the list of our comments. So, like I said, I wouldn't go to the bar in a BMW. I wouldn't sit there. I wouldn't spend that much money on the date. 40, $50. If you spend $50 on a date, think about it. So if she gets 3 drinks and you get 3 drinks, $6 a pop. So 6 times 6, that's 36. And then I don't know, $7 tip. You're under you're under $50. So you wouldn't spend a bunch of money on the date. You wouldn't show up in your BMW. You wouldn't take her back to your house. If she's interrogating you, most of the time you should be done with that girl. There's a difference between a woman having a conversation with you versus interrogating you. Not the same thing. Just like that girl in the pink shirt. She thought she was so fucking smart. I wish you guys that really support me hardcore, that are my subs and really like what I have to hear. So like, share, subscribe to everyone that hears the stream. Comment after the stream. If you like what you're hearing, if you're so inclined, hit the Cash App. Ace of Spades, $, Ace of Spades, 100. I mean, it was just beyond comedy because this girl thought she outsmarted me. She's over here interrogating me in a roundabout way because she really is intelligent. The wrong guy is really going to get punked by her. I'll just tell you straight up. There's going to be a guy out there that's going to get punked by her, and he's going to get punked by her because he didn't have enough experience with women. That's all there is to it. So some women, if they're interrogating you on dates, I would be very wary of thinking about dating her seriously, because she's over here trying to vet you. She's trying to sit there and you know, it's one of those things where, okay, guys care about certain things and, you know, women do as well. It has to be a balanced approach. I never in my videos, never ever have I said to only get with women that, all right, so if a woman is with you, 90% of the reason she's with you is because of your looks, because of sexual attraction. I've never said in my videos that's a good thing. What I have said is it should be on top of the list, sexual attraction, number 1, and a well-balanced, well-rounded list of reasons. So if 40% of the reason she's with you is because of looks, sexual attraction, 30% because of money, 40% because of money, you're doing good. She's with you for a well-rounded list of reasons. Okay? So the other thing is, if you show up on these dates, wear modest clothing. You don't have to sit there and be balling, shot calling. There's been a bunch of women that I slept with. I was wearing some sandals, and I'm not talking about, all right, I'm not talking about I went on a date with sandals and Jordan shorts. No, that's not what I'm saying. But there's been a couple times where I went to a bar and I didn't feel like dressing up. All right, so let's say I'm at my friend's house and we're hanging out till like 11 o'clock. And then my friend says, okay, well, I got to do something tomorrow. I was like, okay, well, I'm out of here. And let's say I didn't want to go home and dress all nice to go to the club. There's been some times where I showed up to the club and I literally was wearing some sandals. I'm not talking about like real nice sandals. I was just wearing some regular Walmart or Ross stores, or I don't know, some $30 sandals from Foot Locker, something simple. I was wearing some Jordan shorts. Okay, you could argue that some women would be like, okay, this guy's wearing $60 shorts. Okay, maybe he comes from money. And I was wearing a basic t-shirt, and I went to a bar and we slept together an hour later. One time I hit on this girl and I was wearing exactly what I just said. I hit on this girl in front of her mom. And this is one of the things that I would say to guys that really want to develop their experience with women. Until you can sit there and approach a group of beautiful women at a table by yourself, without leading with money, without leading with a credit card, you're at a real high elite level. So there's a table full of beautiful women at a bar, and you basically introduce yourself to the whole group, and you're not like, well, I'm going to buy you shots all night. Here's my credit card. Run up the credit card $700 and get drunk off my card. No, never done it. Never have done it. Never will do it. You can sit there and approach a group of beautiful women at a table by yourself. Or if you can sit there and hit on a girl in front of her mom or even her dad, you're doing something most guys can't do. At the point that I hit on that girl in front of her mom, I was already at a pretty well-developed level. It doesn't matter when it was. I don't know, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, whatever. I was pretty up there in experience. The point is, when you go on dates, some women that are going to be viciously calculating, they're going to analyze every detail of what you're wearing. They're going to analyze if you're real intelligent or not intelligent. They're going to sit there and try to figure out your family background if you come from money, but not in like, okay, I'm just trying to get to know you in a genuine way. It's more like a calculating thing where they're just really and truly just trying to sit there and be vicious about trying to figure out if you have money or not. And it goes back to the whole experience factor. You need to have a bunch of experience to be able to sniff out these type of women. Most guys, like I said, I had a debate with this guy called Michael Sartain. You guys go find it or whatever. But what he did, and there's a couple things he conveniently wouldn't mention, or he didn't agree with. A lot of guys, I don't care what anyone says, a lot of guys get burnt by the first pretty girl that gives them attention. Man, I've never got attention from a girl as pretty as this. Okay, whatever, let's marry her. And they get smoked. They get burnt because they didn't never developed enough experience. There's two things, and I said this other day, and I really hate to go down this line of thinking, but I said this other day. I said there's two main ways to really learn about women. You learn about women by really going in on a real hard level on your own, cold approaching a bunch, really getting a bunch of experience out there on your own, and then rounding out that personal experience with the knowledge and what you hear in the manosphere. Right, you round out into a nice little, a pie or whatever, a nice clay, nice molding of clay, or and there's no other way to say it. You humble yourself and you find the real content creators that you really and truly trust to give you this information, whoever it is. I'm not talking about myself. It could be someone else. You find the content creators you really and truly trust. You really binge watch their stuff. You really ask a bunch of questions. You really sit there and internalize what they're saying. You sit there and think to yourself, okay, does that logically make sense? Okay, that doesn't make logically. Okay, it does or doesn't. You see what I'm saying? You find the one that makes a lot of sense to you. And then you start rounding out your experience with slowly wading into the pool of getting actual experience with women, right? You start jumping. You don't just fully jump in the pool, right? The first situation is you're jumping in the pool. If you really want to learn about women on your own, you're going to have to sit there and jump on the deep end at a real high level, okay? The second situation is you learn a bunch of stuff from the content creators, I don't know, 3, 4, 7, and then you slowly start getting in the river in terms of code approach, in terms of going on dates, in terms of eventually sleeping with women. And eventually what would start happening in that situation is you would get so much experience with women that you wouldn't, in a real way, in a genuine way, you wouldn't even really need the content creators you used to follow anymore. Okay, you might pop in there and, okay, what's going on? Oh, this is my favorite content creator. Man, this guy taught me a bunch. Toss in $5, or I don't know, you like the stream or do something or share it to your friend. But you're pretty much on your own and you don't need that safety crutch. You don't need the training wheels anymore. You're ready to go on your own. I was number one. I didn't have a choice. The manosphere wasn't really around in a real level when I was growing up. In my early adult years, I didn't have a choice. I had to jump in the deep end. Like I said before, highly recommend his channel, Sandman. He's one of the leaders of MGTOW. So he's one of the people that I can fully, in good faith, say that he influenced my thinking, and he really made me think about stuff in a more different way. So I highly recommend him. So I told you guys a bunch of different ways to filter, to really test women for marriage. The other thing I would say, the first couple weeks, the first couple months matter a bunch. Did she sleep with you on the first night? Second hangout, how soon did she sleep with you? Do you have enough experience to vet out the women that are really and truly sluts versus the women, which is most women that are not sluts? Do you sit there are you able to quote unquote hide your resources long enough to where you can sit there and really sleep with her a bunch and really kind of get a feel for what kind of person she is? Are you able to do it? That's not easy. Very difficult. But if you gain enough experience and you find the right content creators, you're able to do it. And then you'll basically, you'll live a more happy life with the woman that wanted you for the right reasons than most guys. That's what you'll be able to do. The whole stream that breaks down the whole thing for vetting women for marriage, you guys go find it. I haven't reviewed the video anytime soon, but there's a video I did. It's a classic. I know it's good because I review everything I say 99 times. Go find it. If you really care about the whole marriage thing, because I've spent a bunch of time talking about this topic already. If you really want to find the video, you'll find it. It's probably one of the first videos I ever did. There was a sub of mine. He's like, well, can you do a video on marriage? And what I did is, I think what the question he asked me is like, well, what if a woman says she's a virgin and she wants to wait to marriage, which isn't the same thing as necessarily as what we just talked about, but it's kind of close. The point is, when it comes to this topic, I'm going to do a more full breakdown, an actual elite, and actually that stream, that's going to be something else. That's going to be the best streams, one of the best streams on my channel in the history of my channel. So you guys that just popped in here, like, share, subscribe. Let me explain something. There's a couple streams you guys don't want to miss. They're going to be live streams. They're not going to be pre-recorded. They're going to be some of the most important streams I ever crank out in the history of this channel. I might crank out 9,000 videos, but there's a couple videos I don't want you guys to miss. Do whatever it takes to not miss those videos. And I'm going to do a poll of all my subs at that point when I do them, a year, 2 years, a year from now, 9 months from now, whatever. There's a couple streams, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to poll all my subs. You guys be checking out the community tab. I'm going to poll my subs, and I'm going to ask them, okay, what time of the day y'all got more free time to watch this stream? What hour? That type of stuff, one day of the week. And you guys are going to decide when I do the stream. If you miss it, you can't watch it because of work or whatever. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. But let me explain this. There's a couple streams that I don't want you guys to miss. Stream number 1, a full, very elite breakdown of the 80-20 rule. Statistics, personal experience. I mean, I'm really going to fry my brain and really, the other thing is, I mean, I'll just tell y'all straight up. I mean, I have a nice little collection of about 12, 14 content creators that have fucked up the rule, and I'm going to smoke them all in that stream. So that's going to be a special gift for them. So that's going to be a while in the future, because I'm going to grow my channel first before I smoke all those clowns all at once. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. The second stream, I'm going to talk about, and I've did a mini breakdown in some shorts, but you see the thing on shorts, you only got a minute to really do it. So what I did in some shorts, I explained in 60 seconds why most women are not sluts. But that was just like a sampling, like if you guys go to Walmart and you eat like those samplings, like you get a little bit of tuna, you get a little bit of salmon, and they're like, yeah, yummy, yummy, yummy. They want you to be like, this is yummy, 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 yummy. And then they want you to buy the package of salmon that's $39. Okay, so yeah, those little shorts, go check them out if you really care about what I think on body count. Those were a little sampling. When I do the second stream, an actual full live stream, that's going to be vicious. That's going to be vicious, just like this other 80-20 rule. I'm going to sit there and smoke 29 content creators, and I don't care. I'm going to make them look stupid because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And let me explain something to my subs out there and the people that really respect what I have to say. The main reason I started my channel is because I got tired of listening to people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And the thing is, and number 2, I know a lot of these guys that say that stuff, they don't really have a lot of experience with women. So they kind of fell into this stuff and like, okay, well, there's an easy buck to make. Whatever. Okay. Hey, they cranked out a video and goddamn, they fucking got 200,000 views on the video. Okay, whatever. Make your money, do whatever it takes. But it doesn't mean other people don't have the right to punk you and critique you. Okay. Right. So that's the main reason I started my channel. Okay. So number 1, the 80-20 rule. Number 2, the whole most women aren't sluts. That's number 2. Number 3, this one's going to be one of my favorites. Why? Just Pearly Things and Real Femme Sapien and a bunch of the big time female content creators. I'm going to make the argument. I'm going to explain why there's some of the most dangerous women in the world. And I know that sounds like really like, man, this guy can't be serious. This guy just say some of the biggest female content creators in this shitty little corner of the internet manosphere are some of the most dangerous in the world. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And once you hear the full argument, you're going to see why I say it. You guys don't want to miss that one. That's going to be one of my all-time favorites. And then number 4 is going to be when I talk about if you really and truly want to get married, how to go about it to safely protect yourself and to really sit there. there's a lot of people, I'm not going to call out names, but when it comes to that one, there's a lot of people that criticize the institution of marriage, and they got a lot to say. The clowns have a lot to say, but let me tell you what they don't have to say. They don't have solutions. So if they don't have solutions, I don't really care to hear what they have to say. You know, it's just like some content creators that sit there and mentally masturbate over the concept of hypergamy. Great. Can you teach men how to beat the game of hypergamy? Can you teach men how to win the game? Can you teach them? And you know who can teach men? Alan Roger Curry. So that one's going to be an eventual stream as well. I'm going to make the argument that's going to be an important one. I'm going to talk about why Alan Roger Curry was the real, actual godfather of the red pill. That's coming in the future. So that's going to be an important stream. You guys don't miss those streams. To all my subs out there, thank you for the support. God bless. So let's keep it going. Let's read the comments. You get your feelings hurt. Okay, I don't know what she's talking about. Let me keep going. Yes, we can sit here and you can sit there and spew this rhetoric without firsthand knowledge. I mean, I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, my body counts in the triple digits. I've gone on dates with hundreds and hundreds of women. I've cold approached thousands of women. The women that I've slept with, the women that I approached, the women I went on dates with, all different types of cultures, different relationship status. And I hate to say that one. Okay, some of them were married. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Some of them were married. Some of them had fiancés, whatever. All different types of cultures, all different types of races, all different types of ages. So let's put it this way. Here's my response to that. I have way more experience, actual real experience with women than you do with men. And it's not anywhere close. And I'll compare that experience to anyone in the manosphere. Content creators, people in the chat, don't care, whoever it is. Okay, let's keep going. If you're only speaking to these thoughts, then okay. But the issue I have with your statements is that you only bring these types up. It's nauseating. I mean, like I said earlier, I'm way more generous to women than most guys in the manosphere. I mean, I don't really know where she's coming from. I don't really understand because, like I said before, the other day, like 3 weeks ago, and I know I have some subscribers that are in there. I was in the Discord of Ramil. Shout out to him. One of the best content creators in the Black Manosphere, but he just kind of pops in and out of YouTube for different reasons. So he's not always around doing streams. But I debated the whole entire Discord on why most women are not sluts. No one in there agreed with me. 99%, 98%, 97% of men in the manosphere won't ever believe that, no matter what I say. And like I said before, I don't do myself any favors. Let me explain something, and you guys are gonna keep hearing this. I don't do myself any favors by talking about that. There's a lot of men that won't support me. There's a lot of men that won't subscribe to me. There's a lot of men that won't ever send me $1 through Cash App. As soon as they hear it, man, this guy just said that most women aren't sluts. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, bye. I'm not gonna listen to Bishop. So I don't do myself any favors by saying that. It's the truth. It's accurate. But I don't do myself any favors by always saying it. But I'm gonna keep saying it because I got tired of hearing that stupid talking point on and on and on and on. And it's comical because some guy used that talking point 12 hours ago. A guy by the name of Gantstar on Playing with Fire's channel. You guys go subscribe to him. Real good guy. There's this guy that literally said that shit 12 hours ago. So it's just beyond comedy. You guys go subscribe to him because I know I got a bunch of subs from the Black Manosphere and other parts of the Manosphere. You guys go subscribe to him. Real good guy. Okay, so let's keep going. If I only bring those types up. No, that's not true. I talk about a lot of the women that don't sleep around, so that's not accurate. You're so deluded. Okay, I don't know about that. The thing about marriage, a guy who's never been married, I already covered that talking point. Very few people in the entire manosphere are more qualified than me to help men vet women for marriage. I never said that I would give them marriage advice during a marriage. That's not the same thing. Vet women for marriage versus giving advice to guys in terms of what they should do, more like marriage counseling. I will never do it. I never claim that I'm qualified to do it. But in terms of vetting women for all these serious relationships, yeah, like I said, I stand by that. I'm more qualified to do that than most guys in the space. Okay, you speak about things that aren't the norm. Okay, well that goes back to to the people that will hear this in my stream. That goes back to why I started my channel. My goal is to really challenge guys thinking on this stuff, but I'm not doing it just to this stupid contrarian devil's advocate trash. No, what I really say in all my streams, that's what I actually believe. I don't sit there and make up stuff in my head. That's what I actually believe. From my own personal experiences, from my own logic, from my own brain, my intelligence. What I put out there is what I firmly, strongly believe. I don't sit there and just say stuff to make a dollar. I don't sit there and pander to men or women. I sit there and I preach what I actually believe, right? So, in other words, when what she says is you speak about things that aren't the norm. The whole point of my channel is to be saying stuff and to put out information, not only to challenge the stuff where I think guys that don't know what they're talking about, but the whole goal of my channel is to be cranking out stuff that basically a lot of guys have never heard before in their entire lives. Like I've said before, my goal is to crank out the most elite, accurate information on female nature, manosphere related topics, call it whatever you want to call it. That's my goal. Doesn't mean I'll accomplish it. Doesn't mean I will. It doesn't matter, but that's my goal. So I'm going to sit there and my goal is to fry the brains of my subscribers and get them to really think about what I'm saying and be like, yeah, that makes sense. The logic makes sense. Okay, I've been hearing all these dudes in the manosphere say this for 20 years, 10 years. Actually, what they're saying is a bunch of bullshit. But what this guy Bishop is saying, what Knight and the Bishop says, actually, he's right. Okay, let's keep going. It's ridiculous. Just throw around your stats. You do this and have no data to back it up. You are spewing rhetoric. Okay, so I talked about this earlier. What I talked about earlier is that sometimes my streams are going to be academic in nature. Sometimes they're going to be more monologues, right? Sometimes they're going to be more question and answer type stuff. Sometimes it's going to be like a voiceover. So I'm about to release it, but I've kind of pushed it back for a while. So there's an article by a PhD, Psychology Today, where he talks about Brifout's law. So BRIFFAULT apostrophe S, all right, and then space and law. If you haven't heard of it, go look it up. I'm not talking about it today, but I'm going to review the PhD's work. And let me talk about this. See, this is a thing. What she just wrote, this is really important. You guys that ever read this comment, what she says is extremely important. Let me explain something real quick. The women that wrote the laws during the 1960s and the 1970s, all these different laws, welfare, all these things that have to do with divorce court and the deleting of fetuses. Who do y'all think wrote those laws? Think about that real carefully. So we got homeboy over there, Michael Sartain, and he might even hear the stream. And I asked him the question, and the clown couldn't answer the question. Who do y'all think wrote those laws? Because what a lot of people don't know, the politicians might market the policy out there. They might even edit it here and there. It might be tweaked by his knowledge and his experiences and, all the different pillars of academia or even government, when he was working his way up the political ladder. Yes, they're going to form the policy a little bit. But you know who writes that stuff? A lot of times it's people at think tanks, which is PhDs, a lot of guys with master's degrees, a lot of people that are academics at different universities, all these different places. It's guys with a bunch of education, which is good and bad. So a lot of these guys in Ivory Tower, they're the one that wrote these policies that are part of the reason we got our society the way it is. All these different things that are anti-male. That's who wrote that stuff. So when you sit there and the thing about it is, when she's talking about this stuff, I'm a fan of statistics in general. I'm a fan of them. But the problem is when Kevin Samuels tried to do that with women, in his case, all these women would sit there and do what she likes to do. Well, not all women are like that. Well, in this situation, she's not money hungry because, her dad is a executive vice president at ExxonMobil. He makes $99 million. So she's not really just looking for money. She wants just to enjoy herself, and she wants to be with a guy
that's alpha, and she wants to be with a guy that has a strong masculine presence. So yeah, it's not really about the money for one female out of 971. You see how that's fucking obnoxious? If you guys don't find that obnoxious, I do. I'm sorry, I do. I don't sit there, and I'm not gonna sit there and play these what ifs, and not all women are like that, and not all men are like that every single sentence. I'm not gonna do it. If you want to do it, great. You guys can go do it. But I'm not going to sit there and play semantics and parsing of words all day long, every single day. You can't have a real conversation when it comes to that. You won't get anywhere. And let me briefly say this when it comes to Kevin Samuels. There's some suspicion. You guys go check it out because it's really interesting. You notice that I'm over here. I don't blabber about nothing. I'm trying to sit there and be concise, and I'm trying to give you good information and entertaining type information. But you guys, you know what you guys should do? Go review the 2 last streams when Kevin Samuels passed away. Okay. One was on Instagram, one was on YouTube. So he used to be on YouTube Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays he would be on Instagram. Okay. I think it was Wednesday and Thursday. Doesn't really matter. 2 days of the week, back to back. So what happened on one of those days, there was a woman that got in the camera frame. And let me explain what I mean by the camera frame. She didn't really pop up on the whole screen. It was like, you guys that are fans of Mortal Kombat, and you guys know the history of video games. It's like the guy Toasty. So you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Get on YouTube search bar later on. It's like Toasty. The head pops in the screen, and it's literally what this girl did. Like, she popped her face in the screen, and Kevin Samuels like shooing her away. Like, what the fuck you doing? I'm over here doing a live stream. Okay, the next night, basically close to the same thing happened in a slightly different way. Just go find them. You'll find the last 2 streams. I mean, it's real simple. Just sit there and scroll through the channel, and you'll find the last 2 streams. So here's the thing. It looks awfully suspicious when you have a woman the night that he passes away and the night before that she's over there basically close to ruining his stream. I think that he is smashing her here and there, but she got mad because he didn't want to give her commitment. So because he didn't want to give her commitment, I mean, who knows what she did? She could have got some coke that had fentanyl in it, and that would be a hard thing for a cop to prove for the police station. Well, she drugged him with the cocaine. Really? I didn't buy the cocaine for him. I didn't fucking touch it. What do you mean it's my fault? But let's say she told some drug dealer that knows that the cocaine has fentanyl. Hey, go get it from this guy. Oh, you want some coke? Go get it from that guy. Here's the phone number. If you sit there and you listen to the phone call, there's some suspicious, the 911 phone call. It's almost like the female that called into the 911 police station. It's like she said in a real sidebar, like in a real, like a whisper, like, as if she was talking to another person in the room. In other words, it just wasn't her and Kevin Samuels. It's like some other person was in the room, like, hey, go do this. Hey, go do this. You see? Now, what's the point of the story? The point of the story is he died of hypertension. He might have died from doing cocaine. He might have died from not getting enough sleep, because you got to remember, okay, so if he's doing streams in the United States, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., a lot of people would say, well, what's the problem with that? Well, let me explain what's the problem with that. You got to sit there and prepare for the streams. So for each stream, I would add 2 or 3 hours at least. At his peak, he probably had like 25,000 people watching the show. A lot of pressure on him, a lot of people going at him. But you got to remember, he has fans from all over the world. So if someone wanted a consultation from Japan or Europe somewhere, he'd have to wake up at 3 a.m. and he'd have to sit there and do a consultation, because over there in that time zone, it's 10 o'clock or whatever, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. So he probably was getting bad sleep. But you know what? Here's the main point of the story. The other thing it could have been is arguing with women all day long, stressing himself out, exhausting, listening to the same bullshit every single day, day in, day out. Never changed. It almost became comical. It's almost like Every conversation. Let me explain what it was basically. It's almost like he went to Walmart, every Walmart in the world, and he bought all the little stamps. You know, like you stamp like okay or whatever, or filed or whatever. It's almost like he got every single stamp all over the world filed, and every single time, every single time someone called in, okay, filed. The next one, filed. The next story, filed. You know why you had to get all the stamps, the same stamp from every Walmart around the world? Because the story sounded so similar. So it got to the point where it's just like obnoxious for a lot of people that really liked his content. I mean, I love this content, but I'm like, oh, well, here comes the story. It's going to be the same shit. Round 9,072. And it just got annoying. It's like, you just hear the same shit over and over and over again. So at some point it's like, okay, when it comes to not all women are like that and all this other bullshit. See, a lot of women, what they don't understand, and I mean, they kind of understand it now, but they don't understand then. Kevin Samuels weaponized all these red pills that have been, all this knowledge that's been developed over the span of 2 decades, that's been accumulated by a bunch of different people, that have been vetted by a bunch of different people. Now, everything isn't accurate. We've established that, but most of it is. So who else was vetting that stuff? Not only was it the content creators, but who was really helping them vet the information? Well, let me explain that. Guys like myself, when I used to be in the blogs of www.returnofkings.com, and you guys are going to hear a lot about that in the future. You guys that are my subs. Basically, the PUA, his name was Roosh V. He's infamous because, and I've said this before, but he used to get banned from countries. His books would get banned from Amazon. He would get a bunch of different payment methods banned where, okay, well, these guys are going to pay for his consultations. PayPal would ban him, and all these different payment methods, they would ban him. But let me explain something. He had a bunch of elite, and you might not like the content creators, but they were elite. They are elite. Obsidian used to write articles for him. He's one of the 3 founders of the Manosphere. Shout out to him. Donovan Sharp, way up there in subs. I don't know, whatever it is, 130 subs, 130K. So there's a bunch of people that wrote for them. The point is, and let me explain something. The point is, when you sit there and you hear the same shit over and over again with Kevin Samuels, yes, it's flawed. Yes, the information is flawed on different levels. But see, the thing about the problem with what she's saying is everything is flawed on some kind of level. All we can do is try to put out the most accurate information out there. And then, women and men can sit there and do whatever they want with it. You make all types of comments that aren't really true. Yeah, I've destroyed other women here. I mean, there's no way to know which comment she's talking about because I've said so much. I've destroyed other women here. I haven't seen every debate. I've only seen parts of it, so I don't know. I'm not making a buck. I didn't direct that comment at you, so that's not really fair for you to say that. I mean, you might be responding to it or whatever, but I never said I said that applies to you. But in general, and you know what? It applies to a lot of men as well. It applies to a lot of women and men that don't really care about this stuff. I mean, you know what? I said this before. I've said this a bunch of times, and this logic should make complete sense to everyone. Let's say there's a PhD in mathematics, right? And I don't remember the percentage. You guys can look it up. But I know it's only like 2 or 3% of people in the United States that have a PhD. A lot of those people that get that degree, they have mental breakdowns. They commit, what they commit. It's a real complicated thing, a real stressful thing to go through for a long period of time. A lot of those PhDs, if you're not a professor at a university, in a lot of ways, they're close to worthless. Now, you might be able to make 40K or 50K, but was that really worth it after you went to college for 10 years, 12 years? So it's a real stressful thing. Now, here's the thing that's important. When it comes to this, the thing that's important, if you're a guy that has a PhD in mathematics, it should go without saying that you care about the topic in some kind of way. You love it, you care about it, you've dedicated years of your life to get it. You care about it in some kind of way. Now, here's the thing about that logic. A PhD in mathematics, if you were to go to pretty much any high school, it doesn't really matter, the math teachers, the students, geniuses, he would smoke any of them, anything related to math. When it comes to this type of information, what I would tell you guys that respect my opinion and respect what I have to say, I've said this before.
I've said this before in some of my earlier videos. You guys that I can't guarantee those videos are always going to be up. They might get removed. They might get moved to Patreon. A bunch of different things. They might not be on YouTube. So some of those videos, those earlier ones, they're classics. I would go check them out. But one of the, I mean, pretty much the starting videos of most content creators, they're a lot of, all right, the content creators out there and their first videos when they really start out, a lot of those are classics for the same reason that a lot of rappers and musicians, their first album or two are classics. And the reason they're classics is because you're sit there and you're ruthless and frying your brain to really crank out stuff that's really elite and stuff that a lot of people haven't heard before. And you'll do whatever it takes to get your foot in the door within reason, right? So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to prove myself. I'm going to crank out some videos, and I think this is some of the best information I have out there. So there you go. Now, it might not be the best production. It might not be the best background, but I'm telling you, in terms of information, I will go check it out. So let me explain a little thing that I talk about in one of those videos. I said, I talk about dating coaches, and what I say is a good metric of knowing that a guy doesn't know what he's talking about is if you hear close to nothing original in his videos. So you listen to his videos, it doesn't really matter who it is. And I'm not going to name names right now. I usually do, but I'm not going to. So if you listen to these different people and you've close to never heard anything original, I would be really concerned. You're likely listening to someone that basically copy and pasted all his shit from other content creators, someone that doesn't really understand this stuff on a real level, someone that really and truly doesn't have a bunch of experience with women. That's likely who you're listening to. So if you go through people's content and you're not like, damn, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I can't believe I just heard this shit. Some of the most amazing stuff I've ever heard. I've never heard it before. I would be really concerned. You're probably listening to someone that doesn't know what they're talking about. Like I said the other day, and I'll say it again, a lot of the women that I've slept with, it doesn't really matter, 10, 12, 39, whatever, it doesn't matter. Some of these women that I slept with, and I talked about this before, they didn't really care to know my name. They barely knew my name. It doesn't mean I was lying to them about my name, but they really could care less. And the reason they really could care less about knowing too much about me is because they had such an animalistic sexual attraction towards me. So some of you guys, when you eventually, if you sleep with a bunch of women, you'll know what I'm talking about. There'll be some women that invite themselves over to your house. There'll be some women, like there was a woman one time, I'm not even joking. I told this story the other day on a panel. There was this woman one time, I entered a bar and I was like, what the hell is going on? It was like my lucky day. So I walk into the bar and it was like 10:30. I'd barely started going out. So I walk into a bar and I walk up to the bar and I talked to the one female. She literally said in 15 seconds, 20 seconds, hey, let's get out of here. I'm like, okay, let's go. And then I smashed. Now, do you really think she remembered my name the next day? No, she didn't. You know why? Because she didn't give a fuck. She was really attracted to me. She could really care less. I would dare anyone to find what I just talked about as the main point in a video of another content creator before I made that video in my catalog, before I put that on my channel. And you know what? I don't even have to look it up because I know you're not going to find it. You're not going to find it. You're not going to find a video that was made 3 years ago. This is how you know, one of the ways you know a woman has a strong sexual attraction towards you. She barely knew your name when y'all slept together. You're not going to find it. Now, you might eventually find it somewhere saying it, all right, like a guy saying it in an offhand way. So let's say he did a 3-hour video and the guy said it like in 5 seconds. I don't know, somewhere around there. You might. It's just the mathematical odds. No idea is original like Nas. At the end of the day, no idea is original like Nas said. Nas, the rapper. So eventually, you might find it as a little line in the confines of some big video, but you're not going to find it as the main point, as the title, as the central concept of a video. All right, so let's keep saying I'm definitely not making a buck. Never said that you're just here to make a buck. I have made a total of $36 from YouTube, but counteract that. So that what have I spent? I mean, I never said I was talking about her. And see, the thing is, when it comes to this stuff, this goes back to, all right, so here's the thing. This goes back to the people that have been in the manosphere for a long period of time, which I have been. It has been historically true that the women that come to this space, they don't come over here to have good faith conversations. They don't really come over here to help men. They don't really understand the male experience. Now, the thing about it is, I'm all for capitalism. Like I said 99 times before, I don't really care if Real Femme Sapien makes $329 million off this stuff, because if it wasn't her making it, it was a guy making it. You know, if anything, it was a corporation making it. Corporation looks at the manosphere, man, that's a lot of money over there. We'll figure it out a way to monetize it. I don't know. We'll do some training. Our whole company will do some training about female nature. There'd be some genius out there that figure it out. So the thing about it is, I'm not. Here's the thing. As a woman, as a guy, as a content creator, the reality is, you're gonna say stuff that your subs don't like. You're gonna have people that unsubscribe from you. You're gonna have people that gonna sit there and, I don't know, go to a rival channel or whatever and be like, that guy's trash. I don't like him anymore. He flip-flopped, whatever. So the thing is, when it comes to my content, when it comes to what I say in my videos, I'm not going to parse my words for anyone. It's not going to be for women. It's not going to be for guys that think most women are sluts. It's not going to be for this and this and this guy. And it's just, that's the whole point of being a content creator. You put out, as a content creator, you put out your truth. It's funny how I just said that, right? Because there's a whole my truth and our truth and all that stuff. But in this case, I think that phrase does apply. As a content creator, if you're a genuine person, you put out there the message you really and truly want to put out there, that you really and truly believe in your heart. And then you let the people that believe in what you have to say come towards you. Now, what a lot of content creators have done, let me explain something. I've explained it a couple times in other videos. Let me explain something what a lot of content creators do. A lot of content creators, they look at their analytics and they're like, okay, right now I have a 90% male audience. And they sit there and fry their brains. They're like, well, how do I keep it at a high level with men and not lose my men audience, but I can increase my female subs? But if I increase my female subs by pandering a little bit to them, so if I pander to them, well, the men that like me for what I originally said, they're going to abandon me. You see how it works? I'm not calculating like that. Whatever my percentages end up being, they are what they are. My goal is to put out my message, and the people that like what I have to say, they come towards me. It's just that simple. I mean, I really like what he has to say. Might not agree with everything, but I'm going to sub to him because I know the guy is genuine, and I know the guy is really trying to put information out there that's accurate. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh my God, I would do both. I would do what I do. Okay. I'll be a major content creator, son. See, I don't know where she's coming from, because she thinks these comments are directed at her. I never said Ashley's name anywhere in the stream. Never said it. I don't know where that's coming from. Why don't I ever drop the StreamYard link? Because I just started doing. Okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I don't know how that did that. Okay, there you go. If you guys are liking, I mean, that was by accident because I haven't been going live for a while. If you guys like what you're hearing, toss in a couple dollars. $ Ace of Spades 100. And I'm glad that she asked the question, because like I was saying earlier, my subs and a lot of people, I know they live busy lives. They have they have boyfriends, girlfriends. They work 29 hours a day. I don't want them to be listening to a bunch of blabber. I want them to hear the most concise message. I want them to sit there. And if you guys, my subs that support me, if you guys notice on my other videos, let me explain what I do when it comes to the pre-records. There's been some times where I record some of those videos 3-4 times. I review each video 2-3 times, and then I pick the best video out of those. So think about it, what I effectively did. I had to watch these videos a total of 12, 13, 14 times in order for me to pick the one that I felt was the best message, the best information, the most accurate information for my subs. I take that real seriously of what I put out in the world. When it comes to the lives, I haven't been going live that long because I didn't figure out how to do this on the StreamYard with the phone. So what you see right here, shout out to DJ Cuda. You guys go subscribe to him. Real good guy. DJ and then space Cuda, Cuda. He taught me how to sit there and go live with my phone. Right now I'm going live on my phone. So he taught me how to do that through StreamYard with the avatar, only with the avatar. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's real interesting to me. I think, I was impressed by it. But let me go ahead and answer her question in general. yeah, so I don't want a bunch of people blabbering on a panel. A lot of people do that on most panels in most parts of the manosphere. In my opinion, that really hurts the growth of their channel. Now, let me explain something to the audience that doesn't do content. See, the reason a lot of people do that, now in theory, because a lot of content creators, they're like, okay, well, if I have these discussions for 5 hours, 7 hours, I'm gonna get a bunch of AdSense revenue, which is if you're monetized on your channel, you get a little portion, a little percentage of the ads that are run on your channel, on your videos. Okay, well, every 30 minutes there's an ad run on your video, whatever. Now, a lot of guys are like, well, if I run that 7 hours, I'll get a bunch of AdSense. But let's think about that from a long-term perspective. You're gonna piss off a lot of your subs that are really and truly trying to come to your channel to hear your message, what you have to hear. They want to hear your knowledge. They want to hear all these different things, your arguments, your logic. A lot of times the subs don't really go to channels to sit there and listen to what the stuff other people have to say. Now, panels do serve a purpose. If you find, let me explain this. If you do panels, you got to pick the right people to be on the panels. Other people might just sit there and toss anyone on a panel. If I ever do panels, it's going to be a select few of people that I know have something to say, and they're not just going to blabber about nothing. I don't do my channel to talk about rainbows and bunnies and fruits and apples and pancakes and oh, well, what'd you do? This and this and this. Well, I picked up a pencil and I wrote the letter A. We're not doing that on this channel. We're going to sit there and I'm going to crank out the best information in a concise way for my subs to get something out of it. That's what I'm here for. Now, will I do a little bit of entertaining here and there? Yeah, there'll be. The story, you guys that haven't watched the whole stream, go back and you'll hear the story of this company that I used to work for. That served a purpose. It just wasn't for the sake of blabbering about nothing. It helped put an analogy in terms of the main aspect of the stream. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so it just occurred to me what the thing that triggered Ashley. I said the primary reason women act the way they do. She didn't like that part about the women aspect. I mean, I'm just saying from my perspective. I made the argument. That's the thing that triggered her in the first place. Okay, I made the argument, number 5, for the people that just arrived here. I made the argument that oftentimes, most of the time, a lot of the women in this society in the United States, they act the way they do in their 20s, in their so-called prime, their beauty prime, whatever you want to say, up into their 30s. They act the way they do because they assume in the back of their mind they're going to get the ultimate thing they care about, which is security. Now, you got to think about that from a logical perspective in this country, in the United States. Let's say our lifespan is going to be to age 70 or 80. So think about how important that is for women to get married. From 30 to 70, that's 40 years. So if I got all the women in the United States from age 18 to 30, and I broke this down logically, not all this shame, blame, and explain on all these panels, all this crap they do on Fresh and Fit, all these different places where they do that trash. Well, if you get a body count of 9.13, they're not going to want to marry you. No. We're going to break it down in a more vicious, logical way. I was like, you do realize that if you do this and this, you're going to have 40 years to go, right? And then at this point of age, your body's going to start breaking down and this and this and this. And then I would fry their brains and we keep it moving. So like I said, the reason in terms of the dropping the StreamYard link, I just explained it. This live stream. Hey, what's going on, RT? We're over here having a good time. I see why you need to drop the link. I mean, here's the thing. Let's talk about this again, but let's talk about it in a different perspective. All right. Before I started doing content, see, I'm an honest person. I never would be like, okay, this is the type of content that you should do. I wouldn't really do that on a real level towards content creators. Like, oh, well, he should do the content that we say as an audience. I never really did that on a real level. It was more so like, I wish he did more of this type of content. I wish he did this. Okay, why is he flip-flopping? That's a complicated discussion for another day, the whole concept of flip-flopping and you're changing your positions and all this other stuff. One of the areas where my subscribers are going to say,
Well, now you're pushing marriage. That means you're purple pill. No, that's not what I'll ever say. What I'll say is if, if you want to get married, if you're super religious, this is what I would do to vet women. That's not the same thing. Me pushing men to do something versus me giving them the information in case they want to do something, that's not the same thing. But what I just said right now, I know that's going to cause me problems in the future. But it goes back to the whole concept, like, if you guys that are in the chat, if you ever start a channel, you got a bunch of decisions you need to make. You're going to have to sit there and really think about the type of content you're going to do and the ramifications of doing it. I would say overall, don't let other people tell you how to run a channel and what to do on your channel. I do what I do on my channel for a reason, because I want people to get the concise information. I don't want them to hear a bunch of blabber. And I know when I'm on these streams, just go, you know what? Don't even take my word for it. Go watch some of my old live streams. Go watch some of my old videos. You'll sit there and you'll notice that there's a clear, concise message. Now on the pre-records, because people, all right, so the audience that really want to see the pre-records, they want to see a short, concise message, right? 5 minutes, 7 minutes. That's just, there's a certain type of audience that wants to hear that stuff. And then there's a certain type of audience that just has time or wants to listen to shorts. They have a short attention span. Okay, cool. And then there's a certain type of audience that wants to listen to live streams and hear it in real time. Now, you guys that are my subs, you guys that have watched all my videos in different places, the reality is on the live streams, I'm going to be a little bit more animated. I'm going to be a little bit more entertaining. All these different stuff. There's going to be more time for stories and that type of stuff, because it's more of a long form format. So you got to find the videos of mine. If you really like my content, you got to find the ones that go with it. Right. So let's keep going. This is just you responding to nothing. Okay. I don't know what that's talking about. Looks to 9. I don't know what that's talking about. She wants to smoke. I mean, I don't know what the issue is. I think the word woman in the title triggered her. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. LOL. I just want to challenge him. He says a lot of absolutes that aren't absolute. 20%, 30%, 50%. That's a good example of me being generous. I mean, who knows what I was talking about in that moment of the stream, but it sounds like from at face value, I was over here being diplomatic and not NOT and not being absolute. So I was like, okay, in this part of the stream, 20%, 30%, 50%. You see what I'm saying? And if anything, I should be applauded for saying it that way, because it's something where I don't feel comfortable putting a solid percentage on it. In terms of the percentage of women that I think are sluts by my metric, which is more than 25 bodies by age 30, I'm being really, really generous. 20, max 30% of women. And I'm being super generous when it comes to that. Now, let me put this out there, and I'm going to have to do a stream on it. Over time, women's body counts are going to, in general, trend upwards. And the reason that's going to be is because a lot of guys aren't committing to women. They're not getting married to women. So what I call intentional versus unintentional sluts. Some women, they're going to sit there and they just want to sleep with a bunch of dudes. They love sleeping with a bunch of dudes. Okay, cool. I don't have an issue with it. So their body count's going to naturally go up and up and up. Unintentional sluts, what I mean by that is, okay, woman thinks that, okay, this is the guy I really want. Nope, he didn't commit to me. Okay, now age 24, okay, this guy and this guy and this guy didn't commit to me. So she'll reach 34, 35, and she'll still be single. And before you know it, she ran up a body count. So in other words, the body counts of women is going to trend upwards, and the body counts of men is going to continue to trend downwards or stay stagnant, because women's standards have gone up and up and up over time. We understand why that is. Okay, there you go. You guys heard the summary on that. In general, it's usually not a good idea to speak in absolutes. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think you heard a lot of my stream, but I mean, RT is familiar with my content, so he knows where I go with my content. I think, I don't know if RT would agree, but if he's heard a good chunk of my content, I think what he would say is that I'm relatively careful in what I put out there. Like I said, if I'm releasing a 5-minute video on my channel, I did 3 or 4 takes of it, and I'm not even joking. I mean, you guys might not believe me, but I'm just telling you what I did. Okay, let's keep going. He's a good example of the pint you choose to highlight. That's
I don't know. I need to figure out what that means. I need a screenshot. I need to sit there and someone needs to teach me what that means. It's a saying, apparently. All right, let me see. All right, man. I got so many comments to read. I'm gonna be here all day long. I need to find a wife. It's funny because yesterday there was a guy on the stream, and he was like on a panel, and he was like on a major channel, and he's like sitting there on a table, and his wife like brings a breakfast and a drink like coffee or orange juice. Thank you, honey. And you just hear the glass on the table, and he's over there like, oh man, I'm getting pancakes and I'm getting orange juice. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was funny. I got to scroll up again because all right, let me see. Be here all day, but okay, whatever. Let's do it. Man, you guys are killing me with the comments, but okay, whatever. Let's do it. We'll do this a 7-hour stream. I mean, let's do it. Okay, whatever. Okay, I found it. If I were you, JR, I'd use that talking point, and it's more valid coming from you because it's your culture. Okay, he's talking about Mexican culture. Who knows what point. They won't be able to refute your culture. That one's complicated because, and I've been real respectful to the Black Manosphere. My thing is, I could have jumped on endless panels and promoted myself. I could have been on hundreds and hundreds of panels with the content creators that allow it, because there are some that they don't care what race you are. They'll let anyone up there. If I really and truly was a dick and I was a piece of trash, I would have gone up there and I would have gone on all these different panels and promoted myself under the name that I actually have for my channel, which is The Knight and the Bishop. Did I do that? Nope. Who knows how many panels I've been on, but it's a really small number of panels. 6, 7, maybe 9. So in other words, I don't mind other races talking about Mexicans or Latinos. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't bother me. Who cares? The next one, women don't chase men or go after men. The men who boldly and confidently go after the most women get the most women. I agree mostly with what you're saying, but Cold Steel, I know you respect Alan Roger Curry a bunch, like I do. But the interesting part, I don't know if you ever heard the story. His wife was basically an audience member. So his wife, his widow, hit him up, I don't know, behind the scenes or whatever, and like, hey, you know what? Let's get to know each other. And Alan Roger Curry, he vetted her for marriage and he married her. So he doesn't talk about it much, and I'm going to look it up. Before I do the stream, I'm going to do on his teachings. I'm going to read all his books. I mean, really and truly, it's honest to God truth. I've never read any of the books of the guys in the Manosphere. I'm going to read a bunch of them. I want to sit there and really understand their philosophies and really think it through. But I'm pretty sure that he has this concept called Mode Zero. So basically, Mode Zero is where a woman throws herself at you and basically makes it like laughably easy to sleep with her. I've had that happen a couple times. That's a story for another day. We'll be here all day. But yeah, I've had that happen. The Hispanic culture is a culture. Yeah, Mexican. Well, Mexican is an ethnic group, Hispanic. And a lot of people argue this, but it's a race. A lot of people will say, well, Hispanic, Latino isn't a race. No, I disagree with that, but we're not going to talk about race here. You are speaking for me? I mean, no, I'm not. There's something you didn't like or what I said, and you perceived it as taking a shot at you, which I'm not. The thing about it is, there's if I make certain comments when it comes to this stuff, men or women, depending on the comment, they can perceive it as being a shot at them. No, not really. I'm not directing it. Most of the time, if I'm directing it at someone, I'm calling out by name. AMS, Rollo Tomasi, Fresh and Fit. I called out Fresh and Fit a couple times. I've done that on Alex's channel. In terms of the female content creators, I've been really explicit in who I've talked about. Real Femme Sapien, Just Pearly Things. Yeah, I mean, I've just kind of said it in general. In general, because let's put it this way. If I do some videos that talks about female content creators, it's going to be about them. There's some other ones. There's been some people that in the black manosphere they want me to go at some content creators, some black females, but actually I don't think. I think a lot of the black female content creators, I think most of them are pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. A lot of the guys I don't think agree with that, but I think a lot of them have their heart in the right places, and they're pretty cool. They're not that bad, and at the end of the day, and I'm going to talk about this some other day, the female content creators really work hard. A lot of them outwork the men, and make no mistake about it, YouTube is actual work. So like, share, subscribe, share it, hit the bell, all that stuff. Yeah, okay. There's a couple things that I'm open to change my mind on. Uh, a lot of the stuff I won't change my mind. Just like most men, they won't change their mind. No, 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 no. Remember, this is not me saying that this is what they think. I'm simply repeating what they think. So no matter how many times I would tell guys, well, most women aren't sluts, they're never going to change their minds. Just like they're not going to change my mind on my stuff. So there's a couple things, and I really can't think about it right now, what I would change my mind on. But who knows? That's a lie. How do you know? Okay, I don't know what she's talking about. Okay. I mean, a lot of people don't comment on a lot of streams. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, what I do is just what I do is a lot different. I can't help it. I write a bunch of comments in any stream that I am. I just can't help it. As much as I try to, it's like OCD about. Oh man, I gotta write a paragraph. I gotta write a paragraph. If I don't write a paragraph, it's like it makes me OCD or some shit. Whatever that thing is, I don't think it's OCD. Your excuses have excuses. I don't know what she's talking about. This stuff was I was monologuing earlier, so I don't know what specific thing she's responding to. I watch almost all your live streams where you walk the streets and ramble on. You seem I don't. You assume I don't because I've ever called you out. No, not really. I mean, it depends how you consider ramble. I mean, it's hard to say that someone's rambling when their stream is 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. I mean, you guys don't take my word for it. You guys that are in this mini corner of the internet, this little subsector, go look at the hours of different people's streams and how long they did their stuff versus the number of hours. Not even hours. I have like I'm on my channel. I mean, what she's saying is ridiculous because on my channel I have like 250 videos. I mean, it's just beyond comedy because out of all those videos, there's like one or two that's more than an hour. I mean, come on. Just like I said, sometimes on the live streams there has to be a little bit more entertainment. And actually, a lot of those videos, I mean, considering I'm a small channel, a lot of those videos did pretty well. A lot of people enjoyed what I had to say. So, yeah, I mean, I was walking, getting some exercise. Sometimes, the subs want something a little different. They're like, oh, that's pretty cool. He's by the park or he's by the pond with the ducks. So I didn't see a problem with that. I'll be mixing it up to all my subscribers. Thank you for coming. Like, share, subscribe. And, you'll get some interesting stuff. One of these days, I mean, okay, I'll tell you ahead of time. One of these days, I'm going to sit there and have a stream while I sit there and feed ducks. You got to enjoy life. So I'm going to get a bucket of tortillas and some corn or something, some bread. I'm going to sit there and do a live stream while I feed the ducks bread or whatever. They'll have a tasty meal, right? They'll have a cuisine. See, usually I take women to like IHOP, real prestigious restaurant, IHOP. These ducks, they're going to get a very prestigious meal. So they're going to get bread. They're going to get tacos or something. I don't know. So, yeah, like I said, it's comical because I have like 2 streams out of 250 videos that are after an hour or more than an hour. I don't like the word cope, but okay. I don't know. I don't have anything to say to that. The conclusion I arose is that you say a lot of stuff that refers to other people's experiences. Okay, so she sat there and contradicted herself from earlier because earlier she was saying about all these different things about facts and statistics. Okay, so which one is it? Can I speak about my personal experience and always talk about anecdotal stuff? Or can I talk about other people? Or can I do a mixture of all of it? Because on this channel, I've actually done a mixture of all of it. I talked about, and I don't care what anyone says, you're not going to find the statistic because I know you're just not going to find it. And if I really, what I need to start doing with my subs, and I'll probably do it one day. Not really my subs. I need to do it with people that don't like me. What I'll start doing with them, if they have so much to say, I'm like, okay, we're going to make a bet. We're going to make a bet on a certain talking point. And they're not going to have time to look it up. It's going to be in real time. So if I'm over here lecturing or whatever at 7:26 a.m., they're going to sit there and they're going to make the bet. They're going to agree to the bet in that moment. And if they don't, I mean, it's just they're not serious about this stuff. So you guys would have a real hard time to find this statistic in any video in the manosphere. Roundabouts 23% of women age 18 to 25 are married. So think about what I just said, since we got to sit here and waste my time talking about this. Let me say it again. Roundabouts of 23% of women age 18 to 25 are married. So let's think about why that's so important. And women can get mad at what I'm saying. I'm sorry when it comes to this stuff. What I'm about to say, it's just what men generally think. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Men in general think women are in their beauty prime in their 20s. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's just, it is what it is. So let's think about this logically. If you have a woman from age 18 to 25, if you have all these different women that gave their quote unquote beauty prime to a guy, what are they effectively doing? What they're really saying is, I think this is the absolute best I can do. And I'm foregoing, for the most part, possibly, maybe actually, maybe not, the opportunity to deal with men in the future. Okay, I really love this guy. He's really attractive. Okay, he's starting his career, whatever. I'm going to settle down with this guy. And what that really means is I'm not going to settle down with the guy 7 years from now, because the logic and the assumption is that this woman is still going to be with her husband. So let's think about why that's important. So if a woman, 23% of women give up their beauty prime to a guy, at least half of it, okay? They give their beauty prime to a guy. What does that really mean? That means that these women really and truly wanted these men. And if they really and truly wanted these men, not just for ulterior motives, what does that mean? What that means is she's very, very much less likely to cheat on her husband. So think about that. If a woman is married, that percentage of women are married at that age range, she's not being a slut. So what does that mean? Right off the jump, we start off at 100%. We knock off 23% straight off the jump of women that are not sluts. Well, and this is where a lot of people will start being disingenuous. Well, I don't know. 5% of these women, 17% of these women, they're sleeping with 39 guys within the confines of their marriage. They're over here cheating on their husband 39 times with 39 dudes. You see how that bullshit starts going, and you see why that's so obnoxious and so annoying? That's a bunch of bullshit. So the reality is you knock off 23% off the top from 100%. And if anyone wants the study or the survey or the actual statistic, comment after the stream and I'll attach it to the comment section. So right off the jump, 23% of women are knocked off. Okay. And we're not even, I mean, we haven't even talked about the other stuff. What about the women that are really religious? There is a percentage of women out there that are super religious and they don't want to be sleeping around. Okay. What about the women that get led on for years and years and years? Remember, I call it hypergamy deluxe. What about the women that get led on for years and years and years during their 20s that are chasing after a carrot, a guy they're never going to get? And meanwhile, they're casually sleeping with a guy or two, like friends with benefits. I don't really like this guy. I'm still waiting for hypergamy deluxe, a guy that has everything. So once you've passed 3, 4, 7 years, a lot of these women, it's kind of hard for them to rack up their body count when they're over here waiting for a dude to get them, waiting for a guy to pick them up for something serious. They've been waiting for 2, 3 years. I literally text a woman that I slept with, I don't know, like a year and a half ago. I texted her last night. She responded within seconds. So what does that fucking tell you? She's fucking waiting. If I told her, hey, you know what? Let's go to IHOP. Let's go get a prestigious pancake and orange juice.
let's go get some dinner. If I told her, hey, you know what, I want a relationship, she'd sit there and start doing cartwheels in the whole fucking IHOP. The point is, once you have a lot of experience with women, you'll sit there and you'll realize that a lot of these women, they'd sit there and they would want to date you on some kind of level. You might not be married, you might not get in a relationship with them, but they would want to date on some kind of level. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, yeah. Um, I'm still trying to. All right, so I was talking about how to vet a woman for marriage, but I'm still trying to figure out. Okay, no, the only thing I said is at the end of the stream, I said a lot of women, they assume they're going to get married at the end of the carrot stick, which is why they act the way they do. So think about it. Yes, a lot of women act the way they do. Modern women, call them whatever you want to call them, because of social media. There's an influx. They think they have a bunch of options. They think they can get a nice, glamorous life. But if they really understood the institution of marriage and how many men are really and truly done with it, the whole concept of it, they're not going to do it. They don't want to do it. If they really and truly understood this, they wouldn't act the way they do. So no matter how you cut the pie, all that stuff leads back to these women still assume they're going to get married and they're going to get everything at the end of the day. And you know, the thing about it is, I broke this down in a logical way. But if you don't respect the logic in my stream, all you have to sit there and do is go listen to a stream by Fresh and Fit and listen to all those different women. They think their current lifestyles, how they act currently, isn't going to affect them in the future. They think they can do OnlyFans. They think they can sit there for the percentage of women that do it. They think they can run up a body count of 91 and a guy's still going to want to marry them. All these different things. Now that I think about this, I think what annoyed Ashley is she's kind of seeing this from a remarriage. Okay, a woman that's going to marry again, or a woman that's going to do this and this. No, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a woman that's going to get married for the first time, the initial time. I'm not talking about, okay, the woman's going to marry for the third time in her late 30s or whatever. I'm talking about the first time. We're talking about, I mean, this is the type of stuff that really starts annoying women. I'm sorry. Guys like younger women. I don't know what to tell you. Just like women like dudes with money. See the problem we have with these conversations, and this happens a lot on Fresh and Fit, and I think Myron had it with some Asian woman. See the problem with a lot of women when it comes to this stuff, they want men to accept female nature, which is their want for resources and security. Okay? But they don't want to accept male nature, which is our want for younger women that are feminine and they're going to cook and do all that stuff. Meanwhile, the guy's going to bring home the bacon. You see how that's really obnoxious, and you see how that's really disingenuous. Okay, and this is where Kevin Samuels really outsmarted women. He would, like I said earlier in the stream, he wouldn't really challenge what a woman wanted, and by not doing that, well, I want a high value man. Well, I want a guy that makes $200 or $700 or $1,000 a minute. That's what I want. Okay, great. Kevin wouldn't sit there and then really challenge it. But think about what he was doing effectively. Now, he would sit there and he would get to roast him. Okay, you want such a guy? What are you going to do about it? You're going to work out? You're going to cook every day? I mean, what are you going to do for it? You see how genius and you see how intelligent the logic behind that is? I mean, it's amazing, really. If you really think about how, I mean, there's no other way to say it. And, you know, whether you like the dude or not, it's the comedy. And now women understand it better because it's kind of going around. A lot of women get it.
but not back then. See, when Kevin Samuels did that stream from the beginning and when he really started popping off, women didn't understand they were used as exhibits for red pill. So basically he was speaking and spouting out the red pill, and he was the first guy that really and truly was successful in bringing women to the manosphere. But it's almost like he used them as experiments and as exhibits in a museum. And they didn't realize that basically the red pill was getting weaponized against them. Female nature was getting weaponized against them. And they were showing to the world, they were proving to the world, they were showing the world that a lot of the stuff the manosphere says is true. That's what happened. I mean, people can get mad all they want, but at the end of the day, that's what was happening. Okay, he put on display hypergamy. All these women want to marry a guy and be in a relationship with a guy that's better than them, objectively better than them. So if the woman is a nurse making $70,000, she wants a doctor that makes $120,000. That means a guy is better than her. If all these different things. Now, there's people that might get upset by that. See, here's the problem when it comes to this conversation. A lot of women, the vast majority of women, it's just their natural biological instinct. They want a guy that's essentially better than them, but they don't want to show him any kind of respect. It's like, okay, in theory, this isn't always true, but like in theory, the assumption is that the vice president knows more intelligent, more qualified, deserves to make more money than the project manager. So if the vice president is making $150,000 and the project manager is making $60,000, what does the project manager have to do to the guy or the woman that's better than himself? He has to show him respect. So the project manager has to be, I mean, there's no other way to put it, more subservient, has to be more respectful towards the vice president, because the vice president could easily fire the guy or the woman. You see how that logic works? So all these women in the West, they want all these guys that are objectively better than them, but they don't want to show them any respect. They don't want to cook and clean. They don't want to sit there. They don't want to be, and I don't like the word submissive because I understand where women are coming from. I don't like that word. I'm not a fan of that, but I'm just explaining it from other guys' perspectives. Other guys want submissive women. I mean, that's not really my cup of tea, but whatever. Let's keep going. I reiterate other talking points. I don't know what she's talking about there, but I'd have to. There's a lot of stuff that, I mean, I'll just say it straight up. There's a bunch of stuff no one's ever heard in this space before that I'm saying. Now I might confirm what other people say. Some of this stuff, let's put it this way. Some of this stuff is, all right, I did a stream on this to my subs. If you haven't watched the stream, go check it out. It's the one that has to do with talking points. Let me just kind of summarize the whole concept of talking points. General stuff, general words, general phrases, general statements. If I were to say, I don't think men should get married because of the divorce laws and because of feminism. You noticed how that was real general. There wasn't anything fascinating. There wasn't anything special about it. Now, let's use something that actually is special to the content creator that thought of it and used it. The special one is Possibility of Sex by Alan Roger Curry, who a lot of people have made a shitload of money off that talking point, including AMS. But there's a bunch of people in the manosphere who made a bunch of money off that talking point alone. Now, let's explain why that's a talking point and what makes it special. The verbiage is special because of the combination of words. So when Nike says just do it, okay, that's trademarked. Possibility of Sex, that's trademarked by Alan Roger Curry. A bunch of different things. Unique symbols. You see that little duck? Quack, quack, quack. You'll see the little duck powered by Mr. StreamYard. You'll see him. Quack, quack, quack. Say quack, quack for him. You see that little guy? Guaranteed you that's trademarked or whatever. Copyrighted. Depends, one of them, when it comes to the trademark copyright type stuff, As sometimes when you're talking about the drawing or the marketing or the visual type stuff, that's more so like the trademark, and then like actual words. It could be the copyright, whatever. The point is, there's a difference between general information versus talking points. Talking point is something that's more unique to that person. I would say one of my more unique ones is the thing about names, about women that are really strongly sexually attracted to you. Sometimes they will barely even know your name when you sleep together. That's not something you'll hear from other people, because that's through my own experiences, and that's what I've found to be true over a long period of time. Me saying that most women are not sluts, I don't really consider that a talking point. I'm sure there's other content creators that have said it. I've quite honestly, I don't think I've ever heard it in the manosphere by a content creator, by a content creator, by a content creator. Now, what some content creators have said is, quit calling women sluts, or why are you so worried about women being promiscuous? That's not the same thing. Telling guys to not be worried about women's body counts versus saying that women's body counts in general are low, that's not the same thing. Do I consider what I say about body counts in women a talking point? It's debatable. That's kind of in the middle, I would say. But the whole point, in terms of talking point, or it's like one of those things that's unique to that content creator. One thing that I would say, another thing is like body language. Coach Greg Adams, you guys go to CGA, check him out, real good channel. He hasn't done it lately, but when he taps his head, he used to tap his head like a puppy. So he would tap his head, and it's just like something that reminds you of who that content creator is. That's the thing. When I first started checking out his channel, that was the thing that reminded of who it was. Hey, look, there's that a content creator. He taps himself in the head. You see how that's unique? That's unique to him. And like, you guys really need to check out that video on talking points. I know I keep saying that, but you guys really need to. And it's interesting. Like, okay, exercise options. So I accredited that phrase to Kevin Samuels, and then I analyzed it. That's not me stealing the talking point. That's me pulling up the talking point of a person, whether he came up with it or not, and then I analyzed it. Hoes are winning. I accredited that talking point to Ramil and Ty City and the Black Manosphere, and then I analyzed it. Y'all see how that worked? And then number one, I say KS never talked about this. If you guys don't know where I'm getting this stuff from, it's a little ticker, the little thing on the bottom of the under the knight and the bishop and the different chess pieces. I'm reading all those stuff, and I'm reviewing that a little bit. So I accredit the first part of Kevin. I say, okay, Kevin had these talking points when it comes to high value men. And then I sat there and I broke down, I analyzed what they said. Y'all see how that works? Okay. Okay, so she disagrees with stuff. Okay, cool. I mean, not really, but I know people are busy. People are busy in terms of content. People can't watch everyone's content. No, I don't have an issue. Like I said before, there's nothing wrong with free speech and that type of stuff. I don't have an issue with that stuff. And I'm not saying she does this, but what I do have an issue with is people that are disingenuous. You see, let me give an example of where I could possibly be disingenuous. Okay, here's a good example. If I were to say that women don't face sexism in the United States, that would be disingenuous. That's not true. That's inaccurate. That's not factual. Women continue to face a lot of sexism in the United States. You see? Now, the problem is, what has historically happened is women are real disingenuous when they come over here. I've rarely ever heard a woman say, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right when you guys say that in the manosphere. Yep, you're correct. And you sit there and you start thinking to yourself, and just all right, let's say from an unbiased perspective, because I've been in the manosphere for a long period of time. Forget about myself. But let's say there was someone else that came around and just started hearing that stuff, and they just got put in the mix of this stuff. And they heard all these conversations between men and women.
And what they realized is that women would never concede the point on some of this stuff. That's the issue right there. That's why a lot of men have an issue with women being in the space, because they're disingenuous. I mean, I quite honestly, I don't like people that are disingenuous, because I'm not that type of person, right? You can't get anywhere with these conversations if people are going to be disingenuous. Are guys disingenuous as well? Well, sometimes there's ignorance. That's not the same thing. Being disingenuous versus being ignorant about something, it just isn't the same thing. Well, this is where it comes to the red pill 101. My thing, in modern times, guys have to be more careful with women than ever. False accusations, courts that are objectively tilted towards women, women that objectively have no respect for men for a bunch of different complicated reasons. And I'll talk about that in a stream some other day. So the other thing is, for a long period of time, a lot of people told me to start a channel. And my thing is, like I tell my friend in Panama, you can always learn something. Continue to learn about female nature and women. And she was a good test. So I did it to really test my instincts. And like I've told guys before, because guys have been trying to fry their brains for hundreds of years trying to figure this out. And I'm being real generous. But guys every single day all over the world try to fry their brains. How do I know if she has a slutty past? Okay, well, I told you one of the ways. You got to go on a bunch of dates with women. You got to cold approach a bunch of women. You have to sleep with a bunch of women. Your instincts over time will be developed. I was having this discussion with Michelle the other day. If I put the last 3 women that I slept with in a room, and I don't have to have any more discussions with them, or I don't need to interrogate them or whatever. I'm talking about, I mean, I've hung out with them very few times in total. I would bet $1,000 as to guessing which woman has the highest body count. I would bet $1,000 on it. Okay. You guys go check it out. Obsidian. Talking about Obsidian, go check out his channel. I would say it depends on the age of the woman. Yeah, there's a lot of women that don't mind casual sex. The percentage of it, well, that's real debatable. It depends how you define casual sex and how many partners. Because a lot of these guys, they're like, well, if a woman has more than 2.91 bodies by age 39, she's a slut. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's disingenuous. You can't have a conversation with a guy like that. So yeah, there's some women out there that just want casual stuff. I agree. Okay, let's keep going. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not true. Most of the women I've ever slept with, that was in the United States. It has been in the United States. I'd have to sit there and really fry my brain in terms of the breakdown. I just so happen to be in Texas. I just so happen to be Mexican. I just so happen to be first generation American. So it's, you know, Mexico is my motherland. I enjoy going over there, spending time over there. I'd have to really sit there and break it down. But it's about maybe 80%. 80% of the women I've ever slept with was in the United States. Maybe 20% over there. And I'd have to really sit there and break that down. So that's not true. And if guys want me to prove it in the future, I can prove it in the future. So if anyone really cares to see it, but I'm not just going to put it on my channel just for no reason. I mean, bucket or like a tank. You guys know, like those tanks that
fill up the gas at the gas stations. Okay, what do you call those? A tanker full of red pills. I mean, you could fit a bunch of red pills in that tank. Imagine how many red pills you can fill on one of those tankers that carry gasoline to gas stations. But yeah, okay, it depends on the day. Sometimes just a bucket of red pills. That's still a bunch of red pills. Free chalupas. Okay, so you guys, shout out to him, to all the people out there in the world. What he's talking about is a Mexican food. So you guys go check it out at a restaurant one day, eat some chalupas. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I would eat. What I would eat is I'd eat the milanesa. So let me explain what a milanesa is. It's basically like the Mexican version of chicken fried steak. It's amazing. So you'll get refried beans and you'll get some cheese grated on the top. You'll get some flour tortillas. You see, like I was saying earlier, I mean, I'm first generation American, so I can still speak Spanish very well. Órale, ¿qué pasa? Toda la familia, aquí estamos. See, so get refried beans with cheese, get the tortillas. You get the chicken fried steak. It's really thin. I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's amazing food. Don't order enchiladas and all that other bullshit when you go to a Mexican restaurant. Go to the authentic Mexican restaurant and get the milanesa. Milenasa. I think that I spelled it right. Anyways, let's keep going. All right, so we have a couple different views. I mean, here's the thing. We have some disagreements a little bit. Shout out to him. We've had some good times on panels and some streams. Had some funny times over there with Platinum Elite. You guys go subscribe to him. Real good guy. Funny dude, Platinum Elite. So, I mean, the thing about it is, realistically, hypergamy is a real thing. Like I was talking about earlier, 97% of alimony in the United States goes to women. When men tried to change those laws over there in Florida, women viciously went to the Capitol and they had some issues and they fought back a bunch of the different reforms. So I mean, I say this in my videos all the time. The people that respect my knowledge and what I have to say, if they go through my videos, if they subscribe to this channel and they listen to my logic and information, the goal never changes. You only provide for a woman that's strongly sexually attracted to you. No exceptions. Sexual attraction comes first, and then you consider, if you so choose, to provide for a woman that you know is sexually attracted to you. If you're incapable of finding a woman that you know for sure is sexually attracted to you, you don't deal with her. You stay single, you casually date around, you pump and dump, whatever you want to call it. If you follow the stuff in this channel, I'll teach you how to do it, how to find the women that are sexually attracted to you. I've been doing it for 15 years. And actually, let me explain something. Let me explain, and I was going to do a video on it. I might not do it. But let me explain why I have such a pathological obsession with the whole concept of a woman wanting me for the right reasons. Because a lot of guys, they don't really care. All right. A lot of guys are like, well, a beautiful woman is next to me. I don't really care why she's next to me, but she's next to me. I don't really care if she gives me sex 3 times in 17 years. It doesn't matter. She's still next to me. She lays in bed with me. So I don't really care. No. That's not how my brain works. If a woman isn't sexually attracted to you, she's going to make your life extremely difficult. So let me explain real quick why I have such a pathological obsession with that concept. Now, think about it this way. So I have had my mother worked basically for 50 years. And in a lot of ways, because she wanted to do it. It wasn't like, okay, we're going to starve to death if it was just my dad's income. No, she really just, that's just the type of person that she is. She has a strong work ethic. She did, right, before she retired. You know, she used to be in the fields with my dad and some other people, you know, and in Texas, that's a big deal because it's really hot over here. So, and obviously I wasn't really born yet. So, you know, picking out plants, onions and watermelons and that type of stuff. So then I sit there and think to myself, well, if my own mom is this way and she isn't a money hungry woman, and she's always wanted to contribute to the household, why would I get with a woman that's opposite of that type of woman, of the person that birthed me? How does that make any sense? So then I sit there and I think to myself, okay, well, I'll do whatever it takes to find the women that are sexually attracted to me. And then I'll do what I need to do to provide for the family. She can chip in. Okay, here, take care of this part of the bills. Do this if she wants to. Do I necessarily believe in paying the bills for a woman, all the bills, and her not working? That one's more complicated. But at the end of the day, my main principle is you don't deal with women that aren't sexually attracted to you. It's just that simple. Depends how you consider quality. I mean, I would say I haven't really been listening to him much, but I would say in terms of production, in terms of diversity of how he delivers the content, I would agree. It's pretty standard across the board. Pre-records, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, whatever. He doesn't really do a bunch of different. He's been on a couple times. He's had some discussions with other content creators on their channels. And actually, he's infamous for this reason. Dr. Phil wanted him on the show, and he didn't go over there. I think his influence will continue to rise. So I think it stagnated for a while, but I think it's going to go up again because of where society is trending. So I think he'll start trending upward. But I think if he really wants to do it, he needs to cam up. He needs to sit there and start doing different things to expose himself, because it's just the way it goes, as a content creator. It's like a wave. It's like an ocean. Just because you're real high up there and held in high regard one day, it doesn't mean you're going to be held that way all the time. He's okay. He's kind of boring, but sounds like I was gonna smoke some content creator. I don't know who it was, but I mean, you guys out there that like, share, subscribe, sub to the channel. If you like what you're hearing, toss in a couple dollars. Cash App, $ Ace of Spades, 100. I did a bunch of videos on AMS. Who knows who else they're talking about? I've done a video or two on her. I'm gonna do some videos soon. I just haven't got around to it. I covered that already. There's a difference between vetting women for marriage, which is actually, let's, if you want to keep bringing up this topic, because the thing is, the comical part. Let me talk about what's so comical. You're making the same argument all these different women made against Kevin Samuels. And the difference is that type of statement, that argument was more applicable to him in a real way. But see, like Kevin used to talk about, well, if I'd been married for 20 years, you would say, you don't understand the current environment because you're not living in it. Well, I've been divorced, so that's not good enough for you either. So you're saying you're going to say I'm not currently married, so you don't know what you're talking about. And then the other thing he would say, or I'll make the argument for him. And if he was remarried again, then the woman would say, well, you already divorced and you remarried, so you didn't know how to maintain a marriage. So when it comes to that, it comes to like the disingenuous type stuff. I don't give advice to men on marriage. I won't ever do it. I don't give men advice on relationships, and that's not the same thing. Dating, relationships, and marriage are not the same thing. The first phase, in my opinion, is the most important one. How to vet women in the beginning, who you're dating, and then they make their own decisions as to what they're going to do in the marriage or relationship. Because that's a problem. Meaning, even if I was married, I wouldn't want to do it, because the problem is
a lot of times it would be he said, she said. So I'd get to talk to one person, and the male or the female, and I don't get to hear both sides of the story. It's like all those different times. It was just beyond comedy. All those different women would get on K's show. Well, he was a domestic abuser. Those statistics are worthless because men underreport and women overreport. And then a lot of women, they don't talk about how they contributed to the stuff in the first place. Their behavior towards a man, and then the man retaliated. And with respect to that type of logic, what I would say to the guys out there and the women, it's real simple logic. If as a man, if you wouldn't act a certain way towards a man, don't act that way towards a woman. So if you're not going to sit there, keep that same energy across the way. You're going to be respectful to both genders. Okay, you want to get crunk with a man in general. You're always getting crunk with men. Okay, there you go. Same thing with women. And I would say it's more of a problem with women. And Andrew Tate has talked about this. He's talked about this a little bit. I don't remember the specific sentence he said, but Kevin put it this way, and I agree. Kevin was like, men have in general show a lot of respect for other men because men understand that if something goes down, there's a real chance that maybe someone out of the man could pass away, could get killed. But, a lot of women, especially in modern society, they're really disrespectful towards men, and they sure as fuck wouldn't act that way towards a 200-pound woman. And they're disrespectful towards men because there's a lot of, all right, for a man, and I see this is the thing where the disingenuous bullshit begins. It doesn't matter where you find it. The vast majority of statistics will talk about how men in general go to prison for the same crime, same circumstances. In terms of comparison with women, they go to prison for a longer period of time. Right? So there's all these different things that make women disrespectful towards men. There's a backdrop of the government, and it doesn't really matter if it's a conscious or subconscious type thinking. I mean, who cares? I can be a jerk towards guys all the time. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to starve. I'm in a first world country. So yeah, there's going to be homeless shelters. I mean, whatever. There's food. There's blueberries and strawberries, and there's chalupas and enchiladas on every corner. So it doesn't really matter. Men built the infrastructure that I live in. And let me explain something. I have a bachelor's degree in architecture, so I know who built this country. I know who maintains the roads. I know who built all these different houses. So right now, a little bit later on, I'm going to use the toilet, and I'm going to use a shower. And there's a 99% chance men designed those and put them in the ground, right? All the different pipes, all the different stuff. So it goes back to the whole thing when it comes to this. So yeah, I'm going to give advice on marriage. That's you misinterpreted what I said and all that. What I did say for the people that came in the room, like, share, subscribe if you like what you're hearing. If you're so inclined, hit the Cash App, $ Ace of Spades, 100. Thank you for coming by. When it comes to this, and I'm going to move on to the next comment. Basically, I just said the primary reason for the new people in the room, I would listen to the stream. There's you guys after, and if you came in late, I would listen to this on 1.5x speed. Click around on the video, you'll find where it is. You can sit there and speed up the video. I didn't know for a long period of time you could do it, but click around, you'll see it where you can sit there, like, my voice will be faster in the music, but you'll be able to hear what's going on. But basically, the summary of the stream was saying the primary reason why women act the way they do in modern society. And I made the argument that because women assume at the end of the tunnel, they're going to get financial security in terms of a marriage. Now, and I didn't say this earlier, what some women would say is, what some guys would say, well, they would be disingenuous. They'd be like, well, that's not always true. she comes from a family. Her dad is a executive at ExxonMobil. So she comes from money. So she doesn't need it. She doesn't need a guy for money. Whoa. It's generally true the vast majority of time that hypergamy is a real thing. And like Alex has said, I mean, really what Alex is saying, and I agree. I call it looks hypergamy. I haven't heard him use that phrase, but that's essentially what it is. So, men try to trade up as well, right? Especially when it comes to looks. If we see a younger, prettier woman, that's who we're going to deal with, right? If we can, if she gives us, if she wants to spend time with us. So the thing about it when it comes to the whole marriage thing, like I was saying, we're talking about the women that are age 18 to 30 that haven't been married before. And let me go ahead and say this, because sometimes I parse my words and I sit there and I try to be diplomatic. But let me explain something. And this is one of the main reasons the manosphere exists. Most men in the space generally agree that women are really disrespectful and real arrogant during their beauty prime from age 18 to 30, 18 to 27. In other words, women only start changing their behavior and being more humble because they have no choice. So after you've been humbled for 10 years, it's kind of hard to sit there and convince yourself that you're one of the most beautiful women in the world. When you sit there and you've been chasing after all these different people for 12 years and you're unable to lock them down, it starts dwelling upon your mind that you might not be as beautiful and feminine and all this other stuff that you possibly think. Now, what's interesting? See, the thing is, there's probably some guys out there that have been listening to my stream. And, okay, a lot of guys, we understand that a lot of women, they sit there and they're seeking attention on Instagram and that they want a certain lifestyle. But there's some men out there that think, well, she doesn't actually have that type of access to a certain caliber of dude. And that's not true. There's a girl in my town. She hung out with Future, and I'm sure Future smashed her, right? So if she had got pregnant by Future, she would be set for life. There's this other girl. I went on a couple dates with her. I hung out. She used to hang out with Gervonta Davis. Now, if you guys don't know who he is, Google his name and see what happens. Let me say his name again. Gervonta Davis. So Gervonta Davis. But I'm going to tell you the secret of who it is. One of the most elite boxers in the world. But when she was talking to him, he was coming up through the ranks. Right? So the guy, see, when you're a boxer in your early years, you fight like 8, 10, 12 times in a year. You got to really prove yourself. You're making peanuts. You're basically broke. At the end of the day, the guy was a professional boxer. It didn't really go anywhere with that dude. But her and I, we would sit there and talk about it a little bit. Another woman, she's a woman that quite honestly, I had her as an experiment. But her friend was dating a bench player from the Seattle Seahawks. Well, he's a bench player. That doesn't really count. He's still in the NFL. Doesn't matter. He could be making the league minimum of $200K, whatever it is. He's still in the NFL. He might not ever be in an official game. Doesn't matter. He's in the NFL. So that's actually something. The point is, we're talking about a woman's first marriage or her first potential marriage. Women see the world, and this is the type of stuff that really pisses off women. Women see the world a lot differently when they're in their beauty prime. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 versus a woman that's 40, 42. That's female nature 101. That's manosphere 101. That's a good example. This is a perfect example. Since I got this highlighted, this is a perfect example when it comes to the issue of women being in the space. And this is like one of those things where the women that called into Kevin Samuel's show, I'm going to keep referring to him because he's a nice a little big time experiment. See, what a lot of those women, what they didn't understand is Kevin Samuels already had the solution. He already had the answers to the quiz, and they didn't even realize it. So he was like the teacher, the professor. He knew that the answer to number 5 was A. And all those women who generally in their real life are so used to punking men, they weren't going to go up there and punk him, because in the back pocket of his, he had the most elite information that was gathered over a long period of time, over the span of 2 decades. Stuff from content creators, stuff from comment sections, stuff from guys like myself that would sit there and essentially help content creators fine tune their message. Like RT Brand was saying earlier, you know, criticism, if it's genuine in good faith, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I did the AMS videos. I stand by what I did. Some of them were a little like entertaining type, funny type stuff, but I stand by the general message. The general message, I have an issue with him because he does a bunch of fluff, FLUFF. So he does a bunch of fluff. It's like I'm over here listening to a fucking slogan. Like I'm over here listening to the, you know, the guys at the baseball game to sing this and sing this. It's a bunch of fluff that really doesn't mean anything. Number 2, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's number 2. Number 3, he disrespected Alan Roger Curry's legacy. Okay, so he's made a lot of money off ARC's talking points, the unique ones, the real talking points. And when he passed away, he didn't give condolences to his widow and ARC's son, her son, their son. So you see how you see when it comes to that. All right, there's a difference between, let me explain something before I move on to the next one. There's a difference between legitimate critiques versus clout chasing. That's not the same thing. Anytime I sit there and really quote unquote go after a content creator, it's going to be legitimate, right? There's some smaller content creators whose stuff I don't really agree with, but there's levels to it. There's levels to it. And the thing about it is, you guys that just jumped in here, like, share, subscribe, comment after the stream. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Like I said earlier, there's a couple videos on my channel that are going to be the most important ones I ever do in the history of my channel. And even if you don't have the ability to watch the whole stream for whatever reason, I would really appreciate it. It would mean a lot to me if y'all like it, share it, write comments, keep the views up on this particular video. There's a bunch, but I'm going to name them real quick. The video where I do a complete breakdown of the 80-20 rule. The video where I do the breakdown of the complete breakdown as to why most women are not sluts. The complete breakdown as to why Alan Roger Curry is the real godfather of the red pill, not Rollo Tomasi. The next one, the one I was initially referring to in the beginning of this little message, the video where I talk about why Real Femme Sapien, Just Pearly Things, basically the biggest female content creators in the manosphere, are some of the most dangerous women in the world. And you heard that correctly. I'm going to make the argument. I'm going to talk about why the biggest female content creators in the manosphere are some of the most dangerous women in the world. You guys don't want to miss that one. But that's not happening anytime soon. But just keep that in mind. Yeah, I can't think. I did my monologue. So you guys that just came in here, let me explain what happened. Basically, I finished my part of the show like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. I can't sit there and think. I'll lose my train of thought if I'm reading the comments while I'm over here monologuing. So a lot of times that's what I'm going to do. It isn't that I'm ignoring y'all or that type of stuff. I'm trying to give y'all the best quality information, the most accurate, in a concise way. So I don't want to be losing my train of thought. So a lot of times
I'm just not going to be reading the comments while I talk. I'm sorry. Other people operate differently. It is what it is. I can't do it. Okay. I know what he's referring to. There's this common survey study that talks about how both men and women, it's a real common one, and you won't have a hard time finding it if you look it up. I don't refer to it for a bunch of different reasons, but basically it talks about how the body count of men and women, both of them, is under 10. I don't talk about it for a bunch of different reasons. I'll use it in the video where I'll do the whole breakdown of the reasoning of my thoughts on women's body count, but I won't bring it up that much when I generally talk about body count in these other videos. I mean, basically you got to sit there and think about it. It's just like, okay, the average is, if you got women, you got men. There's some men out there that won't ever sleep with one woman in their lives, or they'll sleep with one woman. There's, two extremes, right? And then there's the guys that have slept with a bunch of women. It starts making the averages look a little funny. I mean, it goes back to what I was saying. If I sat there and I talked only about my experiences, which I do have some videos on that, I literally did a video on that 24 hours ago. I did a video on how Wishbone and Bone Thugs and Harmony, the rappers, try to hit on my date. Go check it out. That's a classic story. A real classic story. I love that story. But like I said, if I just talked about myself and my friend, oh, well, that's anecdotal. That doesn't really count. Why aren't you using statistics? The problem when it comes to this, it goes back to what we're talking about when it comes to the manosphere. See, what a lot of women want to do, they don't want you to be talking about women in the first place. They don't want you to be critiquing women. They don't want you to be analyzing female nature. And I actually heard Rofim Safian said something the other day, and I was rather impressed by what she said, because you just don't hear that type of stuff from most women in the space. So basically, the way she put it was like, okay, women don't want the unsavory aspects of female nature being called out. And that particular word, to me, that was the kicker. That was the good word in the sentence, unsavory, because that's really what it comes down to. See, part of the thing that pisses off women about the manosphere is it starts neutralizing the advantages that women have, some of the advantages that they have over men. Because you got to remember, women's goal is to get the best genes they can. Women want to get the security from men. A lot of women, they just want to get the security at whatever the cost. I mean, really and truly think about the logic behind this. Think about what I'm about to say, and think about it carefully. Think about how there will be a woman today. She'll be getting married to a guy. Obviously, it's not one woman, but it's a bunch of women. So today, she's going to wake up. She's going to put her wedding dress on. And the only reason she's marrying the guy is because of money. And this is where the disingenuous stuff starts again. Yes, not every woman is a gold digger. Most women are not gold diggers. Never said that. Doesn't really matter what the percentage is. It can't be measured in any real way. This so-called statistic, quote unquote statistic, doesn't exist. It can't be measured in any real way. It doesn't really matter what the percentage is. 10%, 15%, 20%. The point is, think about a woman that wakes up today and basically 100% of the reason she's with the guy is because of the money. So she's absolutely disgusted by the guy. And the guy is going to be getting sex. He might get sex once a week, once every 2 weeks in the beginning of the marriage. But then it's going to eventually become once a month, once every 2 months. When she gives it, the reality is a lot of times she's giving the guy sex just enough So the guy keeps working like a little hamster. What I just said is true. The first thing a lot of women that are outside the space, well, in this case, that's not really true. And that shit just gets obnoxious. And that's the type of stuff that likely killed Kevin Samuels. Imagine having to hear that shit from thousands and thousands of women Monday through Friday, 3 hours a day. And then living in the city where it's considered the Black Mecca. And what that basically means is Atlanta is considered one of the hot spots for the Black community. So he couldn't really be walking outside or going to different places without potentially getting knocked the fuck out, getting shot. Because remember, when he's having these conversations with women, these women have brothers. These women have uncles. These women have dads. These women have a bunch of friends. So at any given point in time, he could have walked outside and got cheap shotted. Now, the thing about it is some of those women, they got crunk with him first, and then he responded in kind. That's usually what was true most of the time. Not all the time. Sometimes he was just a jerk just because. But what I would say is a lot of times if he was a jerk just because, it wasn't really just because the thing about it is if he hadn't acted that way, what women would keep doing is they'd go up there and start trolling and they would ruin the quality of the show. That's what they would do. So he's like, okay, well, I'll just be a jerk. I'll be a jerk, and women in the future will think twice trying to come up here trying to make me look dumb. At the end of the day, he had a big business worth millions of dollars. He could run it however he wants it, and there was no reason for him to sit there and be allowing all these different people, really men and women, because men used to go up there in an earlier time in his history of his channel, to sit there and get crunk with him. So like I said, I already talked about this. Yeah, exactly. This is a major reason why men have an issue with women being here. They don't really want to have these conversations in a real way. They won't really contribute to the intellectual property that's been developed over a long period of time. Now, the first thing a lot of women, let's say I had 7,000 women in here. You just said that women can't be intelligent. No, that's not what I said. A lot of women, and maybe even most women, I would argue, are smarter than most men. And I'm not going to get into that discussion. But at the end of the day, what I was saying is a lot of women, when it comes to this stuff, and I'm going to do a stream on this. It ain't going to happen anytime soon. But I'm going to talk about why women, and this is something, you know what? The men in this corner of the internet, they have a bunch of beefs. They have a bunch of disagreements. But there's one thing that almost universally that men agree upon. And that thing is that most women, they just parrot the talking points of men and they don't have anything original to say. And the comical part is there's even some women that call out the women because of this. The women that don't like the manosphere, they've told women on the panel, female content creators, like, I mean, you can't even come up with anything original. Y'all just say the same shit as men. And I'm going to explain why that happens in the future. See, the thing is, this goes back to what I was saying. If you really and truly have a bunch of experience with women, you can sit here and crank out this shit all day long. I literally, in my Apple Notes, have about 500 topics that I'll be covering in the future. I could sit here and crank this stuff out all day long because all the experiences I've had with women, and then the knowledge I have about female nature, my analyzing of other people's stuff, where I disagree, where I agree. Most of the space can't even explain the logic behind mode 1. And that's one of, if a guy can't really and truly break down mode 1 at an elite level, they don't really understand women. They don't really have a bunch of experience with women. If you can sit there and break it down in a real vicious way, like I'm going to do, you have experience with women. And Alan Roger Curry
and I had some discussions with him before in different chats. And there's one thing he would always say, and I agree with it. He would say, I just got to listen to a dude talk for 20, 30 minutes, and I know right away if the guy has experience with women or not. And I completely agree with that. One way, not always true, but one way, and I call out my friend in Panama until he got tired of hearing that shit. I'm like, dude, you're not fooling me, man. He wasn't fooling me. He was over here trying to cap, saying, oh, yeah, I've done this and this and this with women. No. One way you kind of know, a lot of times, is when a guy has a pathological obsession with the concept of dime pieces. So, you know, a lot of these guys that are over here rating Alex's girlfriend, which is really disrespectful. It's lacking complete class. I mean, like, show a little bit of class. Did your parents not raise you to have a little bit of class? And they're over here rating this girlfriend. When guys have an obsession with this whole concept of females and dime pieces, they show they have inexperience with women because they're still super impressed by women's beauty. When you've dealt with so many women, you become what I call immune to beauty. It just doesn't really impress you anymore. You can look past their looks and really point out their character flaws and all this different stuff. And I'm not just talking about, oh, well, she's automatically a gold digger because she's pretty. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about like on a deep dive level, really analyzing, psychoanalyzing their character. So when I hear these guys always talking about dime pieces, there's a very good chance you don't have that much experience with the women. Because when you've dealt with enough women, you understand the different issues and problems with dealing with real beautiful women. Now, I never said that a guy should intentionally get with a less attractive woman. I never said that. I'm just saying you don't have certain phrases in your mouth every minute. When you sit there and you're repeating all these talking points, there's certain talking points that are, all right, there's a difference. There's a difference between your unique talking points as a content creator versus things that are commonly said that are inaccurate, that are not good to be commonly said. So, you know, when you sit there and you start talking about how all this stuff about women's body count, and that's essentially a negative talking point. It's really what it is. It's negative, inaccurate information. It's dangerous, negative information. It's information that gets passed around over and over and over. So essentially, when it's something that a lot of people have heard, it starts becoming really, really, really bad for the space. Hey, I appreciate it. I wish you would have brought him in the beginning, the main part of the stream. But like, share, subscribe to the people in here. Nah, I mean, in general, I'm not going to be reading comments too much. When I get monetized, if someone really wants me to respond to something, they can send it in a super chat. If they really want to know my thoughts on something and I'm going to break my train of thought, they can send it in a super chat. If they got a question or they got something that they really, really, really want me to address, they can spend $2, $5, and I'll address it. I don't want to be losing my train of thought, because when I start losing my train of thought, I'm more likely to say something that I don't agree with myself or that's inaccurate, verbal slip up. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because the thing is, when there's so many comments and so many people in the chat, I mean, you can't sit there and be selective in who you talk about anyways. I mean, the thing about it, you go to any big time content creator, Kevin Samuels, Coach Ray Adams, doesn't really matter. And it isn't that I'm over here name dropping just because. No, I'm trying to prove a point. Go to Kevin Samuels, and actually he would read a lot of my comments because he knew I would write substantive stuff. I wouldn't just be writing gibberish. But in general, when you got a lot of comments and you can't, and you're trying to sit there and say something substantive and crisp, you're not reading comments. Kevin is a good example of someone that was real crisp with his information. He would monologue for an hour or whatever, and he'd open up the phone lines. That's the type of person that I agree with and how they ran their channel. So it is what it is. Everyone has a different style. Those are probably going to move to Patreon. That's why I tell guys that really like my message, hop around my videos. You better watch them right now, Ken. I don't want to tell you. I wouldn't assume they're always going to be on my channel. Some of them I'll probably just delete for different reasons. I don't like the quality. I don't like the background. Different reasons. But I would check some of those out. You never know. There might be a nugget of wisdom that helps you avoid dealing with one of the worst women in your life. That's what I would tell you. And just check them out. They might be moved to Patreon eventually when I start one. I mean, I'm responding to all the comments because there's a bunch of people that come in here, and it's almost like I'm doing a new stream. I won't be doing this, but today I was like, okay, I'll do it. Because I'm going to wait on those videos because the quality of them is just going to be super elite. It isn't going to, they're going to be the most highest quality videos in the history of my channel, and they're not going to get released anytime soon for that reason. It's going to be real advanced videos. Let's put it this way. A lot of content creators, the guys that are in the manosphere, women as well, that have been around this spot for a long period of time. A lot of content creators are infamous for a major talking point, a major video that they did. Obsidian, he's infamous for a video he did on the concept of cleanup man. So the reality is, if you sit there and you create one big time hit in terms of what you crank out, that's might be what you're known for. And that's a big accomplishment. That video's had a bunch of influence on the space. So that's why. Entertainment factor. Yep. I already explained why. Okay, let me address this. This is an interesting comment. Let me drink a little bit of water. Water's healthy, right? You guys, actually, I need some sugar. I'm tired of drinking water because I've been cutting out sugar. I need to get some tasty sugar, some orange juice, or I don't know, some Dr. Pepper or something. Why do the people grow when they do a bunch of panels? Because I know what she's referring to. Why do the people that hold a bunch of panels grow and not myself? Because there's a cap. The answer to the question, if you're still in here, there's a cap. There's a cap in terms of your channel. See, the thing about it, shout out to Alex. See, the thing about Alex, he has a bunch of his best performing videos are the technical videos on texting. So that information is substantive, and it's not, okay, I'm going to sit here and take a cheap shot at every content creator I can think of. So, yeah, at first,
having a panel of a bunch of buffoonery and name calling and drama, all that type of stuff. It's entertaining to the people in that little subsector of the manosphere that understand all the little jokes, the inside jokes, the little beefs. But the new people that are coming to your channel from outside the space, some of them don't want to be hearing that stuff and dealing with that stuff. So this is how I would answer the question. Don't take my word for it. Go to the biggest channels in the manosphere. Do they sit there and do this endless beef and buffoons and, busting caps and catching flights and I'm going to catch a horse? It's like this one thing I say. These two guys in the manosphere, they went for a beef for a long period of time. So I said, okay, one of these times y'all can catch a flight. One of the times y'all can catch a horse. One time y'all can, catch a donkey. Sit there and go sit there on site, all this stuff. There's a cap to all that beefing type stuff that a lot of people do. Angry Man, one of the 3 founders of the Manosphere. Substantive Content, Obsidian, Super Academic, one of the 3 founders of the Manosphere. Even Fresh and Fit. In the beginning, they did all that Frank Castle stuff. Sometimes they do it. You might not like the information. You might not like the repetitive nature, but they still do substantive combos. They're exposing female nature for what it is in real time. So what I call their information, what I call their channel is Red Pill 101. Okay, great. You're getting a little 2+2, and you're getting a little bit of lesson on female nature. But in terms of actionable information you can use, they're not very good when it comes to that. We're going to keep reviewing them since you brought it up. Let me think of different people. Coach Greg Adams, he reviews a bunch of articles and what's going on in the news. And then he adds his spin to it. O'Shea Duke Jackson, he does what he calls celebrity junk. So he talks about what's going on with rappers and sometimes some content creators, but a bunch of rappers, celebrities. And then he ties it in with female nature. It doesn't really matter. You go up on the substantive content creators, the whole drama and all that stuff. You don't, at the end of the day, it's really hard to get to that type of level just doing that type of stuff. Nah, I didn't say that. I just said in general. Okay. Well, a lot of people went over there for Ramil. A lot of people like Ramil for a bunch of different reasons. I respect him too as a content creator. I don't agree so much with the overall. I half agree with the hoes are winning. I half agree with it. I don't completely agree with the comment, the principle or whatever that he states. But a lot of times, most people went over there because of him. They see him as authentic because of his background or whatever, and you know what I'm talking about. So they're like, this guy isn't up here just making up stories. He actually lived that type of life. The guy's intelligent. The guy would have a good monologue. He's one of the only channels I've seen where a bunch of buffoonery didn't affect the growth of the channel and the status the channel had. That's an honor to be compared to Obsidian. Shout out to him. One of the most academic, intelligent guys in the manosphere. So yeah, it's an honor. Let me think about this. I didn't necessarily tell you how to run your channel. what I did say is how to what I did say was more so around along the lines of personal relationships and more strategic different things. It wasn't like I told you, hey, I don't think you should hold panels. I don't remember ever saying that. The only thing I do remember saying is, okay, maybe we should do these topics, which I don't. I guess you could argue that's telling you how to run the channel, but it was more like, okay, here's some ideas to do topics on. And when we talked about that, it was because it was understood that it was going to be a joint stream, right? Yourself, myself, and whoever else was going to be on the stream. So, in terms of telling you how to run your channel, I don't think I ever told you, hey, do pre-records versus long videos. So I don't know. Maybe you could say that's a toss-up. I'd have to think. I don't remember this. Maybe I did. I've been talking for hours. If I did, I didn't say it in a negative way. And actually, I think I said it in a positive way. I'm not going to look it up, but I'm pretty sure it was actually neutral or positive. I know it wasn't negative. I know for sure that wasn't negative. It was positive or neutral. I'm responding to our comments. I'm not going to be doing this again. I'm just doing it for this situation. I'm not going to be reviewing every comment. When I get anywhere close to the bottom, it's a wrap. Hey, I appreciate it. I've promoted your channel as well. Not sure. That's generally true, but look up the statistic. I said 23%. I didn't say 80%. My percentage comes from the U.S. Census Bureau, which is one of the best places to get statistics from. They do cheat. Some of them do cheat. But the point is, under my definition of what's a slut, they're not banging 29 dudes. Very few percentage of women that are married at that age would do it. But the problem with this comment is a lot of people, I'm not saying him, but a lot of guys think a woman that has more than two bodies is a slut. So yeah, if y'all think more than two bodies is a slut, no one can help you. There's nothing to talk about. I don't want to have those conversations with guys that think that type of stuff anyways. I would say if the information is accurate, most of the information, I don't, there's a lot of young guys that fall in the rabbit hole and they don't want to approach women. They don't want to deal with women. The problem is if most of this information in the space is accurate, which is true, them going out there and considering applying it. All right, so let's say they learn all this information about dating skills and all that. Men didn't create the false accusations and how women don't have respect for men in the West. Men didn't create that. Not in modern times. In the past, men's behavior towards women was a lot worse. In modern times, it's complicated. I can't message while I'm on StreamYard. I'll talk about it some other day. I'll do a whole stream on it. Well, I mean, you know how it goes, Coach Steele. A lot of guys want in-house. They want in-house cooter. I mean, that's from a woman's perspective, which it's okay. But, I mean, I'm just telling you what guys care about.
That's just, it is what it is. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You can't see the problem when it comes to this. Women want to browbeat the stuff that a man wants from a woman. Be like, no, you shouldn't really want that. And that's the thing where Kevin outsmarted the women, like I was saying earlier. Okay, Kevin was like, okay, I'm not going to challenge what they want. You want a rich man? Okay, what are you going to do about it? You want a rich man? What are you going to do to get him? I mean, it's really genius if you're tell me. Now I'm going to be doing 2 hours, an hour and a half, 45 minutes of monologuing. I'm not going to be reading comments unless they want to super chat it. That's a thing that a lot of people practice. If you go to a bunch of different content creators, Bernard Riley, Obsidian, that's what they do. And I agree with it because you can't sit there and be reading comments. You see, I don't challenge the way you would run your channel and the way you do. I don't challenge that. I mean, it's okay. The way I'm going to do it is, like I said, if someone wants to super chat it, Cash App, okay. You really want me to address something? You can spend $5, less than a cheeseburger, and I'll respond to what you have to say. Otherwise, I'm not going to break my thought process. I just can't. I won't. I'm more worried about, when I'm monologuing, I'm more worried about giving crisp, accurate information about all this stuff and not messing up what I'm saying. So. I was going to address that, but I'm not going to. That's a conversation for another day. No, I don't think that. It depends on the age of a woman. I mean, my body counts in the 3 digits, so I've casually slept with a bunch of women. I didn't say all. Like I said, because Michelle and I talked about this other day. And this is one of those things that you really can't measure in any real way anyways. I would say maybe 20 to 30% of women max are just straight up gold diggers, because there's a difference between a gold digger versus a woman that wants a decent lifestyle for her kids and really the family. Not the same thing. Okay, but you got to ask the question why. I mean, I'll just say straight up. Some of them because they didn't want to build the experience with women in a real way, cold approach, going on a bunch of dates, sleeping with a bunch of women, which is what teaches you about women. Or, and I'll just say like this, they don't want to humble themselves and learn from someone. I said it. I did a video on this, I don't know, last week. Those are the 2 main ways to learn about women. And then you round it out with the other one. That's really what it comes down to. That's called anecdotal. Couple people, which is okay. A little bit of anecdotal experience ain't bad. So maybe it's yourself and 3 friends. But at the end of the day, I would still say maybe about 20%. At the very, very, very low end, 10%. In the middle, roundabouts, I would say 20% of women are straight up gold diggers. I wouldn't go higher than 30%. I think that's a fair attachment to the percentages based on what I've seen. And actually, the comical part is my stuff isn't actually anecdotal, because if my body count is in the 3 digits, which it is, if I have cold approached thousands of women, which is true as well, if I have been on hundreds and hundreds of dates with different women from different cultures, of different races, of different socioeconomic backgrounds, well, let me explain something. That's not anecdotal. That's not 3 people. That's not 4 people. That's not 7 women. That is thousands of women in a bunch of different ways. So actually, I have more of a right to speak with authority on that topic.
Like I said earlier, most of the women I've ever slept with, they were in the United States. But, you know, the thing about it is, let me put it this way. There's a reason Passport Bros is a real thing. To the guys that hear this, I don't really understand. Quite honestly, I don't really understand why y'all skip over Mexico. Y'all sit there. Oh, well, I'm going to go to Colombia, this little town in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to go to Brazil where Austin Holloman just got kicked out of the country. Now, let me tell you where you should go. Go to Guadalajara, Mexico. You'll find it. Starts with a G. Guadara. I think Gajala. It's hard to spell, but you'll find it. You guys look it up. It's hard to spell, even as someone that's Mexican. So go find the right cities. And actually, you guys go subscribe to QB Passport. He'll tell you. He's subscribed to my channel. Go subscribe to him. Go subscribe to him, and he'll tell you about Mexico. He's been all over Mexico, just like I have. And he'll tell you about all the gorgeous women in Mexico. So, and the point is, there's reason men are leaving this country. And let me explain something. There's a reason men are leaving the United States to find women overseas. But you know what's real interesting? Men from other countries around the world, they're not coming to the United States to find women. That should tell you something. Okay, but here's the problem. And this is what I would say. One day we can have a one-on-one discussion and talk about this stuff, because I respect that you write well thought out paragraphs. So you've really thought about this stuff. Here's the main problem I have with the comment. A lot of people don't have solutions. So at some point, and this goes back to one of the main reasons I started my channel. A lot of these guys don't have solutions. So pander to men for profit. Yeah, there's a bunch of guys that do that. And this is up to the audience to really not watch and listen to those guys. A lot of guys don't have solutions. And one of the main reasons they don't have solutions is because they really and truly don't have that much experience with women. I'm all about solutions. I'm not about all these different things. That's one of the main problems when it comes to this stuff. The solutions are very, very difficult. But my channel is going to cover a lot of this stuff. If you want to get married, I'll talk about it in the future. It ain't going to be anytime soon. I mean, it's debatable as to who's the problem. I think a lot of guys, they're like, oh, I'll just step away. See, this goes back to the whole logic of women's behavior. See, their behavior towards men, their arrogance, their attention seeking on social media, their disrespect towards men. The only way that really works is at the end of the rainbow, they get marriage, which is the ultimate form of financial security for most women. What a lot of these women are going to realize is they're not going to get it. And everything starts falling apart. So for you guys that missed the first part of the stream, you guys listen to the first part of the stream later on, 1.5x speed, and you'll hear a nice little juicy story of where I used to work. A bunch of interesting. I mean, you'll love it. It'll be good. So that's the thing about it. You got to think about it. A lot of guys aren't even approaching women, false accusations. A lot of men, they're just they feel defeated, and to me that's a real sad thing. And my thing is, that's one of the purposes of my channel. I float out the information to guys, and I hope they use it. If they don't have respect for what I have to say, I mean, it is what it is. I can't force someone to intake the information and use it. I'm not going to send you the photos of every woman that I've dealt with. No one is going to ever get that, because it goes back to all these guys that are over here They're over here rating Alex's girlfriend a 2 and 1 and all this other trash. They're disingenuous. They're jealous of Alex. They're jealous of his success. They're jealous of his girlfriend. They're jealous of the charisma and the good personality that she has. So they're jealous of all that stuff. So yeah, my subs. I'm sorry, you're not gonna see photos of all these women that I've dealt with. And the thing about it is, here's the thing. I didn't expect. Let me explain something for my subs that are ever gonna hear this, because I know I have some in here right now. I never expected to start a channel. That was never my plan. For a long period of time over the past decade, I would be in the comment section of a bunch of different blogs, Reddit. Some of those got banned. You guys that don't, me and my friend from Panama, we met on Reddit. I mean, whatever. I'm gonna tell y'all the story because I'm tired of reading these comments. I'm gonna read the rest of them here in a little bit, but let me tell y'all the story. I mean, it's pretty messed up, but let me tell you what ended up happening. So on Reddit, on this on this on this sub forum. So what I would do and what and what he would do, he would get like a person from Tinder or whatever. I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but it is what it is. Women do it all the time. I mean, women, they just do. So what he would do is he would get like a screenshot of a different female like doing something funny. Like there was there's this picture one time, like this girl was standing on a horse, right? I'm like, what is this girl doing? I'm not talking about like in the saddle. I'm talking about like straight up standing on the horse, like on the hump in the back or whatever. And we're like sitting there like, what is this girl doing? So I posted on the forum, and me and him would laugh at the titles because we'd sit there and be all creative about the titles we'd come up with. So yeah, we had a good time with that. But anyways, that sub forum got banned. I mean, see, that's the thing. I don't know. She's over here trying to be passive aggressive with this stuff. I don't really get the point. I mean, if anything, she's making arguments for men to leave the country. I mean, what is she really making? The argument she's essentially making is that the women in other parts of the world are better than American women. That's essentially what you're doing right there. Okay, so I'm going to address this because a lot of my subs are going to listen to this stuff in the future. See, this is why I have to start. This is why I have to read every little comment and talk about this. I knew this guy was from Texas and Mexican. He is grifting. I'm black and born and raised in South Texas. These manosphere experiences were happening in South Texas. I mean, I don't know what you mean by these manosphere experiences. Let me explain the concept of grifting because a lot of people see, the thing is, a lot of people in the audience, they don't really understand that YouTube is actual work. It's real work. When I sit there and I do a thumbnail, that's marketing. So I'm basically a marketing major from college. When I sit there and I'm speaking and I'm discussing all these different things, that's like broadcasting, right? You're like a reporter. They get paid. I'm pretty sure the reporters at the news stations get paid. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. What about the knowledge? This knowledge that comes from? It comes from somewhere. Well, it comes from my experience with the women, all the dates that I've been on, the women that I've slept with. What else? It comes from books, my knowledge that I obtained in college from my degree, right? I hold a bachelor's degree in, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it because I don't really give a fuck whoever hears this. I hold a bachelor's degree in architecture. So when you guys heard, let me explain something. And if anyone wants to bet a big chunk of cash, you don't want to bet a big chunk of cash because I'm going to take your cash and I'm going to travel with it or something. So let me explain where this little talking point from Kevin Samuels came. So when he was talking to this feminist over there, Fresh and Fit. So for you guys that aren't really familiar with what happened, if you're not familiar, look it up. So there was this feminist, a white feminist, that Amanda, that was sitting there with two girls, I think two Mexican women. And Kevin Samuels called in. Fresh and Fit's platform was still fairly new. And basically one of the core talking points, one of the core arguments that came out of that stream was that how men built this world. Now, the thing about it is I discussed that extensively in a stream with Obsidian. Now, I would have a hard time finding that stream, but I know it happened on a Saturday. So really, all I would have to do is I would have to find the Fresh and Fit Amanda. I think that happened like in March 2021.
All I would have to do is from that point forward, well, not that point backwards. So it would be March 21st or March 2021. I would go to February, I would go to January, and all I would have to do is go to the Saturday, one of the Saturday episodes. So I can narrow it down to about 12 episodes, 10 episodes, where I'm on a panel with Obsidian and I'm over here talking about that for hours. Hey, what a surprise. Kevin talked about this 2 weeks later. And anyone that's out there that thinks that's not true, everyone knows that Kevin was getting talking points from other people, which is why he had some issues with some people. Now, I mean, it's not like I'm over here like, oh, well, give me credit, give me credit. No, I'm just explaining what the deal is. See, this thing about grifting when it comes to this, YouTube is real work. Let me explain the concept of grifting. When a guy doesn't know what he's talking about, that's one way a guy can be a grifter. So if I go to Mexico and I perform plastic surgery on a woman and I don't have a medical degree, I'm a grifter. I'm doing whatever it takes to make a dollar. If I know what I'm talking about when it comes to female nature, when it comes to dating, how does that make me a grifter when the people that are supporting me, they can sit there and review my content and really check it out? If I'm over here, the thing about it is YouTube is the new cable TV. There's a bunch of days where I don't even watch TV. I haven't watched TV like in 10 days because I'm on YouTube. So when you guys are on these different channels, that's essentially what you're watching. You're watching the new cable TV. So, I mean, my thing is, I've contributed. It's comical. It's comical that this guy says it because I've contributed to probably 20, 25 content creators, and I could easily pull up all those Cash Apps, and I've never seen this guy's name on the screen of a Cash App. So that's what I would say on that. With that being said, if you like what you're hearing, hit the Cash App, $ Ace of Spades, 100, 100. You have a bright future, Code Steel. You must be new around here. Don't you get that most men don't want marriage nowadays because it's objectively a really bad deal for them? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the problem when it comes to this. Like, a lot of women, just in general, they think you got to remember this is female nature 101. In general, they think they're doing you a favor to be dating them, that type of stuff. And the thing about it is, here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you start dealing with a bunch of women, like I've said 1,000 times in my videos, there's nothing quite like getting experience with women in real time. Going on dates, sleeping with women, getting led on. What do you mean getting led on? That's stupid. Why would I get led on? That's part of the experience. There's a difference between hearing a content creator on YouTube telling you, hey, don't get led on by women, versus you actually getting led on by women. That's part of the experience factor to protect yourself in the future. So let's keep going. I mean, you know how this goes. Depends on her age. Depends on the age of the woman. As to when they want married. Come on, man. You've been in this area for a long period of time. You know the talking point, whether it's true or not, or whether I agree with it or not, whether you agree with it or not. I don't even really want to get into that too much, but the whole concept of the wall, you know how that works. I mean, this is a difficult conversation. This is what I was trying to make. All right, here's the point. You might want to watch that video where I talk about shame, blame, and explain. So these guys, Ramil, and these guys, Ty City, that always talk about, LOL, those guys, LOL, Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit, LOL, those dudes really think they can change women, shame, blame, and explain. But the logic in their head isn't really right, because what's really occurred, let me explain what's really occurred. There's been a lot more men that have came into the space that have become traditional red pillars that don't want to marry women, that aren't going to deal with women too much because of the content. So it almost had like the reverse effect. Yeah, there'll be some guys that they'll listen to Kevin. Oh man, he knows what he's talking about. Okay, whatever, I'll get married. But there's a much higher percentage of men, a much larger number of men that won't get married because of those same type of videos. Man, these women really are, for the most part, the same on Fresh and Fit. And they're not proving otherwise. So I just won't get married. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming by. Much blessings. We're just having a little fun discussion. The channel will be ran a little bit differently, but yes, ma'am, we're doing a little something special. Thank you, ma'am, for coming by. I hope you subscribed. Depends. All right, guys. Made it to the bottom. Let me address the grifting thing again by Shannon. I don't know if he's in here still. Grifting is talking people out of their money. Okay, so if I go to a specialist for brain cancer and he wants to charge me $200,000, but the guy down the street wants to charge me $120,000, but I tell him, well, you're too expensive. And then the guy tells him, well, you can see all my work. I saved 12 people's lives and my record is 12 for 12. Meanwhile, the cheaper one, it's like, okay, 4 out of the 11. How is the guy that's charging more money, that has a perfect record of saving guys through brain cancer, how is he a grifter? So, yeah, the concept of grifting is something that can be talked about all the time. At the end of the day, what I would say, until someone's done videos on YouTube, until they've actually done the work, they won't really understand what kind of work it is. Editing videos, that's work. Cropping videos, that's work. Buying Shure mics, which are expensive, that costs money. All the different stuff. Getting a separate iPhone because the other one is overloaded with too many pics, too many videos, that costs money. So this was a long stream, guys. I don't know if I'll leave it up. If you guys really like what you're hearing, I would rewind it right now and watch from the jump. Put it in 1.5x speed because I wasn't reading comments for the first 2 hours. I normally won't be doing this. I won't be reading comments. If you want something addressed or you want me to talk about it, I don't know. You're gonna have to send a super chat or something because I can't sit there and I can't think if I'm pausing every other minute. I got to sit there and monologue straight, and I can't be like, okay, comment, talk, comment, talk, comment, talk. If you guys go to the big time content creators, they don't do it that way. It's not realistic. Can't do it. Especially today, there was a bunch of comments, which it is what it is. That's good and bad. But you guys that just came in here, like, share, subscribe, comment after the stream, start the stream over. There's some good, interesting stories when it comes to it. I talk about how this boss that I used to have, he chopped up a sweater one time with scissors, and how he used the fire extinguisher to spray it inside of a restroom. That's a complicated story, but listen to it. So you guys listened to the first part of the stream when I was monologuing. I wasn't answering comments. But hey, I appreciate you guys coming through. If you like what you heard, like, share, subscribe, all that pretty stuff. And if you're so inclined, hit me up on the Cash App, $Ace of Spades 100 100. So until next time, peace out, guys.